Nothing. Damn, they already in here. That scheduling thing kind of worked.
Yeah, that scheduling thing is tight.
Yeah, they already
That's
in the
tight.
chat. Yeah, they already in the chat going there. You coming in again, Corey?
Yeah. I'm finna leave out of there.
All right, yeah. Get rid of the other one. What's going on, Vance? I know you only got 30 minutes for us.
Nah, I'm here. I'm here for now. Shit.
All right, that's what's up.
I be getting drowned out. We got 10 niggas on the team. I just, you know what I mean? I don't want to be forcing my way in all the time. But when I'm needed, I'll be there. Don't worry. I'll be there in person every time. If we linked up in person, I'll be that nigga that's there every time.
That's what's up.
Don't worry. Are we live?
Yeah, we live already. The live, it already, at 8 o'clock, it already snapped it in for us. You feel me? I was downstairs cooking. I said, oh, shit. Only got 3 minutes.
Right. Okay.
I said, only got 3
minutes. Let me fuck up the intro now.
Right, you're right. All right, let me do this intro. And then we'll get right back at it. I'm waiting for Unc and them to click the link anyway. What's going on, pseudo killers? Let me put
let me get my
switch this
thing. Let me see what's up in the chat.
Let me put 3 minutes on the clock for us. And then we're gonna get started. All right. Got the chat.
Peace to everybody in the chat. You all in here. Let's see. Anusha, Charles Goodwin.
Heat Rock 410.
Everything. You bumping some music? Go ahead.
Take y'all on a journey. Notorious is glorious, victorious. Yeah, yo. I ain't asking for a friend, I need to know myself. And if you never ask, how would you know yourself? It's crazy how your parents know you more than you know yourself. Growth is good, it's important just to know your wealth. Don't let them take advantage like niggas who speak Spanish and you don't speak a lick of it. The game will make you trip a bit. Street money is cool till you get sick of it. And all that bullshit that come along with it. Make sure you stay on your square and keep a strong pivot. Cause them cruddy buddies, they'll do you ugly. And why every female favorite question is, do you love me? And if you knew better, baby, you would do better. And once you know better, you would show better. Most men want a housewife, but me, I love a go-getter. Your ex pussy wet, but that new pussy be so wetter. No lies detected, just get high and accept it. Go ahead, talk to him, y'all ain't beefing like that. Come on, Doug, why you being like that? Man, let's keep it a stack. Why you say it if you ain't mean it like that? And when you say him, you ain't give him no rap. Man, let's keep it a stack. You ain't gotta say you gon' be right back. Stop bluffing, shorty, keep it a stack. Once you start something, you can't just leave it like that. Finish the job, homie, keep it a stack. When I was coke dealing, the rules was no squealing, no stealing from your mans and no feelings. For these hoes, that's just gonna mess up the guap. 10 toes down whenever you on your block, or even when you ain't. Don't know them from a can of paint. Just be loyal and trustworthy. You ain't gotta be a saint. A lot of y'all be geeking, backstabbing and sneaking. Nose clean during the week, but they dabble on weekends. Oh nigga, I be peeping. Your niggas might be sleeping, but I was trained to tread water in the deep end. Jellyfish sting, but them sharks will bite your head off. Run up on you while you park, get the dumping, then they slid off. The hood know who did it. Now let's see if your homies with it, or your name die in vain cause one of your homies did it. Ain't no reason to kill your man over a kilogram. How you thinking y'all fam, then spin you like a ceiling fan. Go ahead, talk to him, y'all ain't beefing like that. Come on, Doug, why you being like that? Let's keep it a stack. Why you say it if you ain't mean it like that? And when you see him, you ain't give him no rap. But let's keep it a stack. You ain't gotta tell me you gon' be right right back. Stop bluffing, shorty, keep it a stack. And once you start something, can't just leave it like that. Finish the job, homie, keep it a stack. While I'm still rapping at 40, well, let's chat about it. First of all, my life's amazing. Let's get that about it. Wife is blazing, and our kids get the life savings. Follow the drip, nigga, my eyes glazing. Yo, FSO, in the best that flow. Bars, storytelling, visuals, cadence, and concepts. Content, impact, yeah, the boxes is all checked. I just need that one song, yeah, that one song. And I could clutch the earth with just one palm. Never anxious, look in my eyes, I'm dumb calm. They either gon' walk with you, or you gon' run for them. Either way, you gon' have to let your heater spray. Lose yourself, might even have to put that weed away. Now that's a lotto, that's my medication. Gotta stay high, yo, till a nigga die, yo. Album out now, hit the link in my bio. Go ahead, talk to him, you ain't beefing like that. Come on, Doug, why you being like that? Now let's keep it a stack. Why you say it if you ain't mean it like that? And when you say him, you ain't give him no rap. Man, let's keep it a stack. You ain't gotta tell me you gonna be right back. Stop bluffing, shorty, keep it a stack. Once you start something, can't just leave it like that. Finish the job, homie, keep it a stack.
Boom, boom, boom. What's going on, y'all? I didn't kick my damn what that is. Off that. I didn't kick my damn. All right, we back. Shit. Let's get rid of that. Let's switch over and see. Boom. I ain't even make no title for the what's the name. But what's going on, everybody? How's the chat going? We're gonna get into Monday Night Madness tonight. You know, we had a good show the other night. It was a setup show. You know, we just wanted them to put their cards on the table so we could kill them in the recap. We, you know, it was a trap show, right? So they walked right into the trap. Daquan, what's up, buddy? I've been playing your song for the last couple weeks. Where you been at? That song was fire too. If you got any more tracks that you want me to play, you can send them to me. But that joint was fire. So let me go ahead and we got Anusha in the building. What's going on, sister? We got Charles Goodwin. What's up, bro? Who's that? Mahi. What's going on? Late show. What it do? Tank ducking. Everything is everything. Yeah. What's up? Everything is everything. Mika One. Turn up. Who else we got? Brendan, you got to hit the panel later on. You know what I mean? Who else we got? Teddy, Yusuf Ma'at Ras and Neferu. What's going on, bro? We got Damar in the building. Ricardo. It Show. Who else? Oh, that's my man Corey.
What's cracking?
What's going on? We got Decent Tavo. Who else we got? Scripture.
Brother Mathis in the building.
Oh yeah, we got Matt. Oh, that's Sabio. Sabio is Scripture Rippers. Chris Cross is in the building. Yo, we got everybody. We supposed to have a good show lined up. We're gonna do a quick recap of the show from New Year's Day. Who else? I hope I ain't missing nobody. If I missed anybody, Don't Be Misled. I like that name. Dash Herb, Danny Yurt, Per Black. Damn, everybody getting in here early. That's what's up. I like that. Mm-hmm. Anthony Smith, Desmond, what's going on? Corey, what's going on, bro?
Peace. What up with it, man? Trying to get this recap in. You know, chop it up with the family. You know what I mean? That's what it's all about. That's what it's all about for me, at least. Mm-hmm. Chopping it up with the family, having some fun, having a good conversation. Maybe even learning something in the process.
Hopefully. That's the goal.
Go. That's the go.
That's the goal. Vance is in the building with us real quick. He said he like to play the background. What's going on, Vance? He playing Call of Duty, y'all.
No. What's good? What's good? I was on mute.
Nothing wrong with it.
On my iPad. What's good, everybody? I'm here for the replay. It was an interesting show the other day, so I gotta hear the rebuttal.
That's a fact. That's a fact. Oh, I got my man Kent coming in. Damn. Kent was just out drinking. He on the Patron.
Yeah,
Nah, I'm good.
Visit on the goose.
What's happening, man? What y'all up to, yo?
Doing the recap. Hey, Corey, take over. I'm about to go check my food.
All right. Yeah, we just doing the recap from the New Year's night discussion that we had with Asar Imhotep.
Right.
Yeah,
there's a lot of things said in that video, man. Almost too much to break down live on the spot. Sometimes you gotta slow it down for the people, man. Find out where the hole is at.
Well, it's just one of those discussions that it take more than just one discussion. You know what I mean?
Right.
I wouldn't mind if Asar would join us again. You know what I mean? So we can, really kind of, because he kind of understand where we coming from better in a better way, and then we kind of understand where he coming from. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Y'all probably can hear my baby up there yelling. She just my bad, but she do that. That's what she do. She just yell, man.
Man, that's all my kids do, man. Scream, holler. You get used to it after a while. You won't even hear it.
Yeah, I'm used to it. Like everybody probably like, how many kids he got? It's just one. She's 6 months.
Already.
Well, I got 4, but it's just one that do all the yelling and making all the noise.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, so y'all was gonna play the video first, or we gonna wait until everybody get in the building?
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, we're gonna wait for everybody to get in the building. Because I think Unc want to really recap it, but we can discuss it right now and get y'all take on the conversation. We can start with you, Kent. What was your take on the conversation?
Man, I felt like when they know what we have contention with, right? So we had a contention with them saying like the Big Bang, or they understood the Big Bang, the Bantu people.
Mm-hmm.
They're saying they're not saying that the Bantu people understood the Big Bang, that there was a parallel, or that they was. I don't get it. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what they're trying to say, because when you say there was a parallel, it's almost like you're trying to say they somewhat had something where they understood it a little bit. To me, you know what I'm saying? That's what I kind of took from what they said the other night. But I don't know, man. It sounds like some trickery going on, man. I don't know. Then you got Fukiao. We kind of looked into him a little bit, and he was kind of shady. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Then you got the Dogon shit, which is really off. I don't even know why that was even mentioned. What we found out about the Dogon and that Sirius B thing. They got lied on. So I don't know, man. I think he tried. I don't know if he really believes in what he's saying, or if he's either he really believe it or something else.
Okay.
I ain't gonna say nothing negative. I just say it might be something else that I'm not getting.
It's a scam.
I don't want to say the brothers is up to no good, man. But come on, some of this shit like we saw coming a mile away.
That's a fact. That's a fact. Corey, how you felt about the
Can't
conversation?
you so crazy, boy? Can't you be cracking me up?
I think they got. I think they good brothers at heart, man. I don't know. This one kind of like, how y'all did that? Like, that ain't make no sense. Yo.
So, Corey, what you thought about the conversation?
Man, the crazy part is, man, I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I lied last week or whatever, New Year's Day, but I can't lie no more, man. I straight fell asleep like midway through his presentation. I fell asleep with clean snoring, and then I woke up somehow. I don't even know. How you know I was asleep, man?
Man, I think Unc said your name or something. I was like, usually Corey, because we've been talking about this shit already. I said, I know you was ready for him. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, yeah, something ain't right. We call Corey, make sure you. I know you was ready to hop on it, yo. I was like, nah,
yeah, man,
answering.
I fell asleep. I swear, man, like he took us around the world. Hold on.
Yeah, he took us into them that language. You know what I'm saying? You know that language gap is a motherfucker.
That's a fact. Hey, Vance. Hey, Vance, well, take yourself off mute. What you felt about the conversation before I give my take?
Man, it was an interesting conversation. I was a little bit lost, I ain't gonna lie. But I came to the conclusion simply that Asar was having fun. I don't know whether he was serious. I don't know if he was trolling. I just thought he was having fun. That's all what I got from the conversation. I don't know about the answer. Because if you get in the nitty gritty and pull apart all the things that were said, I'm just thinking he having fun. So I'm gonna leave it at that.
So your take, Vance, is basically along the line of Kent's that they couldn't have been serious.
Yeah, right? I think it was some facetiousness going on in that conversation.
Yeah, like they couldn't have been serious.
Yeah, nah, I don't think so. I think he was having fun. He was stubborn, he made a claim, and that's just where he was at with it, I don't know if he believed everything that came out of his mouth, but it was an interesting conversation.
Yeah, it's definitely something that was in the conscious community for years. You know what I mean? It was definitely one of those conscious community staples or talking points that the Dogon knew about Sirius B, that they could see the stars that modern telescopes only detected, right? But the new part of the conversation that we never heard before was that the people in the Congo, or a group of Congo, I don't even know how to say it, a tribe in the Congo, and their cosmogony had proposed the Big Bang Theory inside of their cosmogony. And that and then it was told to us that it was science. So that's what made our radar go up. That claim right there. Audio is still trying to connect. So my take on the conversation. Was it was an attempt to bring Africa into the scientific conversation, right, about the cosmos. I think Vance, you and Corey and Kent, that's one of y'all favorite subjects right there. So the pseudo killers have been known for that since we came on the scene. Like probably the only group in the conscious community that actually talks about astronomy, right? I would say we're probably the only group that talks about it. Do y'all agree with that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
like
Conscious
it's
community.
as far as in this community,
Mhm.
yeah, that's as far as I saw, we about the only ones that really talk about it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And
So
the other ones that do talk about it is like far out with the
yeah,
pseudo
flat
shit.
earthers and stuff, nutty stuff, right? So
Right.
Yeah.
Well equipped as well. Unc is well equipped
yeah, definitely,
on the conversation.
definitely. So when they first brought this, when Amasi first brought this conversation up, you know, we felt as though like, well, damn, you know, because it's almost a thing like the pseudo killers don't know Africa, or we don't study Africa, or we have a beef with Africa, so to say, right? So
Right.
it seemed like when they brought that conversation up, they wanted to show us like basically, man, y'all, you know, all on, you know, modern science, and these white boys, but Africans been doing it also. And y'all not even up on that. Look, the people in the Congo already was talking about the Big Bang Theory. But since y'all don't study Africa, y'all don't know these things. That was my take on it. You feel me?
Right,
It was
right,
almost
right.
like a direct shot. You know what I mean? And I could be wrong, but that's how I looked at it. Because nobody talks about the cosmos in the conscious community but the pseudo killers, right? We was told when we talked about Africa to go back to the cosmos. Y'all need to keep talking about, you know, astronomy and science and the Kepler telescope and the Hubble, and y'all go back to that shit. Go back to the Big Bang Theory. Leave Africa to us, right? So, okay, for the last week we start talking about the cosmos again. So then we left Africa alone. Because remember, we was messing Africa up. We told y'all that, you know, the Egyptians wasn't the sub-Saharan African group, right? We got cussed out for that. Then we told y'all that, you know, Africans participated in the slave trade. We got cussed out for that. So they told us get out of Africa, right? Go back to what y'all usually been talking about. So we went back to that. Then lo and behold, next thing you know, they coming out there talking about the goddamn Africans came up with the Big Bang Theory before modern science. So Asar was tasked to take on the pseudo killers. It wasn't a debate, y'all. Y'all saying Asar killed us. We just wanted to see what he was going to say. Do y'all get that? It was a setup. And he did everything we thought a pseudo would do. Y'all get that? He did everything that we thought a pseudo. We didn't think he was going to do that. We had better faith in the brother. You know what I mean? So the recap, the Monday Night Madness is we'll show Asar Imhotep's errors and where he messed up at, right? We didn't want to jump the brother, right? It was 5 people on the panel. You know how a panel can get out of hand on the pseudo killers. Everybody can get to talking over each other. You know, Unc can get outraged. We can start cussing, and we ain't want to do that. We wanted the brother to be able to get out his information. We let him go 30 minutes in the beginning of the show presenting his information because we fair here, right? He asked for 25. We gave him 30. He asked for 25, we gave him 30. Right? Now we're going to see if what he said and what he presented holds up. This is the recap. So, you in the building. How you felt about the show Saturday?
You on mute, Unc, if you talk.
I think he said he ain't gonna be available till 8:45.
Yeah.
I'm here
Okay.
for a minute. Yeah, I'm saying I clearly understood what the wall was. I clearly understood. You gotta know enough to know when you don't know. So I clearly understood that, and I knew what the wall was. You know what I'm saying? So I knew that not even a song could get past the wall. Now remember, I never was talking about Africa specifically. I was, I said all ancient cultures. I know what I was saying, and I said it like that on purpose. The brothers that coveted Africa and loved Africa know about them. Like I said, everybody. I said the Greeks, all of them, right? Persians, Russians. You know what I'm saying? Brits, Aztecs, Mayans. Like I knew what I was saying because I understood what the war was in that situation. The first barrier is the inability to separate your science from your folklore and your religion and your mythology. That's early man's first wall, right? Not being able to get around that. Okay, and so I mean, I always enjoyed the conversation. Like I saw that, that's my man. And everybody know that, yo. I'm a raw spotted fish, right? That goes for Sean too. Like, you know what I mean? I got love for them brothers all the way, like to the end. You know what I mean? And I always say this. But man, this ain't personal though. This business. And so what's the business, right? A practice scientific literacy of understanding the world we live in. That's what it's about. So, like, for me, I thought the conversation was dope. And I was always waiting for the first person to throw their gun. Because in an intellectual gunfight, when you run out of bullets, you start throwing your gun. You start belittling. So, Asar did his thing. He started to, you don't understand. You don't get it. You know how he do. That's what he do. And I knew at that point I had him. I said, I got it. I just didn't think it was going to be that easy. I actually didn't think Asar was going to do all the shit I knew he was going to do. I knew he was going to wait. I don't read this. I ain't read that. I knew that was coming. I knew how you understand the language. I knew the God that said the universe was God and all that. I knew all that was coming. I just sat there and waited for it. And I knew my little 6-7 slide presentation was enough to kill any shootout. So on this topic, right, they're overextending themselves. You know what we say, yo. When you reach, we teach. Like in basketball. When a person reaches for the ball, you're supposed to teach him, don't reach. You're supposed to play basketball with your feet. So he was out there reaching. So he overextended himself. So I didn't necessarily know that the night show was going to talk about the mistakes he made. I thought we were going to specifically talk about Dogon. Y'all switch something up?
No.
Okay, so plain and simple, the goddamn Dogon ain't nothing about no damn star y'all talking about. And y'all lucky I'm not in the house because once again, like we said, yo, look, it's always a crazy white person behind this shit. Am I not right? Am I not wrong, yo? It's always a crazy white person with some crazy information putting it on other people, and that's exactly what they did to the Dogon. And we got the proof. So all y'all are standing in line, acting like the Dogon could do this. They know they couldn't. No. They couldn't get past that barrier. And by the way, the barrier I'm talking about is that technology. The barrier I'm talking about is your 5 senses that was evolved on Earth in the ecological system of the gravitational forces on Earth, not in space. So anything out there in space, man, your senses will let you down. You ain't gonna be able to do it. Man had to develop tools. And so, like I said, I've been teaching that the Africans are the first to deal with the astronomical measurements in certain heavenly bodies for about the past 10 years. So I felt it interesting when people make statements that I don't understand imagination and what it is, but I actually do. Because I remember being one of the first persons to actually say, look, there's a site in South Africa. I think it's PB13, right? And that's an archaeological site where they find the first cognitive skills of early Homo sapiens sapiens. As a matter of fact, Brother Reggie, he took me to one of the largest museums, the Museum of Natural History, and I was actually having a conversation with the anthropologists, and they wasn't even up on that. I don't know why, but they just wasn't. And I hit them with that, and they was like, damn, you right. So everybody's supposed to know that I understand what imagination is, right? Symbolic thinking is. Y'all supposed to know that. So, for me, I love Africa to the point where I'm not willing to make up shit about Africa. because I understand that those ancient cultures, Africa, and specifically, were the masters of their world. They had subdued the forces of nature around them to the point where they could survive and build great civilizations. And I'm thinking that's a great thing today. Everybody can't say it.
All right. Now,
So to add shit on it is crazy. But go ahead.
that's a fact. So I'm gonna do some reading, right, until you get in the house.
Yeah, that's gonna get some
But I didn't finish giving my take on it though.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
I got interrupted though.
Yeah, the kids. Go ahead.
No, but what up, Well, peace to you, brother.
Hey man, how you doing, man? How you enjoy the conversation in the side?
Yeah. Like I was saying, you know, I kind of fell asleep on it, but when once Kent woke me back up, right? Like Sheffrin was saying, like I was in awe that he actually went down the road that he went down. I was more under the impression that he was gonna say something along the lines that I would tend to agree with. You know what I'm saying? And I figured more that, yeah, it was probably gonna be one of those discussions where we find out, like, I don't totally disagree with Asar, but to my surprise, yeah, I totally disagree with him on that. So yeah, that was a real I wasn't expecting that. That was the whole thing was kind of unexpected to me. Like all of his answers to the questions that was asked, and just his whole premise was just caught me by surprise. And so I just thought that was really interesting. Altogether, though, I did think it was a very interesting conversation. I think it was a conversation that's going to lead to more conversations, more interesting conversations. So I'm all for it, man. So let's get into it, man.
All right. Let me see. Let me publish that. Get that on the screen. What I want to do is I want to give a reading on a rundown of our modern understanding of astronomy, right, in the cosmos.
Chef, hold on real quick. I'm just letting everybody know Rob Bourne gonna stop it.
Okay.
I ain't gonna send the link yet, but he gonna stop it. Chef is changed it to make sure.
All right. Well, you can send him the link whenever he can come in, and you know what I mean.
Yeah, tell Rob Bourne to stop on through.
Yeah. So yeah. I want to give a brief history on on astronomy and the cosmos and how human beings came to the understanding that they are at now. It developed in stages. So from Stephen Hawkins, he wrote this book, the late great Stephen Hawkins, A Brief History of Time, from the Big Bang to black holes. We're gonna see how we got here, far as wise understanding the natural world, the cosmos, and the progression that led up to the Big Bang. All right. Now I'm gonna skip down to the first chapter, a picture of our universe. All right. Now we're gonna start right here. It says, as long ago as 340 BC, the Greek philosopher Aristotle, in his book on the heavens, was able to put forward two good arguments for believing that the earth was a round sphere rather than a flat plate. First, he realized that the eclipses of the moon were caused by the earth coming between the sun and the moon. The earth's shadow on the moon was always round, which would be true only if the earth was spherical. If the earth had been a flat disk, the shadow would have been elongated and elliptical, unless the eclipse always occurred at a time when the sun was directly under the center of the disk. Second, the Greeks knew from their travels that the North Star appeared lower in the sky when viewed in the south than it did in more northerly regions. Since the North Star lies in the North Pole, it appears to be directly above an observer at the North Pole. But to someone looking from the equator, it appears to lie just at the horizon. From the difference in the apparent position of the North Star in Egypt and Greece, Aristotle even quoted an estimate that the distance around the earth was 400,000 stadia. It is not known exactly what length a stadium was, but it may have been about 200 yards, which would make Aristotle's estimate about twice the current accepted figure. The Greeks even had a third argument that the earth must be round. For why else does one first see the sails of a ship coming from the horizon and only later see the hull? Aristotle thought the earth was stationary and that the sun, the moon, and the planets and the stars moved in circular orbits around the earth. He believed this because he felt, for mystical reasons, again, these are Europeans, he felt for mystical reasons that the earth was the center of the universe and that circular motion was the most perfect. This idea was elaborated by Ptolemy in the 2nd century AD into a complete cosmological model. The earth stood at the center, surrounded by 8 spheres that carried the moon, the sun, stars, the 5 planets known at the time: Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. The planets themselves moved on smaller circles attached to their respective spheres in order to account for their rather complicated observed paths in the sky. The outermost sphere carried the so-called fixed stars, which always stay in the same position relative to each other, but which rotate together across the sky. What lay beyond the last sphere was never made very clear, but it certainly was not part of mankind's observable universe. Now, this is the diagram of the Ptolemy's model of the observable universe and the rotations of the different spheres. Ptolemy's model provided a reasonable, accurate system for predicting the position of heavenly bodies in the sky. But in order to predict these positions correctly, Ptolemy had to make an assumption that the moon followed the path that sometimes brought it twice as close to the earth as at other times. And that meant that the moon ought sometimes to appear twice as big as in other times. Ptolemy recognized this flaw, but nevertheless, his model was generally, although not universally accepted, it was adopted by the Christian church as the picture of the universe that was in accordance with Scripture, for it had the great advantage that it left lots of room outside the spheres of fixed stars for heaven and hell. A simpler model, however, was proposed in 1514. Now, do y'all see the timeline that we're going through? All right, so that was Ptolemy's joint was accepted around 300 AD. Now we're moving all the way up to 1514. All right, it's a simpler model, however, was proposed in 1514 by a Polish priest named Nicholas Copernicus. At first, perhaps for fear of being branded a heretic by his church, Copernicus circulated his model anonymously. His idea was that the sun was stationary at the center and that the earth and the planets moved in circular orbits around the sun. Nearly a century passed before this idea was taken seriously. Okay. Can everybody see the screen? Good. All right. All right, where was I at? All right. Nearly a century had passed before this idea was taken seriously. Then, two astronomers, the German Johannes Kepler and the Italian Galileo, started publicly to support the Copernican theory, despite the fact that the orbits it predicted did not quite match the ones observed. The death blow to the Aristotelian and Ptolemaic theory came in 1609. In that year, Galileo started observing the night sky with a telescope. That's deep. All right, because the telescope was invented in 1609. So this is when we're going to start getting accuracy. Where now human beings are going to really start to be able to peer into the goddamn cosmos and see what's really going on. All right. In that year, Galileo started observing the night sky with a telescope, which had just been invented. When he looked at the planet Jupiter, Galileo found that it was accompanied by several small satellites or moons that orbited around it. This implied that everything did not have to orbit directly around the Earth, as Aristotle and Ptolemy had thought. It was, of course, still possible to believe that the Earth was stationary at the center of the universe and that the moons of Jupiter moved on extremely complicated paths around the Earth, giving the appearance that they orbited Jupiter. However, Copernicus' theory was much simpler. At the same time, Johannes Kepler had modified Copernicus' theory, suggesting that the planets move not in circles, but in ellipses. An ellipse is an elongated circle. The predictions now finally matched the observations. As far as Kepler was concerned, elliptical orbits were merely an ad hoc hypothesis. I apologize. And a rather repugnant one at that, because ellipses were clearly less perfect than circles. Having discovered almost by accident that elliptical orbits fit the observations well, he could not reconcile them with his idea that the planets were made to orbit the sun by magnetic forces. All right, now we're moving on to the next one. See, now it says an explanation was provided only much later in 1687 when Sir Isaac Newton published his, let me read this, Philosophiae Naturalis Principia Mathematica, probably the most important single work ever published in the physical sciences. In it, Newton not only put forward a theory of how bodies move in space and time, but he also developed the complicated mathematics needed to analyze those motions. In addition, Newton postulated a law of universal gravitation, according to which each body in the universe was attracted toward every other body by a force that was stronger and more massive the bodies and the closer they were to each other. It was this same force that caused objects to fall to the ground. The story of Newton was inspired by an apple hitting his head is almost certainly apocryphal. All Newton himself ever said was that the idea of gravity came to him as he sat in a contemplative mode and was occasioned by the fall of an apple. Newton went on to show that, according to his law, gravity causes the moon to move in an elliptical orbit around the earth and causes the earth And my bad, my computer acting crazy. All Newton. All right. Newton went on to show that according to his law, gravity causes the Earth to move in an elliptical orbit around the Earth and causes the Earth and the planets to follow elliptical paths around the sun. The Copernican model got rid of Ptolemy's celestial spheres, and with them the idea that the universe had a natural boundary, since fixed stars did not appear to change their positions apart from a rotation across the sky caused by the Earth spinning on its axis. It became natural to support that the fixed stars were objects like our sun, but very much further away. Newton realized that according to his theory of gravity, the stars should attract each other, so it seemed they could not remain essentially motionless. Would they not all fall together at some point? In a letter in 1691 to Richard Bentley, another leading thinker of his day, Newton argued that this would indeed happen if there were only a finite number of stars distributed over a finite region of space. But he reasoned that if, on the other hand, there were an infinite number of stars distributed more or less uniformly over infinite space, this would not happen because there would not be any central point for them to fall to. This argument is an instance of the pitfalls that you can encounter in talking about infinity. In an infinite universe, every point can be regarded as the center because every point has an infinite number of stars on each side of it. The correct approach, it was realized only much later, is to consider the finite situation in which the stars all fall in on each other, and then to ask how things change if one adds more stars roughly uniformly distributed outside this region. According to Newton's law, the extra stars will make no difference at all to the original ones on average, so the stars would fall in just as fast. We can add as many stars as we like, but they will still always collapse in on themselves. We know now it is impossible to have an infinite static model of the universe in which gravity is always attractive. It is an interesting reflection on the general climate of thought before the 20th century. I'm going to read that again, and this is where we're going to stop at. It says, it is an interesting reflection on the general climate of thought before the 20th century that no one has suggested that the universe was expanding or contracting. It was generally accepted either that the universe had existed forever in an unchanging state, or that it had been created at a finite time in the past, more or less as we observe it today. In part, this may have been due to people's tendency to believe in eternal truths, as well as the comfort they found in the thought that even though they may grow old and die, the universe is eternal and unchanging. Now, that was a history, right, of how we, move past primitive beliefs, how science moved forward by understanding how the heavenly bodies moved, plotting their movements, and then making predictions on them, to the advancement of technology. All of these things came in stages. The reason why that was interesting to me and why I chose to read it was to show that we see the developmental stages, right, up to how, we can even get to a Big Bang theory, right? Now you have to show me in the Congo, right? The developmental stages in thought, how they would even be able to come up with the Big Bang or even perceive it without understanding these fundamental truths, right? That these astronomers laid down over a period of, it was from 340 BC up into the 20th century. So you got over 2,000 years worth of science, right? People being wrong. They showed you how they work these things out. We don't see this in the Congo, right? So did they do magic? Did the people in the Congo and the Dogon, did they come to their cosmological truths through magic? Because we see that modern science comes from people observing and working out math and physical sciences and coming up with technologies to build telescopes and things that can help them better perceive the universe. We have none of these things in the Congo or by the Dogon. So how could they get to a goddamn Big Bang Theory if they didn't go through none of the steps that we see here? Pseudo killers, do y'all understand what I'm getting at?
Yeah, it was a line of failures that get you to a place where you actually understand, you know what I'm saying, the cosmos. So, you know, one person failed, you know, miserably, and then the next person don't fail so miserably, then the next person, you know what I mean, comes along and with some type of breakthrough, but still not exactly right. Then we learn how to we develop tools to help us get it right. And once we get the tools to help us get it right, then we fine tune what we understand, and then make better tools. You know, so that's the progression that happens. You know, that's just science. That's just how science works, through a progression, not you know, overnight. You know, science don't happen like that overnight. So, you know, at least not getting to the Big Bang. You know what I mean? I think, like they said, like we talked about the other day, you know, the astronomy, you know, that the Africans did was amazing to me. You know, so why not allow them to have what they had and not try to stretch or reach, you know, further than what it actually was. You know what I'm saying? Don't reach. You know what I mean?
Yeah, is history. You can't skip over the modern progression or the ancient progression up to our current point. And then, like, if other people could come up with the Big Bang Theory or see Sirius B without, if you seen Sirius B before 1609, that's magic. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
That's magic. Before 1609, there was not a telescope. You see what I'm saying? Then we don't have even if the Dogons came up with it in 16 or later after 1609, right? We have to have a telescope was goddamn what you call it? It was a science, a very expensive science tool at that time. It was probably the equivalent to make a telescope in 1609. The optics and the things that had to go into making a telescope would be the equivalent of probably building a supercomputer now. Everybody didn't have
it was the Large Hadron Collider of its day.
Exactly. You know what I mean? So everybody didn't have telescopes, right? So we know that the Dogon in 1609 in the middle of Ghana in Africa, or Mali, they from Mali, my bad. In the middle of Mali, you know, wasn't in contact with the Europeans to even get a telescope at that time. Right? So how did they see Sirius B? Now y'all talking about magic again. We're trying to have a scientific conversation.
Oh man, goddamn.
What happened?
Hold on.
What happened?
He sound like he fighting at his door. Oh no, but what I'm saying is, like, before, if we're trying to have a scientific conversation, right? And these guys are still talking about magic, right? If they're not talking about, if the Dogon did not have a telescope, they could not see Sirius B. Do y'all get that? So everybody in the chat still talking shit. Is no way to get around that point. The human eye cannot detect, Bear cannot detect Sirius B. So Asar and them are certain that the Dogon could see Sirius B or had knowledge of Sirius B. They are not talking about science anymore, right? They're talking about magic. Now we have to believe that the Dogon used magic to be able to see the goddamn the Sirius B, right? And then they said they plotted the orbit of a planet, right? That these fish creatures can't listen. Let me stop, because now again they're gonna say I'm attacking Africa. I keep telling Unc and them I don't like talking about these conversations, because every time I do, they say I'm attacking Africa and I don't like Africa, but it's them making bogus claims. And if I point out the bogus claims, I'm the hater on Africa. I'm not doing this. Y'all doing it. But go ahead, Corey, Vance. Y'all go ahead, man.
Don't be hating on Africa, man.
Right.
Don't be hating on Africa.
I ain't even hating on Africa though. At the end of the day, because the Dogon didn't never say they goddamn saw this shit.
Yeah.
So a white man,
they lied
came
on
in there and made some shit up. Got it sounding real good, you know what I mean? And unfortunately, some of our people pick it up and ran with it just because it made Africa sound like they was on to something special. I mean, if they did it, if they actually did that though, we would sit here and be talking about the shit. We'd be celebrating the shit. But then, how they know that? You know what I'm saying? It would have been an explanation for that. But when you dig up the roots, man, it's like, yeah, that shit built on some bullshit, yo. A house of cards.
Yeah. And you know, we ain't hating on the Africans. We hating on Von Daniken them. You know what I'm saying? Chariots of the Gods.
I love that book. I love that book though.
That was one of my. I bought that book.
Yeah,
I bought Von Daniken.
I love that book.
I told you I was all through the ancient aliens, man. You know what I'm saying? I was just one of them ancient aliens guys. Yeah, but you know, you learn and you understand a little bit better as you understand how to research and get proper information. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's not us hating on Africa. It's us, you know, not appreciating the Von Danikens, the Fukiaos, and all of them, you know, watering down something that's, you know, valuable, something that was actually valuable to the people of that time in that area. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. You gotta be able to appreciate you know, shit for what it is, not for what you want it to be, you know. We over here in 2022 in the United States, you know, trying to make something out of what we want it to look like so we can be comfortable. You know what I mean? Like and that's another part of the whole Africa, the love for Africa is, you know, to help some people, you know, to know that the Dogon saw Sirius B, that helps with certain self-esteem issues that we had from that's left over from slavery and Jim Crow and the rest of it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I think you know, like I understand, but you know, where people come from with that, the fight against the racism, white supremacy, and all of that. But I think it's better off that we be honest with ourselves rather than, you know, trying to reach for something that really ain't there.
I agree. They so it's people in the chat now questioning.
Yeah, Infinite Minds had a question, yo. He
What's
said the question.
Let me say something real quick. I think where you started at, Chef? You started the what? What the hell is this, man? In the 15th, what, 300 BCE?
Yeah, 340 BC.
All right. But that's not. Okay, so what was you was reading the book, and why was it starting there? What was the purpose of it? What was the purpose of starting right there? They was what? What was they doing? They was trying to say what?
They were showing the progression, how we got to you know, how it progressed, and them basically dispelling old beliefs and refining them with better data up into the current modern understanding of the cosmos. That was the whole gist of it.
It's like 2,000 years worth of mistakes being made until we get to the place where we at.
Hey, unlock my screen. So we was talking astronomy, correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right. And we know what the barriers was. We clearly understand what the barriers was. What is this, man? God damn it. I'm gonna do all this, man. I just want to do this right here, man. So when we talk in terms of astronomy, I like to give people a caveat. I like to give them what's really going on here. And I'm gonna always give credit where credit is truly due. The problem is when people overextend the truth. So, you know, this information right here is in a secret vault called the goddamn library. So no one's hiding this from you. Okay, so no one's belittling Africa. So modern people that study astronomy, right? They give credit right here. It says 7,000-year-old stone circle, trace the summer solstice, right, and the arrival of the annual monsoon season. It's the oldest known astronomical site on Earth. There's no taking away from this. This tool was a tool developed, right, by African people, not the playa, so they can understand when the rains was coming. It was a need to develop a tool instead of guessing that shit, instead of dying out. Because if you don't know when the water coming, you dying out. If anybody studied not the playa, right, they was on a higher level than Egypt was. You could just read it. And it wasn't in Egypt yet. But basically, these people were semi-nomadic, meaning they moved, they had summer homes, right? They had basins that were filled with water. Okay, sometimes they was planting back and forth, right? But for some reason, they needed to know when the hell the rain was coming. As we study the Sahara and the Green Sahara, we find out that there was people trying to make it rain. Those people, they found their bones. You're not going to make it rain. You're just not going to do that. But those who understood the cycles, the only way to understand the cycles is what? is to figure out the patterns. This is starting to be your first stages of science. We're going to give them the gold standard from observing patterns. Okay, you see every day the sun rise and fall, but it don't rise and fall in the same spot. Matter of fact, most of y'all listening right there, you can be 16, 17, all the way up to 55. You had no idea that the sun rises and falls in a different spot every goddamn day. And if you act like you know it, you're lying. You would have to literally read that, but during your regular course of the day, you don't realize that the sun rises in a different place every day. It moves slightly. Those who developed tools of measurement started to see that. These tools are developed in Africa proper. These are tools. This is the innovative force of the day. Simple as that. And then you go to Europe and you find these tools. There was a need for ancient people to have these tools. So you know, how they say it? Your shit got form follows function, man. This shit got a function for it. Got to be a reason, a function. What's the function of it? To figure out when these rains is coming, when the season, what's the annual season. So then the Egyptians catch on to this and they'll use this so they know when it's going to flood, man. Patterns, recognizing patterns and building machinery that will help you recognize pattern is essential. This is the foundation right here. There's no need to add anything to it. No, they didn't see the Big Bang. No, they didn't see none of that. They didn't know about the redshift. They didn't have to. They only needed to know when the rain was coming, when the seasons was changing. This was essential for their ass to live, to give birth to babies, valuable offspring. Without this shit, you're dead. So all that, you hating Africa, you not giving them credit, that's a bunch of malarkey and a bunch of blackology talk amongst you. Because you don't respect what these Africans did. As a matter of fact, I guarantee you, brothers and sisters, watch this, living in 2022 could not take your ass out at not the playa and build one of that and track shit. Your ass be dead in a month. You couldn't do it. If your life depended on you building that astronomical circle, you couldn't do it. This I promise you. So don't talk to me about what they did, tell me what they did and show me. This is what they did. None of y'all watching this could do this. It's out of your league. They're doing something that people in 2022 can't, y'all couldn't do it. You would have to be an expert on the subject to figure that out, to do that. So why not give them credit? In their time and space, it was a marvel. It was spectacular. It was the Hubble. It was the Hubble of the goddamn day. So I don't understand why it can't just be that. Why it's gotta be something else? Y'all don't even understand what you're looking at right there, let alone acting like they could do something they couldn't do. There was no need for them to do that. See, I'm not the one to say that the mental capacity wouldn't have been able to envision a telescope. I'm not the one to say that their mental capacities wouldn't allow them to build a thermonuclear weapon. I'm not saying that. I'm saying there's a fucking wall. And that wall clearly mandates that there's steps to get into it. You do not dive and build a couple ton pyramid structure overnight out of nowhere. It does not happen. This is what y'all trying to do. Y'all trying to make it overnight. Y'all magical what you're thinking. It's not going to happen. Impossible. I just wanted to say that. Just wanted to put it out there. But that ain't none of this shit that Chef was talking about. But that's your starting point. You don't even get you what Chef was saying. You gotta get that. That's that. You gotta have that. And then you gotta make mistakes. And then you gotta say, oh, that shit, okay. What's that? Ooh, okay. Yo, you gotta do. Nobody does what y'all asking them to do. It's bananas, yo. It's people living right now looking back saying, yo, they could do that because they did that. That's all it is. But go ahead, Corey.
No, I was just going to say, like, anytime you got Von Daniken agreeing with you, like, you got to start thinking about what you're saying. Because like Von Daniken and them tried to say that the Dogons, was knew about Sirius B and all of that. You know what I mean? So, I mean, you always want to reevaluate what you're thinking about and where you're getting your information from when Von Daniken is agreeing with you. The ancient aliens, man. You know what I'm saying? But and that just goes to show, like I was saying before, we don't want to take away from the genius of what they was actually doing. Like, let's not do that by trying to add in, modern day shit with what they was doing. They were the geniuses of their time, and they did what they did. They got byproducts out of their science. That's what I'm saying. Like real science, you get byproducts out of that. And so when the seasons is, the different seasons is changing, and the measures you need to take, to advance your society or whatever, So that's what all I had to say about that right
now. No, you made a good point. The byproducts. That's deep.
Well,
like what was the byproduct of understanding those things?
Like I said, you know the measures to take for your society. Like when the flood, like you talked about the flood waters. When to plant the crops, when to harvest the crops. I mean, about the winter solstice, the summer. All of those things are very important to a group of people that's trying to organize, or a society. Basically.
Yeah, that's, and then they incorporate it into dance and festivals, and so the people, so the regular everyday people understand what time of the year it is based off of the certain festivals.
It becomes a part of the culture, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? It becomes a total part of the culture.
I figured it out though, Corey. People don't realize that if you misprint the claps, the whole fucking culture might die, might not survive. Like
right. Yeah, they don't realize that.
Yeah, they don't realize that. They think you go to your local food market, bro. They missing it. They missing it. They don't know how central that was. I get it.
Yeah. See, that's what I'm saying. And then they, like the other day, the question was asked to you, so how would you explain things to a 9-year-old? And it's like, man, is y'all equating Africans to 9-year-olds? Like, why would that be a question? You know what I'm saying? Excuse me. Africans had the ability to understand that, right? To make those megaliths. So, like, why would they?
But look, when they wasn't breaking it down like people was 9-year-olds, like Aunt said one time, what were they talking about amongst each other? Do we have those transcripts or knowing what they were speaking about? Or that he said you gotta be initiated. They said you gotta be initiated to know what that conversation was about. It's a secret.
Why would the 9-year-old story be the one that survived though? Like, I don't get it. You know what I'm saying? Like, can y'all, like, if you got some serious information that need to be passed on from generation to generation, right?
Right.
You're not gonna put it, you ain't gonna put it in the 9-year-old's perspective. Is you can't, like, when
not.
Eventually your kids gonna get to an age where they understand.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You want to put it in grown folks' terms, right? It's plain. You know what I mean? We don't want to allegory it if this is essential. I mean, sometimes, like Unc said, things over time, things get so regular that it becomes a part of your culture. You know what I mean? And that's when I think you get the stories and the allegories after it's done became so regular that it's a part of the culture. and this is why we do what we do, and this is, you know, we already know what time of year it is, so we finna have this party because we know we finna harvest the crops, and you know what I mean. It's just, you know, it all becomes a part of everyday living, everyday culture. You know, people you know, take for granted the actual science behind it. You know, it's easy for human beings to do that, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So we, like I say, we take for granted a lot of things that we have in society, you know what I'm saying, today. So, you know, it's an easy thing. It's an easy thing. But we're gonna play some what was we doing? Was we gonna play some of the recap?
I think he wanted to wait on that, ain't it? You said you wanted to wait till later on that, ain't it? The replay.
Oh, okay. Is that what he said?
Yeah. I think man, I had your boy had a question. Infinite Minds had a question, but I can't find it now. That shit done went on. Oh, he said the question should really be, does science or any real scientists, any of them agree with the Dogon or Bantu cosmology? Because none of y'all are scientists.
Right. You absolutely right there. None of us on this panel are scientists. That is a absolute true statement. A lot of people keep pointing that out to us as if we don't realize that or whatever. But as far as the experts go, I don't. Sean said there were some experts that agreed. He said like Neil deGrasse Tyson and Lawrence Krauss agreed with the Dogon, but I don't know. You know, I think he pulled a quote. I think he said it was out of origin, but I just couldn't find the quote or whatever. Because I don't think he said the page number or whatever. He said it was a quote from either Lawrence Krauss or Neil deGrasse Tyson. And, you know, he was talking about a fireball or whatever. I don't know. You know, I'd have to go back and look at the video to really understand what he was saying. But even then, when I was listening to it, I couldn't understand really. But so I don't know any scientists that think that the Dogon understood the Big Bang. Yeah.
Right.
So if anybody can, if you want to, you know, what's his name? What was the guy's name there?
Infinite Minds.
Yeah, if Infinite Minds, if you want to put it in the chat, if you know some experts that agree with what the Dogon is saying, we can go over it. I'm all for it, man. I'm all for it.
Yeah, man.
But yeah. I mean, what else? Who else we got? Do we got any other questions in the chat? Or was that it?
Shit, I ain't really been looking at it, man. I saw that earlier. No, I mean, a lot of people agree with us. We got some trollers in there, but I think they get what we saying, man.
Yeah. Let me see. Oh, Google Scholar, man, I put that in the mail for you, man. So that's on the way to you. They say it'll be there by Wednesday. So.
What's that? I don't know if Unc was gonna play that one dude tonight or not, man. That was a good one, a good video. But I don't want to put it out there if he wasn't gonna play it.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, man.
I thought they had. I was under the impression they had something that we was gonna be going over or whatever. Like we was gonna be doing the replay or whatever.
Yeah, that's gonna be good when we do it though, because I mean, there's so much in just parts of that interview or conversation that we had yesterday. Yesterday? Day before yesterday?
New Year's or whatever. New Year's.
Yeah.
New Year's Day. Yeah. Yeah, but it was like I said, it was all in all a fun conversation. I think he might have been, I don't know. You never know with people, man. But he probably was just having fun talking shit to us. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Trying to see where we was at, basically. He probably on the same shit we on,
Even when you do that though, you still got to keep it real because you got people listening that'll really go back and take that information seriously. So even if he was just playing, you still got to make sure people know, like, all right, now I'm just joking on that part, but this is what really went down. And not have people, going back and repeating things that may not be true.
Yeah. Yes, yeah, that's definitely, that's what I'm saying. Like that's the whole point of this channel is like, yeah, it's cool to have fun, but we want the information to be sound. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because we definitely sensitive about what's heard. What our audience hears. You know what I'm saying? What's going through our audience's ears over here. Because we responsible for that. You know what I'm saying?
Facts. And ain't ashamed to say we wrong either. If we wrong, we wrong. Shit.
No doubt. When we wrong, we wrong. On this one though, I don't think.
When you right, you're right.
Yeah. On this one.
And it ain't even hard to figure out, you know what I'm saying, that the shit was bullshit, man. When you go into it, I looked at something the serious mystery. You can find it on Wikipedia. And it was a book written by Robert K.G. Temple. And y'all can take it, and I don't got my thing where I can screen share right now or whatever. But if you read down that and go down to where review the claims, and you can go to Carl Sagan. I remember your boy mentioned this the other day. Saw mentioned that a lot of times they'll say that the African tribe or whoever that they make the claim that they did something as far as astronomy goes, like say the Dogon or whatever. They'll say a white person told them that. You know what I'm saying? And try to discount that. But sometimes that really do happen. Like the dude Grayul or whatever. I think that's how you say his name. He's the one that told everybody that the Dogon saw Sirius B. You know what I'm saying? And pretty much lied on the Dogon. But if you roll down to where the claims at on that Serious Mystery Wikipedia page, with Carl Sagan, they said astronomer Carl Sagan touched upon the issue in his book Broca's Brain. Seeing problems in Temple's hypothesis, Temple being the author of that book, as an example, Sagan believes that because the Dogon seem to have no knowledge of another planet beyond Saturn, which has rings, their knowledge is therefore more likely to have come from European and not extraterrestrial sources.
Right. Yeah.
So
it makes sense.
Right, and then they talk about they got the information from extraterrestrials. So I mean,
it's something called Occam's razor. You know what I mean? Like where you shave away all the complicated. You know what I mean? Like everything that's complicated. You chop that off. So like extraterrestrial, that's mad complicated. So that automatically get chopped. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And when you boil it all down to, it only makes sense that they got it from Europeans or whatever.
Marcel Grayul. Like I said, I think that's how you pronounce the name, but that's the culprit. That's the motherfucker y'all need to be mad at. He lied to y'all. He got the Dogon out here looking like some bozos, man. Like they just put some shit out there that they ain't really do. But I don't blame the Dogon. I don't hate on the dog. I blame the white dude that told the lie on him.
Yeah. Man, look at this though. This is a crazy article right here. Like break. So they've been. They just observed gravitational waves for the first time a few years ago. But so now they got a breakthrough in nonlinear generations of primordial gravitational waves, like way back. You see what I'm saying? Like they now they observing the gravitational waves from the CMB, and this is China. This is by the University of Science and Technology of China. So yeah, check this article out, man. This is just shit I'd be interested in, and shit I'd be just reading.
Right. Yeah. What's that one on right there? Okay.
This came out just today.
Okay.
Yeah. And physics.org.
Indeed.
Yeah.
So Sosa in the building. What up, Sos?
Yeah, shit. Peace, man. Peace to the brothers. Peace to the chat. Yeah, the whole SAR thing though, you know the rule though, man. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. And,
right.
He didn't present any extraordinary evidence. You know what I mean? Like, so the intro was more fluff than dealing with what we was talking about. So, I was expecting him to line up. Okay, show me exactly what you're saying they got right, and then let's examine.
Well, he said they got the field. They got the field right. The field's right. I believe what he was talking about the what he was talking about at that point.
They didn't get the fields right. I don't like when they was talking
atoms.
about the he said something about the atoms.
When it's vague though, like you're using a deity and none and the primitive and this and you know what I'm saying? It's you can interpret things, you can interpret things kind of the way you want to. You know what I mean? And then he was saying dude was an initiate, and he was saying like the stuff that we're looking at is for kids, and kind of paraphrasing, but that's what he was saying. Like you have to be an initiate to really understand the complexities of what you're seeing. But then, if he himself is not initiate, then how can he even fact check the accuracy of what of the claims being made? He just relying on what Foucault said as proof positive. You feel me?
I'll never understand why groundbreaking information in ancient Africa always had to be kept secret. So like if they had some type of groundbreaking information, like let's say they understood the CMB or the expansion of the universe or whatever, you have to be an initiate to get that knowledge. Like why wouldn't that be knowledge that was pushed throughout the society? Like why would that be some type of secret? You got to be a member of the, you know what I'm saying, of the Boys and Girls Club or whatever. You know what I'm saying, in order to get the information.
Right.
It's kind of baffles me. Like how come? Like that's always the case with Africa. They put it in these esoteric messages and so, like, if you're not an initiate, you'll never get a full understanding of what they was actually saying. It's just crazy to me, man.
Either that or white folks tried to hide it and kept it away from everybody and took credit for it, like some kind of cover up or some shit. Like I don't know, man.
It's just kind of weird to me.
I did see the show. It was a good show. Like I said, I wish he went. I wish it would have been more of the Q&A. You know what I'm saying? That where we can really,
That's why I fell asleep, Sosa. That's why, I can't listen to somebody, man, go for 30 minutes. I don't know why they let him. I said that before we even did it. I said, like, man,
he went for
like people, like if he gonna do a presentation, like 8 to 10 minutes, that's it. You know what I'm saying? Because I can't sit up and listen. I don't even know what he talked about. Like, what could you talk about for 30 minutes straight? Like, and y'all heard this whole thing, Kent? Like, you listened to the whole thing?
I was in and out on a few parts. I was there for most of it, for at least about 20 minutes of it.
Don't make me feel like I'm the only one that couldn't take it.
I was keeping up with it.
That's the
I
whole
was keeping
thing.
up with it enough to, you know what I mean? But, you know, we always got the replay button, so, you know, ain't nothing to go back and watch it over again.
Yeah, I couldn't do it. So you ain't no way you listen to that whole thing. So there's no way.
Most of it, because, you know, a lot of the stuff, you know, we went back into the whole God of the universe thing. This conversation we already had.
Right.
I was aware, you know what I mean? So it's like, why are you recapping the, you know, the God of the universe things? Like, that's why I was like, yo, deal with the Big Bang. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know,
But see, when I asked him if he's saying that they understood the Big Bang, he said that's not what they're saying. They're not making the claim that they understood the Big Bang. So when he hit you with that, it's like, all right, now what? Okay, then that's all we was talking about.
Yeah, you see, that's what I'm saying. The goalpost move.
But he was saying the shit runs parallel. So I'm like, well, then you should focus on all the things that run parallel. That would make your argument strong.
Yeah, he said they mirrored it.
Yeah, so you should show all the mirrors of it. So, you know what I mean? Point for point. Then that would have made it a real strong argument.
Well, that's what he was saying with the atoms, and I don't know. He
but that
he
wasn't he was using the Greeks though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I don't really know where he was coming from with the atoms, but
yeah,
I was like, yo, they was wrong on that too, though. Like the Greeks was wrong. We just use the same word, you know what I mean? Like, and
it's cosmology, right? It's not science. So if like, even if they're not looking to adjust the cosmology, like how you do science.
No.
You know what I'm saying? Like it is what it is. Like, we're not gonna go back and be like, you know, cosmology is self-corrected. Like,
right?
Nah, this is what we understand it be, and that's that. Like, we ain't making no changes to this cosmology.
I'm trying to figure out what made them listen to Fukuyama though. Why would Fukuyama be the guy to listen to on anything? You know what I'm saying? Like, who say he know anything? Like, he ain't qualified to know shit about shit. I don't get it.
And I think Fukuyama did it. You know, all of them linked to the session, man, and that they're all linked in. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that dude,
the underlying theme is to make a connection with West Africa and Egypt. That's the end goal. Like, everything else is fluff to get to that point. You know what I'm saying? That's all it is, man.
And why is that important? Like, why? Why? I just don't get it, man. I don't get why we need to be connected to these Mediterranean niggas for. Like, I just don't understand the need for it, you know? They reach it. And then I seen Asar had something about the Bantu expansion going all the way up into Egypt and all of this shit.
You got a whole seminar, a little shit we talking about. He posting like, it's the Nubian West Africa connection to Egypt. Like, it's coming up. Like, he posting.
Wow.
Yeah, like, that's the end goal.
Man, these niggas is Nobel Peace Prize winning scholarship that they bringing forth. I mean, if this stuff is true, and only they are bringing it, they about to win Nobel Peace Prize. You know what I mean? If the Dogon, if they can prove that the Dogon conceptualized the Big Bang Theory before the invention of a telescope, and everything else that modern science had to produce in order to even, come up with these theories, then somebody in the Congo deserves a Nobel Peace Prize. And then the Masi and them deserve a group Nobel Peace Prize for bringing it to the rest of the world. If the Bantu was all the way up in Egypt and Southern Europe, then your information is groundbreaking. This stuff need to be in the halls of Oxford University in the history department and in anthropology, the movement of people, and this stuff is groundbreaking. Nobody don't know these things but y'all, you know. and then we're called pseudo, or that we're hating Africa because we can't find this information nowhere but what y'all say. You know what I mean? So I don't know what you think about that, Sosa.
No, I agree. That's why I think that the intro was dope, like how you laid it out from front to back, right? Mm-hmm. So he should show the Dogon step. Like first they thought it was this.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And then they adjusted that because they realized that this was you see what I'm saying? Like that's the steps. You know what I'm saying? If he just showed it like that, then we can be like, okay, they adjusting. Okay, they making correct. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But they just nailed it, like bam. Like nigga, black. 21 nigga, like God damn. That nigga don't need a hit or nothing. Just blackjack off the rip. Bow. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, man, the African Americans is crazy, bro. The African Americans is crazy. You know what I'm saying?
And that's the thing is, like, man, like, dude, it's Von Daniken in them. Not even, I don't even, like, why is y'all getting, y'all should know better than, y'all just clown, excuse me, y'all just clown young Pharaoh and them for bringing the ancient alien shit. Now, here you go. Here y'all go.
Making a direct claim that the Dogon saw Sirius B. Ain't like, no different than what young Pharaoh did, yo.
Right. It's a straight up episode from Ancient Aliens, man. Like, you can't bring the chariots of the God. Like Shepard said, it was a good book, you know.
Great book. Great book.
Yeah, I love reading it. I can read that all the time. It's a great read. Von Daniken is a great writer. Gotta give him credit.
With it. He never made a claim in that book, though. Y'all didn't catch that. See, it took me some years afterwards to see, like, he never made a claim. He was only asking questions. You know, like, did they do this and that? Or could they have saw this and that? You know what I'm saying?
Ancient aliens. Is it possible?
Right.
They no claim.
They never know.
They lying. You can't say
they never know for sure. They never know for sure when they be talking on ancient aliens.
No doubt. But yeah, man, they pulling that motherfucking chariots of the guys with the Von Daniken and the boys, man.
Mm-hmm.
The Dogon. They were
serious
even
mystery.
talking about Naphtaliah. You know what I'm saying? They tried to throw some shit, you know what I mean, in there with Naphtaliah in there. You know what I mean? Like, they'll run off with it. If you give a motherfucker an inch, boy, they run off with a mile. But yeah, man, we can't do that, man. We take it away from the greatness that they did with the astronomy, man. I think that was real cool. Especially the Naphtaliah when Unc brought that, you know, that's real smooth right there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Because you know, like I was telling Unc, like, you know, people are hypothesizing that the universe started from one or there was nothing in the earth. Like that's not profound to me, because there was either something or there was nothing.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And if you said there was nothing, somebody could be like, well, how you get nothing? How you get something from nothing? You know what I'm saying? Like, it was just a natural position. You know what I'm saying? So, like when he showed Egypt, he was talking about how none was the first, and then this one. It's like that's not really profound. You know what I'm saying? But then if you show me where Egypt made an adjustment, right? Show me where they made corrections on the cosmos through time. right? Based on better science. Nah, let's just stay the way it was.
Yep. Yep.
And that's why it ain't science. It's just you know what I'm saying? It's just a philosophy. It's not even made the beast. It's not that important. It's just this is a story that binds our group together. This is our myth, our creation story of how we came to be.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Something that we talk about around the fire.
Ain't that what it's called? Cosmogony.
Yeah.
So, they little creation story or whatever, Yeah.
But it got too much European in it for me. In order for it to be African, right? It has too much European in it for me. Whenever Unc come back, I want him to play the clip.
With your boy, right? With the scientist?
No, it's a clip of the Dogon, the white people talking about the Dogon cosmogony. And the Dogon was claiming, right? According to them, the Dogon claimed that a group of fish-like people came from a planet that, was around Sirius B. And they brought them agriculture and
yeah. So I just wanted to show this.
Okay.
This.
Go ahead.
This nebula. This is the Orion's nebula. This is the one I was talking about. Excuse me, man. I'm trying to get over this cough, y'all. But this is the one that this is one of the few that you could see with the naked eye. Messier 42 or M42 or Orion's Nebula or whatever.
We can't see it, Corey.
Huh?
It's a black screen, I think. Y'all see something?
Is it?
Yeah, that's that triple state darkness.
We find out we can't see that one either, man.
Yeah, you hit us with Nation of Islam.
Y'all should be. Y'all can't see that?
Nah, I can't see that. It's all black.
Yeah, only Allah can see that.
Man. Let me see.
I'm feeling like the Dogon right now. But yeah, man. Appreciate y'all coming and tuning in with us, man. Don't forget to hit that like button.
Somebody gave us a thumbs down. I wonder who that rotten motherfucker is.
Oh, we got the Saw Coat in the chat too, man.
Oh man, they need to come. Them the ones we want. Like we say, by all means, yo, if we wrong about any statements and y'all can back it up with evidence, whatever, shit, we welcome that shit, yo.
So y'all
afraid to be wrong. Wait, Court.
Your whole screen,
my screen.
Hey, shit, that really a picture of Dogon and shit, looking like the goddamn Funkadelic and shit, like George Clinton back
there. They go Series B right there. See?
Now y'all can see that screen.
That's definitely a real picture of the Dogon. They got some wild costumes, man. They definitely look like the Funkadelic.
Corey showed up with
George Clinton.
George Clinton, the nigga does that.
Yeah, that's where George Clinton get it from.
I stole the shit from the Dogon.
He stole it from the Dogon.
Get a nigga no credit. They're wrong, but they're good.
All right, man. So what clip you gonna play? Which one? How we gonna set this up?
The one with go ahead, Chef. What one you was talking about?
Where Aunt come from? I ain't know you.
Yeah, he just
I was out here arguing, had a conversation with my man. I ain't gonna get all into it. Yeah, we just make sure, man. We don't mention them, man. Just keep it right there, yo. We just talk about what we talking about, yo. Yeah. We're gonna be the bigger on that, yo. And to y'all bitch ass niggas spreading tails, fuck y'all niggas. How about that? Now I'm gonna say that. Whoever carrying tails, fuck you now. And I said it. Don't be carrying tails. You can't snitch on me. Simple. Niggas making shit more than what it is, yo. You got niggas, bitch ass niggas in the chat. Oh, you know, like little bitch, yo, they over there talking about you, bitch. Whoever it is, step the fuck up. Carrying motherfucking tails, nigga. We doing what we supposed to do. Get out of here. Ain't nobody out of order. Ain't nobody out of character. Yo, we doing what we supposed to do.
No, that's crazy that they would take it like that.
It ain't they, it's the niggas carrying tails. You got bitch ass niggas carrying tails to niggas. Instead of niggas being in place up on the panel like they supposed to be, they listening to bitch ass niggas carrying tails. Simple as that. Niggas carry tails, yo. Where I'm from, the nigga that carry the tail get whacked. That's the nigga you whack. Yo, hey chef, you know that nigga said something. I be the one supposed to get whacked. Come on, man. This is the conversation, right? This is not a bashing of Africa. It's not. It's the bashing of crazy ass Europeans that made motherfuckers have shit that they never said they even had. So how is that bashing Africa? It's not. It's the crazy niggas, it's the crazy African Americans that be doing that shit. Apply the way they thinking on some ancient people. They do it to the Greeks. They make the Greeks do more than what they did. The same shit. It's too much. And y'all can't see it. What is it that the African American have to offer African people? The guy named what? But talking that shit. Niggas be talking that shit. Ain't even been to Africa, most niggas. Come on, yo, I spent my hard-earned money and sent 30 motherfucking children to Africa, nigga. I gave up my spot. Shit niggas ain't never did. My hard-earned money. So that African-American babies could see the continent for their motherfucking self. I couldn't afford to do everything. Sent the babies, though. Now test me on that shit. Tell the niggas, man. Nigga, I got the right to say how I want to say shit and when I want to say shit and how I want to say shit. Niggas ain't me. I can say it. I can push Africa to the space age. That's the gift that the African American got. We got technology. We got access to shit that continental Africans don't have immediate access to. I know. I done sent clothes, shoes, everything before y'all even met me. What they don't need is some more motherfucking rituals. Niggas be tripping, yo. Got me fucked up over here. It's a bunch of fucking malarkey. And I ain't going through it in 2022, yo. We're going to be accurate. We're going to do what we do. We ain't name calling. We ain't doing none of that because we got the best weapon.
Niggas ain't saying nothing. Like,
man, you know what, man, all you gotta say is Africa, nigga. That's saying something, ain't it? You can't say Africa.
You know, upset the African Avengers and shit.
No, yo, because listen, yo, because the fairy tale niggas that's carrying tails go tell other people shit the wrong way, dog. Yo, we had a great conversation with Asar. It wasn't that issue. Okay, Asar won, so what? If that's what you say.
Asar had fun. He said he had fun.
That's Asar, that's my man. Yeah. Of course he had fun. What else was it? No, come on, dude. Matter of fact, we're gonna send Asar the Nobel Prize in science for teaching us something nobody knew on Earth.
He threw shots, we threw shots, like we all had fun. Like,
right, that's what we do. We supposed to have a conversation. You supposed to have the people lined up over here to think the Africans had everything or whatever you thinking. The people over here that love science and like intelligent people, we had a conversation. That's how Europeans grew, my niggas, by having the conversation. It's when the conversation shut down is when there's no more growth and development. Come on, yo, like we can see it clear as day, yo. The African people ain't saying that. The Bantu ain't saying that. You got people
they lying on the
saying that. Right. Come on, yo. We know what they saying, yo. Come on, yo. Nigga, come on, yo. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come Come on, man.
Lying on the band too, man.
Come on, man. Right. That ain't the band tune. How can you misconstrue that? Like the band tune, yo.
I'm trying to figure out though, like what made them think they could listen to Fukiao though? Like why is he like somebody that we should even consider listening to? Period. Like anybody.
Because that's the study, and I'm not trying to tell a person who they can listen to. I'm saying I'm not listening to Fukiao when it comes to physics and science, all that. Why would I listen to Fukiao?
On anything. Like, why would you listen to him on any? What is he qualified to say anything about? Like, he ain't qualified to say shit about shit.
I don't know enough about Fukiao to know, but I know from what I've read,
I ain't seen his like. He ain't qualified. He got a PhD in community service, as far as I see. I ain't seen nothing else.
But see, even you saying that, watch this, Corey.
Listen to some nigga passing out cheese and shit. This nigga pass out government cheese for a living. We're gonna listen to him about the cosmos and shit. What's wrong with this nigga, man? Shit's crazy, man.
Well, hold on. Watch this. Watch this though, Corey. You saying that you did something wrong.
Yeah, that's fine.
But see, but everybody forgot.
They take Fukiao personally.
That don't make sense. Like you could cuss out Neil deGrasse. You think I'm gonna be mad? Bill Nye the Science Guy. That's a bitch ass. Like, I'm gonna get mad. I only get mad when you say something about Dr. Ben. I get mad.
You say something about Neil, I'll be hot. I ain't fuck that up.
You gonna lie though. I'd be kind of upset about Bill though. Like you can't say that. I grew up with Bill Nye on Saturday mornings, man, as a kid.
Neil deGrasse Tyson made that cosmology shit cool because I was like, boo. For real.
So there you go. So now you see why people get upset about Fukiao then.
I still can't because he ain't contributed. Like what have he done that Bill Nye did?
Yeah, but I'm saying, I'm not willing to put my friendship on that. Like I'm not being your friend anymore because you don't like Bill Nye. You know what I'm saying? No. Yeah, we not fighting. I can't come to dinner no more because I don't like, you know what I mean? Like that ain't what I'm doing. You know? Because you don't like Dr. Ben in your presence.
Yeah, you might not call him back one time. Like, you know what? I ain't calling him back.
I might not call him back. Right. You know what I mean? But come on, man.
No, I gotta disagree. I gotta disagree.
If a nigga stop being your friend because you don't like a nigga that they fuck with, as far as
because it's saying something about your character, right? That's like if somebody sit here in my face and say, "Yo, they still gonna rock with Malachi York." You saying what type of nigga you is to me? You feel me? After all of that, like after we pull the covers back on the motherfucker, if a nigga can sit in my face, yo, right? And I got daughters and kids and everything, and they say, yo, I'ma still fuck with Malachi York. I might cut you off for that, yo.
Yeah, I might cut you off for the York. Yeah,
that's different though. Yeah,
let me move it forward, right?
Yeah.
Now, that Malachi York is an extreme case, so we all can agree with that. Now, it all depends on where your morals and everything lie with other things, right? Mm-hmm. I took myself out the chat with Unc and them for a whole week when he kept talking shit about Queen and Zinga. Because I felt as though these ain't type niggas I need to be rocking with, yo. If a nigga can say that it's cool for a chick to enslave people, right? Who probably was our ancestors, just because she was fighting white people, she get that pass. I said, no, I can't fuck with these niggas. And I took myself out. Unc had to call me personally and say, man, cut that bullshit out. You feel me? I was heated over that, yo. I said because these the same type niggas who could push me under the bus if they could rock with some shit like that. You feel me? Like, so
you took it too far, yo. I'm like, come on, yo. You man, I'm like, come on, yo, what you doing, yo? Now then, Van, somebody throw him back.
I think Vance threw him in there. Yeah.
No,
Corey did.
My nigga like, you know what? I can't. I'm out. That nigga, he came back like an hour and like, you know what? You said some shit. I had to hop back.
Yeah, that's part. I mean, we all get heated like Sean and left the serial killer group, all that.
Yeah.
Get out of
that
here.
like 2 or 3 times, man.
It ain't even heavy.
We was used to it by the 3rd time, yo. It's like, all right.
Yeah, ain't coming, man. Hot. Yo, we had like we on the border of survival. Come on, yo. I mean, you know, we get heated, man.
Yeah,
this
but it goes that way, right? Now, it's the same way. I hope Raw Born and them come on too. You can send
Raw Born is here.
Huh?
Yeah, I think Alan Brown in here. What's up? What up, bro? Hey,
What up?
Right.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
what up? Finish
Go
your
ahead,
statement.
Hold on.
Yeah, it was just like when we had mentioned the stuff about the Nation of Islam, right? If you have
I'm still mad at us. Don't bring it up.
if you have a connection,
man.
hold on. If you have a connection to that, that
he
shit
just got back.
Right, hold on. That shit could be offensive.
First thing we bring up is Nation.
Alan.
No.
We got all these buttons when niggas just left. That was your button.
So we ain't got about 2 months of Black History Month. So
Right. So the shit about to start up again.
It's been a year already.
That shit happened at Black History
Yeah,
Month.
Black History Month.
We ain't got about 2 months. We better work this shit out now. We got 1 month.
Look, Alan, like,
shit out now.
She's like, I ain't fuck with these niggas. I'm changing the name of the group.
Right. So look. So when the shit hit my sensibilities, right? I left motherfuckers alone. So now I could understand Sean's stance when he left. You know, the pseudo killers group, right? I can understand Rob Bourne and them being offended by certain things that was said. So when it reached your level of sensibility, you gotta respond to that shit.
Yeah, you know I get mad when niggas start making, cause I done been through real shit, bullets flying, been shot, hospital, seen niggas die, and I be feeling like, yo, whatever it is, we could always fix it, cause it's just a conversation, yo. And the young niggas in the street don't have conversations no more, yo.
But certain conversations let you know what type nigga you dealing with. So certain conversations you can say, I might not want to deal with this nigga. You feel me? This might not be my type nigga. That's all I'm saying.
I just want to say something. No, we didn't change the name because of an NOI thing. That's something totally unrelated to you.
It's a
Number
joke.
two, I know, I get it. Number two, like, it's about the information with me. If I go back and forth with Unc before I even knew any of y'all. And this conversation y'all having is very interesting. Mm-hmm. That's why digital footprints are important. Unc has the video with me damn near 5 years ago having the same exact conversation. So I kind of don't really want to have it because Mighty have, I don't even know how to say this, but it's interesting how people have changed their minds. Rob Bourne has been saying the same thing since day one and never changed. I say that there's scientific principles in African creation stories. And Mighty, somehow the universe has changed and now they're all saying what I have been saying. But before I was crazy and I was out of my mind. So now Mike I don't have to go through this. I just think it's just interesting. I just came on here for art. And for those that I don't really talk to, I kind of don't want to, if you wasn't around and you're not on the digital footprint, I really don't want to say nothing, you know? But when it get personal, Chef, when niggas start wanting to check your girl and see who you having sex with and start bringing up, now that's when it becomes a problem. Right. It ain't no longer about information. Now I'm going to start cursing you out. Now I'm going to say when I see you, I'm going to do something to you. And I mean it. So what's the purpose of talking? Then it becomes fake now. It becomes fake at that point. It ain't about that. It's about one up and one over. So how do you resolve that situation? You remove yourself from the problem. So now you don't have to have it anymore. And you talk to who you talk to. And that's how it is. I know from the beginning, every conscious group that ever been around all talk shit behind each other's back. We all think that. And then it was really about information. They don't really know this. They don't know nothing about America. We talk about America. These niggas don't know about West Africans. They Egypt. That's just what it is, and that's fine. But when it gets to personal, now like at some point you're gonna have to make a decision. Continue with the fake, how you doing this, and talk shit in chats, or just leave. Let's just keep it on the info, man. But I'm here, man. What did you want to talk about, brother?
Did you touch on the Dogon? You touched on the Dogon shit before?
The Dogon only in the aspect when they deal with the abyss and the cosmological egg. When you start talking about the Cyrus A, B, nah, I don't deal with that. You start talking about, oh, them niggas saw Cyrus B, A, I've been knew about that. But when you start dealing with the conception or the framework of how the universe, what was before, what you would say matter, then yeah, I'll look at that and be like, okay, there's some similar things to models of cosmology. Or you have this relativity, and you have the other one. And after that, I stop. You're not gonna get me to tell they saw Sirius A and Sirius B and blah blah blah. No, I ain't doing that because I know better than it. You know. So yeah, that's how I get it with them though. Other than that, nah. If it ain't dealing with the standard models or the cosmological model,
so Rob Bourne.
Nah, I ain't messing with it.
So Rob Bourne, yeah. So you know they kind of mixed the science that they had with their mythology and folklore. So if you want to think they had scientific principles and everything, I would have to agree with you.
Hold on. So let's back this up. You said dealing with the state of matter before it came into being.
Oh, I don't know about all that. That's too much.
And the cosmic egg. You saying that they had an understanding of the different states of matter.
Well, hold on. Before you go there, yo, play the clip, and then because we're gonna run the Cyrus B shit up out of here immediately, right? And so play the thing, and then we can get Rob Bourne when he start talking on that cosmic egg shit. We can get him.
Good luck.
Let's do what he do agree with us. Nah, watch this, Rob Bourne. I know how you gonna do.
You know what I'm gonna do. So as long as I can share my screen and show my slides, you know what I'm gonna do. So
That's all we gonna do.
I'm gonna show the information. So get ready to
let you have fun. No, you fine. So go ahead, play the clip, Chef, and then I'm gonna play the clip of the African.
I don't have the clip.
We got it in the chat. What you mean?
I sent it to you. I sent it to you.
Okay. You can't get it?
No, I ain't gonna play through my system.
Okay, all right, hold on. All right, well, I got the cue. Hold on. Got the cue. Yeah, Rob, want to talk about the cosmic egg while I'm getting that. Talk about that and how that's really what you think.
Break it down for me so I can have an understanding.
It's basically a fundamental principle of almost all of the African cosmology. Whereas there was a state where matter wasn't formed. And throughout, if you want to call it chaos, if you want to call it mood, those things, whenever those invisible forces are there, were already in existence. And then it will talk about either a fire or a collision or a consciousness that is given a deity's name, emerged from that and brought forth everything that you see. And that's just me being general, right? And that's really it. When it comes anything after that, if you want to ask me, did they know what quarks are? And did they know what subatomic principles were? Did they know the four fundamental things that make up the universe? Did they know strong? No, we don't have that. There is nothing there. What we have is a fundamental principle, though, that we can show like, yo, they did know this. And we can see that everything is based off of it. That comes later on when we advance in science, when we advance with the microscopes and all these other things. That's really it. But if you want to say, did they know all of the aspects of matter? No. Did they know subatomic particles? No. But it's the fundamental principle when you say the law of conservation or law of thermodynamics that matter cannot be created, destroyed, all it does is transform. And when you look at the beginning of all of those cosmologies, they speak of this existing, and from out of that comes something different. And it's different than the Abrahamic faith. There's really no God. Because if you do the linguistics to it, they're telling you it's actual elements the way they saw it. So I feel that that's the intention, meaning that you took time to observe, because this is the first stage of science, observe, right? And then you have to test it out. That testing is from them looking, and this is what they came up with. But I would never say that they knew a string theory or any of that, because you can't prove it. You could just prove that principle. And if we want to show the information, then hey, we can share the screen and we could go side by side. You could bring up the two standard models of cosmology. And I'm gonna bring up, we gonna take it to the earliest writings we got. I'm gonna bring up Kemet, and I'm just gonna show it. And then we just go by, okay, the principle is there. And at that point, that's where we gotta stop. We can't go crazy with it now and be like, they knew the science of gravity. You can't do that. We could even show, like, they even had a concept. If you look up the hymn of Aton to Horeki, if you look at that, they had a concept of the distances of planets and the speed of light. Did they have it correct? No. Did they know that light takes 8 minutes and 22 seconds to hit the earth? No. Did they say that the sun was 93 million miles away? No. But they did say that the sun's light is millions and hundreds of thousands leagues away from the earth. What is a league? Those leagues go into kilometers. Did they know that? Did they do the math to know the exact number? No, but they knew that it takes, that is a distance of millions. The sun is millions of miles away from it. And those leagues is kilometers. And that it's going to take a specific time for that to hit the planet. That's a fundamental principle. But did they know the mathematics and have the stuff that we have today, how we say it? No. So that's how I'm going to do it. And whenever y'all want to challenge the fundamental principles, hey, we can say the screen.
Yeah, I just want to hear it, bro. Yeah, I want to hear it. Like I said, I'm curious. Because I look at it as, philosophy. That's the precursor of science is philosophy. So, when you philosophize about particular things, you may hit particular points that may connect with a certain, with another paradigm, i.e. the Big Bang. But, your natural position, though, would be that out of nothing, something emerged. Like,
yeah, but they never said that. They never said that it was nothing. That's the problem. They have a name for it. And when we say like philosophy, you're correct. However, this is an intention. That's why they're called creation texts. So if it's creation texts, we now know that they are already, if you want to say, philosophizing and asking the question how things got here. And based off of what science to them at that time is using the things that they have around them to explain the natural universe. And they give names to them. So if I'm saying new and you want to say primordial water, if my other Bronx brought it up years ago, he said when they say protons, when they say, what did it say, neutron soup, or did they really mean, are they really meaning neutron soup? No, you're talking about particles that is existing. So in the standard model of the creation or cosmology in the universe, that's that principle. How the hell did they come up with it? I don't fucking know. I don't know how they did it. I can't show
that's
you
the point.
Mathematical equation. So on that point, I agree with you. But what you can't do is, yeah, I'm done now. But what you can't do is say that this wasn't an intention by the writers. The writers are explaining and asking the questions. How did things come into existence?
So Rob Bowen, you know why they called Charles Darwin the father of evolution, right? Because he sure as fuck one of the first motherfucker to come up with it. You know why they call him the father of it, though, right?
Because he's a white man. I'd rather give it to the Arab and give it to the Africans. Ain't you the number one component when you talk about Kepler? Ain't you the one who does it? You bring up Kepler, and Kepler deals with what? It deals with this change, and it's coming from what? It's coming from this particles that already existed, and from out of this, all of the things that you see emerge. And they give names to them, and those names represent the elements in the universe. I mean, like, that's what they saying. Unless we're going to throw out everything you learn about Egypt, throw everything out, I don't know what to say. So like, what would you say about I know you got that book in the Theophagel Banger African philosophy. What do you say about him and what he says about it?
Hold on.
You got that shit. You showed it before. I think you got that. You got that.
I got it. Damn, how can I mute the thing? All right, hold on, man. Let me get here. Hold on. Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, I want to play this. Hold on, I want to stop right here and I want to share this shit.
I'm gonna mute my mic, brother.
All right, this screen shit. Yeah, they call him the father of evolution because he gave you the how, he gave you the mechanism. That's the difference. So, Egyptians had an idea that things transform. You can see it. You in the savannah, you in the wild.
What's the name of the Arab dude? The
Al-Jahid. Al-Jahid, he talked about lice, right? He observed head lice and body lice. He realized they was different, but he realized that they was lice, though. He was like, yo, based off of being in a different environment, they changed. That's he observing that, right? So it don't take a telescope to observe that. You that's one of your senses actually help you out. Just be very astute, pay attention, right? Observe the different types of animals, the variety of plants, the different type of bees. You can say, man, but a bee is a bee, but look at this, based off this bee being in this environment, it changed. Based off this dung beetle being here, you could actually see the natural selection. So Charles Darwin's idea was very simple. But he wasn't the first person to see the simplicity. So it didn't take a tool. What takes a tool when the evolutionary scientists look at the genes, right? It takes tools. You got to be able to see what the gene is, right? The mutation, right? You got to be able to you see that. That's a different level. So it's almost like people is trying to act like they knew what genes was when they start saying, or the Big Bang, or even paralleling it to it. I define words. Parallel, for you to parallel something, that means you need to understand the thing you're paralleling. How about mirror? To mirror something, I know what a mirror is. You look in the mirror and see yourself, you see yourself. So if you're mirroring something, right, then you're basically saying, I understand it, you mirror it. So you're not going to mirror a daggone car, you know what I'm saying? Well, a damn Ferrari with a person running around with a basket on their damn. That's not the mirror. That's not it. Yeah, we're moving something, right? But that's not the mirror. You know what I'm saying? Like, so, yeah, I know these words people use. That's what Asar said. They said we just have parallel. Well, we could define the word parallel, right? So when you hear terms like Big Bang, that really don't got nothing to do with the scientific theory. It's almost like it throw you off. It was like they set you up.
You said... Wait, you said Big Bang. You said you said Big Bang don't have nothing to do with it.
Yeah, they set you. White people set y'all up with that shit. They shouldn't even use the word. It's horrible. It's horrible. And everybody running around. Oh, we got that in our language. Oh, we got no. It actually, Corey, am I wrong? Where you at, Corey? For you, I know you about what time, baby? Corey about to fade out.
Yeah. The term Big Bang is a misnomer. It's nothing banging. You know what I'm saying? There's no atmosphere for anything to go bang. What it is it's an expansion. That's all. It's an expansion of space-time is what the initial coming into being of the universe was. When you get out of the singularity point.
Y'all can see the screen, right?
I can see you.
I didn't see I can't see your screen.
I don't see anything. I see black.
Man, that's what was happening with me. I was doing the same thing, man. I don't know.
All right, I got you though. Y'all ready?
Mm-hmm.
Here we go.
All the Dogons. They believe that 5,000 years ago, fish-like people came to Earth from a planet orbiting a companion star, Sirius. The Dogons believe that these alien beings lived among them. And while they were on Earth, these creatures taught them about the planets of the solar system, agriculture, and many other extraordinary things. What is remarkable about the Dogon belief is that that companion star was not discovered until astronomers could see it through giant who didn't have any astronomical instruments knew so much about the invisible star is still a mystery. Like ancient civilizations everywhere, early African people looked at the night sky and tried to make sense out of it. Now there is overwhelming evidence.
Okay. All right. Let's get out of that. Escape that. Okay. So now y'all heard that, right? Is that the Dogon actually saying that? Or is that everybody else jumping into saying that? So let's go to one of my favorite guys. I want to pronounce his name right too. He's an indigenous African. I want to pronounce the name right. Maybe you probably can pronounce it better than me, Corey. I don't want to mess his name up. I want to respect him. Because this, you know, Sean actually brought this guy to the table. Appreciate you, Sean. Appreciate you for what you did there, bro. But I don't know why you brought this guy. His name is, we're going to play the clip. His name is DB Medupe. Am I saying it right?
Bedupe. I think
Thebe Medupe.
Oh yeah, Medupe. Yes, Medupe. Yeah.
Okay. He's actually an astronomer. He has his PhD. Right. He's an indigenous African, and what he's actually doing is he's going against he's going through manuscripts, right? And he's trying to actually the video. Sean actually put the video, and he's actually the video is called African Astronomy Before the Europeans, Before Colonialism, right? And well, we know we got evidence that they had that, right? But he's saying that they was on par with those people back then, right? But he said the work is not conclusive at all. He said they still going through manuscripts and they trying to figure it out, right? So, hold on one second. So he's, you know what I'm saying? He's basically saying that they ain't even nowhere near close to getting to it. So no one should be making any types of assertion of certain things that the African had. It's research and work. And I appreciate this guy, but let's see what he has to say about Dogon. He actually went and stayed with the Dogon, right? I mean, he's a PhD, he's an indigenous African, he's fighting, right? Because he feel like it's disrespectful when people don't give his culture, right, from South Africa, you know, the respect they're supposed to have, right, when it comes to astronomy and stuff like that. Right? He does a whole lecture at one of my favorite places, right? So this is it right here. All right. Let me put this up for y'all real quick. This is at the Royal Society. You know, Charles Darwin belonged to the Royal Society. So for this indigenous African to be doing a lecture at the Royal Society, y'all might not think it's a big thing, but it's a goddamn big thing, right? That's one of the standards when you go to Europe, the Royal Society of Medicine or the Royal Society of Astronomy, right? I know y'all saying, "Oh, crazy," but yeah, but watch this man get down. Watch it get down. Watch how he get down. It's my favorite indigenous African person. All right, so let me share the screen, and we want to hear what he has to say about the Dogon. So I'm gonna kind of set the clip up for you. He's actually at he's at the Royal Society, right? Full of white people, couple black people up in there. All right. Okay. Okay, whole crowd. Now, guy actually jumps up and asks the question. Here you go.
I'd like to thank you for your presentation. Very informative and very interesting. I'd just like to know whether you have come across the history of Robert Temple and Marcel Griot, who have actually went to the Dogon and researched about the Digitaria. Mm-hmm. And And they say that there are 3 of them. We know about 2 of them, but there's one C which we haven't seen yet. How you come across that, and explain a little bit more about that, please. Thank you. Okay, thanks for the question. Whenever I'm asked that question, I immediately see disappointment in people's faces when I give them answers. And that is because, we went to the Dogons. We spent 3 weeks with the Dogons. And the filmmakers, they're not scientists, so they were very curious about this also. So one of the first questions they asked the Dogons was whether they knew anything about this Sirius A and Sirius B, which apparently the Dogons are supposed to know existed without having had telescopes. I mean, the knowledge of Sirius, the companion of Sirius, was only discovered in the 1800s by someone with a telescope of this size, about 25 centimeter in diameter. So that the Dogons would have knowledge of this was a mystery. So we went and we asked them, and none of them seemed to know anything about this. And we were not the first people to get that kind of response, because at the Sirius A and Sirius B.
In case y'all didn't hear that, I'm Malit, the PhD, who's fighting for Africa. Indigenous, not an African American, not a person that's acting like they doing something, but somebody that's really entrenched, right? He's entrenched in Africa. He's going around Africa. He's sitting with the people. He's doing real-time anthropology. He's there. He's studying. Remember, his fight is to show you that Africans, right, in certain stages was on par with the rest of the world in certain points. Watch this. Let's hear him say it again. Watch this.
Which apparently the Dogons are supposed to know existed without having had telescopes. I mean, the knowledge of Sirius, the companion of Sirius, was only discovered in the 1800s by someone with a telescope of this size, about 25 centimeter in diameter. So that the Dogons would have knowledge of this was a mystery. So we went and we asked them, and none of them seemed to know anything about this. And we were not the first people to get that kind of response, because I believe also in the early 90s or early 80s, Belgian people went there to the Dogons and asked them the same questions, and the answer again was no there. So, I feel comfortable with that answer, because otherwise, as a scientist, it would have been very difficult for me to explain how they came to know that kind of information.
There's somebody there with a microphone.
Yes, I passed because I was going to ask the same question.
Okay. So we have one down here.
So there we have it. In the discussion, we not doing this. This isn't. We not doing that. The guy spent some time with it. He gave you your answer. He explained to you when the star was found based off of using the what? Okay, a telescope. This guy ain't an African American. This guy is at the Royal Society, teaching white people what these indigenous African people had. That would have been the perfect time to make some shit up. But he didn't. He was honest. He didn't destroy the African cosmology by making up shit. That's what he didn't do. Okay? He's showing you things. He talked about the megaliths. The whole lecture. Matter of fact, the lecture is called, watch this, the lecture is called this, if you doubt. The lecture is called African Astronomy Prior to European Colonization. It's a lecture at the Royal Society, right? But he does what he's supposed to do. He gives Africa its due. When you ask a question, right, that's steeped in foolery, right? He doesn't make it up. He went to the people don't know nothing about it. So why is it that the African American know about it, but the people themselves? So no one, I'm gonna say it again, no one is actually degrading the African. No, we're actually giving them their props. Just like when a person act like the African sailed over here, that's degrading them. They didn't have to say, they didn't have to have, the West didn't have to have that type of boat. They had to be able to navigate the rivers. There's enough rivers in West Africa where you had to be the master of that. They had these barges that they ran down the coast. Like without that, you ain't getting food. You ain't like they mastered that. See, it's funny to me, right? Like the Europeans, it's not a shot when you say to the Europeans, I think it's Cape Cod, they couldn't get around the fucking island with their big ass ships to even get to the Congo. No one talks about that for years. You sitting here saying, man, this is just, they couldn't do it. With the navigation tools, all that, they couldn't make it down there. They couldn't do it because of the current, because of the winds, right? And all that wouldn't allow them to get off that island to go down the coast. They couldn't do it to get down there to Nzinga and them. They couldn't. Then they figured it out. So there's nothing wrong with saying, yo, they just couldn't do it. It's nothing wrong with that. And this community has a problem when you say they just couldn't do it. Like that's like you just struck down Africa. No, y'all be striking down Africa. All y'all dedicated pseudos that's dedicated to giving shit to people who they've never even thought about the stuff we thought about, bro. Like they was navigating their world. They were masters of their world. And the cosmology they created was for their world. So the same statement, right, that when the Hebrews is talking about Yahweh and Yahweh, right, and how he created the world, they're talking about their tribe. So when the Dogon is talking about the Nomo and that, they're talking about their tribe, their clan. Stories passed on from generation to generation. The same with the fucking Egyptians. They was talking about their world and try to apply that to North America, South America, Australia is a bunch of dedicated nonsense. African cosmology was tribal. How do you talk about the whole universe and all that's in it and don't even know you're on a continent? It defies logic. You haven't even circumnavigated the continent yet, and then the African Americans is making you know something. You know. Listen, for you to get into space, you have to understand the world you in first. That's a thoroughly.
Great point.
You can't just go to space. You can't. The Dogon couldn't go to space. They didn't have enough information logged over eons and meticulous record keeping and certain mathematics to get in space. So y'all basically saying they could actually fly better than shit. They could when they was flying 747s. Dude, that's the ancient alien nonsense. They tricked you. It's steps. You don't build a pyramid. The pyramids are in Egypt. There aren't no pyramids in Mesoamerica. I'm going to say this again. There aren't any pyramids in Mesoamerica. I've been there. The structures that you claim are pyramids are not. A pyramid is flat on all sides. Shoot. A whole different level. You got to make the bent pyramid first. You got to make the step pyramid first. You got to make the mastaba first. You got to dig a damn grave first. You got to dig a grave and somebody say, yo, put a top on it. Then the next person say, yo, I want mine a little bit slicker. Somebody say, shit, I'm going to throw two together. You got to do all that before you get to a pyramid. And Lord knows you better have that math right. You got to develop math byproducts. We know the Egyptians had geometry. We know they had algebra. We know they had the foundation of the scientific method because of what they did. You got people seeing the Big Bang, but where's the residue of that? You can look in the sky right now if you go outside. You can literally see satellites, bro. That is residual from understanding the Big Bang. By consequence, GPS systems is based off of that law that Einstein had. Man, y'all want to add something to that? I don't want to talk about
Reggie in the building.
Applying Dogon and some damn stuff. Don't do it.
So, let me get this straight. Are y'all what? I mean, like how you say about they didn't know the whole continent. You correct.
You low, Rob. You low, bro. You low, bro.
I'm low. Hold on.
Yeah.
Let me put this on.
There you go.
Am I now?
Way better.
All right. Are you talking about the African view of the world? So this is confusing because what the people are doing is looking at how they describe how the universe came to be. That's different. Yes, every culture is going to have different names for different things. But if a cosmological story is brought to the forefront, that's what that means. Cosmology is a science. That is a part of it. It's talking about the beginnings of the universe. So if we look at an ancient story and I ask you to define Nu and what those Egyptians said for themselves, we can bring up all the translations if you want. You know, I have them on deck, and we could put it side by side with the current standard model of that. And if you can explain how the concept, the principle is not similar, then I think we go from there. But I am in agreement that you can't sit here and certain things that have been debunked, you can't say. You like numerous people went back to the Dogon thing, the Saurians be. If you want to argue what Tolo means, Po means, what is that? Smallest, and Tolo, I believe, means star. Like, all right, so what smallest star are they talking about? That word is in their language. So they're talking about a small star. What star? I don't know. And I don't really care. But if the conversation is based off, did the Africans have a concept of the universe? That's what it is. That is the intent of the people from their observation to describe it. So when you look at the origin of their calendar, the civic calendar, the religious calendar, how did they develop that? How did they do this 4,000 plus years ago? How did they map out these specific planets? That is in their text, is on the walls. We don't got to guess. This is what it says. So that is science at that time to them. And then when we was talking earlier, and I brought up atomism, and that same concept aligns in the Egyptian cosmology first, and the Greeks add on to it. Does it make it correct? Did they know what these things were? No, but the foundational principle is there, and this is how everything is built off it. If we want to be real here, I mean, we love Dr. Ben, right? Didn't he tell you that the first European books is Homer and the Odyssey? Prior to that, you ain't got shit. Everything else you got, you learned and added on to it from us. So, for me, when I talk about the science, I always put the African first. This is what the Africans, the founders of civilization, said. And this is what modern science says. And what they said is incorrect. So you brought up the Timbuktu thing. I got the book here. I sent it to you as well. And it shows you the Timbuktu manuscripts on the astronomy. And it shows you what they found. I think it's marvelous. Even though they had a geocentric view. Is that correct today? Nope. But it's there. They mapped the planets out. And then I love them because they just straight up debunk that the Earth ain't flat. They saying that shit right there is all circles. Everything is an orbit. So I like that. So I'm going to go with what the Africans said. The Africans in Timbuktu said the Earth ain't flat. So we can get that out of there. So I don't know. I'm confused about the combo. Is it about Sirius B or is it about the cosmological stories of the Africans?
It's about how you just confuse everybody. Because ain't nobody
let me ask you this, Rabon. Since you brought up Timbuktu, where was the hub of Timbuktu's knowledge? Like, was it Africa, or was they connected to the Islamic golden age? As far as wise their books, their technology, the things they knew about the cosmos, was it already, well established over the Islamic world, coming from out of Baghdad into Egypt and across the Sahara into Timbuktu? Was the people of Timbuktu receivers of the Islamic knowledge, or did they come up with those things independently of Islamic knowledge of that day?
I would think they added on to it. And if you look at now, you're gonna get down to Pacific tribes, and we're gonna look at their oral traditions, and they have their own concept of how the universe came to be. And if you look at that time and you're looking at the forts, matter of fact, let's do something better.
Go ahead.
Let's show it. We might as well just end the talking, right?
No, you heard what they said though, right? You said
to it. You're saying that. You're saying that they received the knowledge from.
No, I'm gonna put it. No, we just gonna put it up. We go. Yeah, these are the Africans that are there, and they added on. So
I know, Rob. So you're not saying anything different. You gave a whole speech that was contrary to what I said, and then you just go back.
I feel you. I feel you. But the brother that you showed on that video, he's in this book here that you see on the screen right now. What it say? Astrophysics and space science proceedings.
I know.
But I just want to. So we just want to talk about the Timbuktu. Let's get down to it. Let's get to it.
Yeah, but he said the work ain't finished on the manuscript, so you finished the work. He said nothing.
Nah, brother. This is where reading come into play. You gotta see.
No.
Hold on, man.
Rob Bourne, wait. We're having intellectual conversations, so we're not yelling and screaming over each other.
I'm not yelling. Am I yelling at you?
No, not at all. I'm saying, but let me make this statement for the listening audience. Rob Bourne is about to go past. Watch this. The guy that's actually doing the work on the manuscripts. I'm gonna play that clip, Rob Bourne. He said, whoa. We have no definitive number. We nowhere near it. We're gonna hold off on our shit. So don't go too far, Rob. Seriously, don't go too far.
Let him do what he do. Let him do what he do, man.
All right. Go ahead, bro. Let me find a timestamp. I'm trying to do it. But
I wanna my screen is showing now, right? So remember, baseball for the God. So I'm gonna highlight. Hold up, let me put the highlight right here so that people could so they can see it. Is that not the name of the guy that's on that video right here? Is that not him?
That's my favorite.
I just want to make sure about it. So I think you should go into the information.
No. I agree with you, but go ahead.
Yeah. Right. So this is
read that.
So I'm hold on, bro. I'm only going based off of what they said they found.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, then. That's all. This ain't this is just showing what we got right now.
All right.
So
right.
It says the ancient city of Timbuktu was the main center of commerce for scholarship in West Africa, 13th century. In any event, they get down to show you what they found in these projects, right? It says the city of Timbuktu, scholarship in Timbuktu peaked at the 15th and 16th century. So now we got a time frame there, right? So now let's get here. Let's go. Scientific investigation. Islamic astronomy at the time of Mali and Songhai and the empires. Now comes the investigations. And when we get to the investigations, these are the things that they found. And I just brought this up just to bring it up to show what they have found now. And this is what they found. And they're still, as you said, uncovering. At this specific time that he was talking, I'm not sure the date of that video that you put, but they in the back. So right here it says we report preliminary findings of our research in 2006. We have translated over 15 manuscripts into English. They vary in size, 2 pages, 100 pages long. Unfortunately, many have missing pages, which means we do not know the authors nor their origins. We think we know the origins of 2 papers we briefly discussed below. So these are what they found. That's it. That's all I'm telling you. So now, when you look at this thing here on the right, it talks, all right, this manuscript written in 1723 is a copy of a commentary of Abdul Abbas. And it says the writing in the red color ink is a comment by the copier of the manuscript. And that in the black ink is the writing of the original author. We do not know much about the author except that he lived and comes from the area of Timbuktu. The manuscript starts by explaining what astronomy is and what its uses are here and direct translation. So from reading this right here that's on the screen, you can see what they're talking about. However, they get to talk about them examining 8 planets, or actually 9. And they talk about these planets. And then they have it right here. And it said, he says that the orbits that the gods created as heaven are 9. 7 of them bear planets. The 8th bears some other stars. The 9th is void of planets. The illustration of that, the moon is the orbit next to it. I don't have to get through all of that, but there's something interesting. So there were algorithms that were found in here, right? And at the bottom here, it says the manuscript also includes precise definition of Islamic calendars, month, leap years. The author also gives algorithms on how to determine leap years. And what they found was these algorithms were converted into Fortran programs and found to be correct. So now, this is them looking at the natural universe. How the hell did they come up with these algorithms that they took from this exact manuscript and put it in there? They put it in the machines of today, and they find out that it is correct. Do we know the scientific method on how they came about that? No, we don't. And with that, yeah. So this ain't talking no. This ain't no spooky shit. This ain't no spooky. The God created.
No, I wasn't paying attention. Go back again. You know they're in Timbuktu, though, right? You know they're in the golden age of science. But go ahead. What you said? What?
I do. What did I say? What I just said that they have algorithms on how to determine leap years, etc. And they put it in. Let me blow it up for you. These algorithms were converted into Fortran programs and found to be correct.
I know, but what? Well, I mean, I'm confused. Hey, wait a minute. Hey, Chef, you know what he's saying?
Yeah, you know, I'm just talking about science or what they knew at the time. That's it, bro.
Oh yeah, but I agree. I mean, I don't have no dispute on that.
Disagree with none of that. Like, because even
so this is what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, when you look at I'm bringing this up to say, when you look at the models of the creation of the universe from the text that we have, I ain't even gonna play with you with oral traditions. From the text that we have, they have principles that are existing in the law of thermodynamics. Life cannot be created or destroyed. It transforms. That is there, and you agreed with me right now. So I don't understand. I don't know what your argument is. Who you arguing with? Are you arguing about series A or B? What's the argument?
What?
Can I see one of the algorithms?
No, I'm saying, can you show me in the text the origins, like show the origin of it so we can examine it?
Can you show from this book a sample of the algorithms?
Nah, they don't got it in there. They just got the page and the manuscript. Let me see if they got a source under here.
Yeah, because if they don't show me the algorithms, I mean, they don't show me the algorithms, I don't believe them. So
that's fine. But this is a source. I feel you, Reggie. I feel you.
No, I'm just Rob Bourne.
I get it. No, I get it. It gave a source there, but I'm just showing you what this source is. And I thought that he was a reputable individual, and he put him up.
No, so, I agree. I'm just interested.
So what I'm saying is, I don't think that these people that astrophysics and space science proceedings are gonna come there with some made up shit.
No, that's fine. Can you just show me the footnote so I could
let me go back. Actually, I'm gonna do you better, Reggie. I'm gonna send you the book.
Let me say this. Let me finish real quick.
Wait. Hold on. I'm missing something here.
What you missing, brother?
We in Timbuktu.
Okay, what about it?
Right. You got Africans adding to the scholarship of the day. Like, whoever denies that? Like, I'm trying to feel, why would you're not wrong with that? Like,
this is after the Islamic Golden Age. Like, yeah, so they build it on top of
hold on. Wait a minute.
And you know, that's astronomy. If you notice, it's astronomy.
We're gonna do a timeout here. We're gonna do a quick timeout.
All right, timeout.
Were these Africans, yes or no?
Yeah,
Yes. Right. So are you so if I'm listening correctly to what y'all telling me right now or suggesting is that these Africans had no concept of the universe or anything until the Islam.
That's not what we.
That's what y'all sound like to me.
No, that's not what we're saying.
You talking about cosmology, and you brought up a book on astronomy, right? So we never denied that they could understand and study the celestial bodies that's in the sky that they could see with the naked eye.
Right. But it's the reason that I brought it up, my brother, and the reason was specifically to show you that manuscript that was dealing with those algorithms.
Okay, so
that's the reason why.
I'm
So
playing
That's the reason why.
can I talk for a second?
I'm gonna play this video, then you can talk, Reggie. You next up, Reggie.
He gonna forget his point, yo. Don't let him forget his
point.
Let him
Reggie. Go ahead, Reggie. I don't want you to get
We dealing with something specific right now. Go ahead, Reggie.
Yeah, I'm dealing with the same thing. I'm gonna let the man tell you in his own words what to do and not to do.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Reggie.
Okay. So books can say anything, and they can give any sources, and sometimes, if we're not looking carefully, they're spookifying things. So, of course, the African before the Islamic, because the Islamic had the golden age when they had contact with Africa. The Islamists are crazy individuals running around, having a war with other sects of Christians, which they are. They're a sect of Christianity, and they're warring with other Christians, and so they accumulated a lot of knowledge that's actually against their Quran. It's against Islam, right? So the information that they acquired was information that came from large groups of people. Now, one important thing that Aunt did bring up earlier in the other conversation was Nabta. So
I don't want to move. I don't want to leave the space. That's why I want to play the video. Then you can talk on that. Seriously, right? I studied too hard. I studied to go. You don't reach a golden age because you stole everybody's shit, Reggie. That's I can't let you slide with that. You my man, but I can't.
I did what?
They did what you're supposed to do. Translate Persian text, Greek text, right? And build on it. That's what you do. That's why it's ridiculous when African Americans claim we don't want to fuck with no white people shit. That's the most retarded statement ever.
But what did I do wrong?
No, you didn't do nothing wrong because you moving to not the plier. I want to stay right here. I want to hear what the guy got to say about the manuscripts. The guy that's doing the actual work, right? So I never denied what Rob Bourne thought he was saying. Rob Bourne, you're going to insane.
I understand. So once you play your video and
you're going to not the plier, absolutely. You can say whatever you want to say. But we want to keep the conversation right where it's at.
No, it's going to be where it is, but it's a reason why. But go ahead. I submit.
Play the video so we can go ahead. We're moving along. Play the video.
All right, here go the video right here. Yeah, I ain't going to show. I'm just going to play it. Hear his voice. Here you go.
I don't like the way your computer sounds.
Here, please. If anybody else is asking a question, I can sort of set you up, and then another one here.
In the historical context, we associate the astrolabe with Arabic astronomy. Are there any other particular instruments that were associated with other regions of Africa?
That's a very good question. And to be very honest, I forgot to tell you that this project of manuscript is still at formative stages. And one of the things that we'd like to find out is whether there are any astrolabes in West Africa. And so there are lots of questions that you need to ask. But to me, what fascinated me was just, without doing much research, already there's evidence to suggest that these people 500, 600 years ago were aware of the latest kind of science that was happening around that time. I mean, if West Africans 600 years ago were having astronomy as part of their curriculum, then probably their level of knowledge of astronomy, I would say, was at the same level as that of the level of knowledge of their counterparts in Europe and other parts of the Islamic world. And right now, I mean, it's still tentative things because we have actually not gone and looked at this manuscript and studied them. Yeah.
There you go. All right. The guy that's actually doing the project, that's in his own words where they at with it. Simple as that. We don't got to overextend. We don't got to add to it. We don't got to do nothing. Simple as that. He said it. He said it. So knowledge is being shared, right? So anybody would say that we wasn't participating in it is a bunch of hogwash. but you're not standing over there on an island just figuring out of nowhere. That's not what's going down right there. So I don't never want to get that mixed up. Go ahead, Reggie.
Okay, thank you so much. So the reason why I want to bring in what Africa was doing is because that author, and even though he's doing the work, he's brilliant. He's contextualizing it to what they call the Islamic period, right? Prior to the so-called Islamic period, Africans all over, particularly West Africa, and filtering into the Sahel and into Nabta was creating stone circles. So we look at Nabta, but Nabta is just one of hundreds of sites of stone circles where the Africans were observing what was happening in the space realm, right? And the spooky people were creating the stories. The other groups of people were actually looking at weather. They were looking at they were counting in the context of the moon, right? So there's different types of calendars, right? And then there's these big calendars that deal with thousands of years. So I just want to throw out the Islamic hogwash. Not that the period should be noted, but the information was already in Africa. Now, if you have these stone circles, right, and you have these objects that are plotting space and also plotting the moon, right, then you do come up with things that are repeatable, which you could then put into algorithms to make them true, right? Africa has the largest amount of time, unlike these other fly-by-night cultures, to get some things right. And so that's not spookifying. So once you have the objects plotted, for example, in these stone circles, right, then you could take measurements based on the objects that you actually put. So you can go from the macro to the micro, and then you can get some base calculations based on creating the micro models that you do on Earth. So that's the sum total of what I wanted to say on this part. But I did want to say, Ank's conversation with Asar was actually genius, because for pedagogical purposes, what I examined was that Ankh made a distinction that Asar did not make. The distinction was Asar was talking about what's in the mind, right? The concept of genius of what's in the mind. What Ankh did was say that, yeah, that's nice, but the African made tools. And so when the African made tools, the tools were more important than just the thoughts, because the tools could be corrected. So Nabta is an example of a tool, right? These stone circles are examples of tools. They could actually be changed,
refined.
They could be expanded. Okay, I guess my time is up. So
no, you good.
No,
you good.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Keep cooking.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Reggie.
I know you weren't finished.
Yeah. So if I can finish, so if I can finish up, so the great moments of that conversation was that, unfortunately, and I like Asar's thinking, but he did not bridge the gap with tools. It is the tools that these cultures, like the later Arab culture, the sea-bearing cultures, right? The ancient Egyptians on water, those from Carthage, the Persians. It is when they were able to bridge the gap with tools to expand their world. So I don't care about secret societies and societies of secrets. They can live and die where they are. I guess I care about what Ankh cares about, which is show me the tools. Don't just say we had all this great knowledge and the fire, all of this hocus pocus stuff that's in this the BS text, right? And I don't believe in that. I study ancient Egypt better than most. I'm who I am. I got taught by the best. But what Asar pulled up was mostly the pyramid text. If you actually could have seen actually what he pulled up, he pulled up funerary text and all those concepts were spooky text. If you went into the water bush or the TLA, it had nothing to do with man was doing. Man has a term. Man's term is not Ankh. That's not how you Ankh in that context was an adjective, kind of an adjective, like saying a living man. But man and woman, actually, if he would have pulled that up, he would have lost this whole argument, because there's much more about humans and what humans do. Are they carpenters, craftsmen, agriculturists, all this stuff? If he would have pulled up what man does, not the supernatural spookiness, then you would have found out what man does, and that is distinct from some supernatural forces. So he was unfortunately in a supernatural world trying to bridge that gap, and Ankh bridged it really quick with tools. I'll stop. Thank you.
Go ahead, Rob.
Can I ask Reggie a question?
Go ahead.
Reggie, what's your concept of Egypt? What's your concept of new in relation to modern standard model of creation?
It was good thinking.
No, I just want to know. Is new supernatural spooky, or what is behind that concept and what it is?
Yeah, it comes from observation, right? And they were you have to understand the world of the agriculture, the Aquanic African. The African in the Green Sahara was a quantumist people, meaning that that water was essential to their life. Water was essential to their life, and so water and the absence of water with the sun, they built their world around those concepts, and then they built it around concepts of wind and structure and structures. So it is great observations to look up in the sky and to see what you call maybe a Milky Way, right? To see water masses. They were not wrong at all. And that led to finding out that some of the things that they were saying were correct, but it was in an early stage. They had not.
I just want to know, are they talking about in those texts the creation of the universe? Yes or no?
Yeah, in many of the texts they are, yeah.
Right. So do you agree with Theophilo of Venga's assessment on this? Or do you trash that as spooky too?
No, which assertion is he making?
I'm gonna show it to you right now, because we don't got that in the PDF, so I'm taking pictures of the joint and I'm gonna show it to you.
Hey, Rob Bourne.
I'm gonna show it to you now.
Rob Bourne.
Yeah, go ahead.
Did the Egyptians know about North America, South America, Australia, North? They didn't. You keep saying.
No, I get it, but you out of the realms of the conversation. The realms of the conversation is about. Yes, we are, my brother. Because why would you bring up North America and South America?
Because that's the world. Because that's the whole planet.
That's fine. I agree with you on this point. No, they didn't write about that. But we're talking about what they. Just 1 second. They're talking about what they do know, and we're talking about their conception of the universe. That's all I'm saying.
My fault. Go ahead. So answer this for me. Maybe it's somebody can ask me. How in the hell do you understand how the universe coming to being, and you don't know it's a fucking North America, yo?
Mm-hmm. The same way how they made their calendar and everything else, bro. You got to deal with
it. You get my point, though, yo?
No, I get your point. But the problem, is that Reggie just agreed with me. They got a text that talks about the beginning of the universe. This is what we want to talk about. It up. That's the conversation.
No. Listen.
It was their imagination. They made it
Okay.
up. It wasn't based
It's the
off.
beginning of their universe.
Yeah, it wasn't based off
what I'm
him.
saying.
Get it? We all agree with
Okay.
yo. Listen, the point of the matter is this is the subject.
Mhm.
What did they say about the beginning of the universe, and does it have a corresponding principle with modern science? That's the conversation. What did they write? That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about them speaking for everybody in the world.
No,
We're
but
talking about how they saw it.
But bro, I know. Hold on, relax. I'm trying to tell you that when cosmology speaks about the universe, they talking about the whole fucking shebang. They're not talking about their little space. So I think. So
I feel you.
Rob on, just let me finish. We're not cutting each other off. Hold on. I'm saying, yo, when I'm talking to the people, yo, I can't leave them out there. I gotta let them know that the Egyptians conceptualized their world. That everybody mess up the Bible because they think the Bible is talking about the whole fucking world. They never even went to Upper Egypt. They wouldn't know that. They talking about the Delta. You can look at it, Ramesses. The farthest they went, they ain't did none of that. And so people mistakenly apply the whole Bible to the whole fucking planet. And the question is, how? You got to go there to know there. You got to be like, now, not unless you just think their mind just did it and rip. It just doesn't make sense for you to be able to build a jet, but you can't build a road, yo. It don't make sense, Rob Bourne. Did you built the Ferrari before you invented the wheel? It don't. That's what you're doing. Like, how do you have a Ferrari, but you have not figured out how to make a wheel yet? You missed it. It's steps in this. No matter what they say right there, they wasn't talking about the whole. They wasn't. No matter what nobody say. Come on, yo, you ain't circumnavigated the globe yet. You ain't circumnavigated the continent yet. You're masters of the Mediterranean. You think that's it? You master the Mediterranean. And that's dope. I can't master the Mediterranean. Me and you right now build a boat and drown on the Mediterranean, yo. That was spectacular to have ships that are worthy to navigate the Mediterranean Ocean, bro, in the Red Sea. Like me and you would drown. If I like depending on it, they say, yo, y'all niggas got 1 year to figure out how to build that. Yo, we did.
And the Egyptians failed. You can read the shipwrecked sailor, right? They were not having as much success, so they failed. They were successful in what they did, but they failed navigating the seas. They had limitations. Not failed, but they had limitations, right? The boats could not stand storms. Storms. That's when they became religious. When they started praying to Amun with the millions of eyes and the thousands of ears to hear your prayers when you're on when the storm comes, when Set comes, and so they was praying. That's when they started praying.
Can we get to how?
Yeah, I want to get back to the cosmology.
Can we get to how shit runs parallel, man? So we can just get
to
that.
But who are you? Who's this talking? Who are you?
This is Sosa, man. This is Sosa, bro.
Sosa. So what's your
I ain't trying to do that, Reggie. That's all you need to know about me. I just want to hear the conversation about.
Yeah, but we have things to say. I'm interested.
My email is IamKingSosa. Just email me, bro. We can just exchange all that shit.
No, we ain't gonna do that. You know why? We're not gonna do that because you know what? I don't have to be on the show. Ask me.
Reggie. I'm just trying to get the conversation back where it was.
But what? But who you? Are you Unc West? Because Unc West.
That's not disrespect, bro. I'm pseudo killer. No. That's all.
So you pseudo killer? So what's that?
Yeah. You pseudo killer. Show you on. That's the show that you're on, bro. That's it. I'm just trying to get the conversation back on point.
Yeah, but the conversation. Hey, listen, Unc, man, thanks for the invite, man. Keep your pseudo killers, man. I'm out of here.
No.
I'm out of here. You know what? No, you know what? Because somebody's gonna call me. Somebody's gonna say, "Let's move the conversation."
Chill, man. Come on, don't leave that, bro.
Yo, Unc. So this is a show,
much, bro. That offends you that much. My conversation wasn't even directed. The conversation was directed at everybody. I said, "Bro, let's get back to how the shit runs parallel, bro. I'm not singling you out. It's not personal.
Yeah, come on,
take it that way, bro.
Yeah, we got everybody. Calm down. We friends on here. We having intellectual conversation. We don't get mad at a person that says move the conversation forward. We watch white people do it all the time. Move the conversation forward. They don't jump up and shoot a motherfucker because he said that. We gotta stop.
Yeah, but I'm busy. I don't have to, you know, like you.
Yo,
I ain't gotta be here.
tripping.
Somebody tell me move the conversation along.
For the whole conversation, Reggie.
Talking to everybody, Reggie, not just you. Sosa do that. When he feel like it's getting bogged down, he'll move in. You can still say what you want to say, Reggie.
I'll wait in my turn.
You're a guest. Rob Bourne's a guest. We let the guest speak. Cedric ain't speaking up.
I ain't even speaking. I'm just hearing the conversation.
Yeah, he ain't on you, yo. He trust me.
Rock. I didn't even say nothing. I'm just like, yo, let's just get back to the work so we can. I want Rob Bourne to lay out his premise. That's it.
Yeah, bring out the Egyptian text, yo, about the universe.
So, brother Reggie, just when we was talking about new, right? Let me pull that page back up here. So this is page 29, right?
Rob,
the Cosmos before the present universe.
This Rob.
Yeah, that's me.
Rob comes out the premortal waters, right?
Right. This is from African philosophy.
Yeah.
You know I'm gonna get you with.
I know you got that one, Reggie.
No, go ahead.
So with that,
Rob, go ahead.
Yeah. So with that concept, when he's talking about Nu, right, and he says Noon was a watery abyss, absolute in essence, which was already contained in all primary matter that would be used by the demiurge, a sort of Latin consciousness within the same primordial liquid abyss at the origin of the universe. Then the ancient Egyptian posed matter in the form of an abyss of water. In time, this matter would gain consciousness of itself, then manifest itself as creation, a multiple figure of all that was and all will be. So, you know, and I just want to take I like how he took the spookiness out of it. It says Egyptian mythology is radically different. There, the creative demiurge emerges from within Nu, and only after that begins the work of creation. There is no independent creator, no God, no demiurge standing over that. He then goes to Ben talks about this as far as how. So I'm gonna stop it there so I don't keep reading. But their concept of Nu as this, I'm gonna call it neutron soup, even though they didn't use that word. All of the elements that exist in the universe, according to them, and how they saw the universe being brought forth. Oh, what do you think about that?
So they said Ra, right?
No, Ra's not in that yet. That's not. This is before that manifestation. These are the particles.
Ra rolls out the premortal waters.
Yeah, but that's later. We talking about. We talking about Nu.
So
what do you think about that, brother Reggie?
No. Hold on. I want to make it clear for the listeners. Yo, they got like 30 different creation stories, different tribes, different ones, different gnomes. Yo, you know that though, right?
Yeah, I know. And Nu remains the same the whole time. It'll just be a different name. If you look at the Memphite theory, it will say Ptah Nun. It will say that. However, that principle, that organizing principle of Nu being, and I'm gonna say law of conservation or thermodynamics, life cannot be created, matter can't be created or destroyed, it just transforms, right?
That's because you know the law, yo.
So hold on, brother Reggie. So what is your concept of this Nu and how Theo Wenger explains it in terms of what we know today about
what you think though, bro? What you think, bro?
Reggie left?
No, I'm here and I'm listening. Okay, so it's very close. It's almost
close to what?
Huh?
Close to what? Close to what is it getting close to? What is none? So that is a nebula.
Noon is
cloud. Man.
Wait. Let me. Okay. So wait. So let me explain.
Explain.
Okay. The ancient Egyptian world, right, from the Green Sahara on, was based on water, right? So water was one of their first words, if you want to call it, logos that turn to a word. So noon is equivalent to basically water in space, right? So when he says I was born in noon, right? He is talking. He's talking out of this earth, right? And he's talking about God or the Creator. The Creator was born in space, So he placed the creator in space, and Noon is associated with water and waves, right? Before the sky came into being. They're smarter than the Bible. Before Earth came into being, right? They're smarter than the Bible.
Can
and
you
the
stop
Quran.
right there though? Could you stop? Because that's a very clarifying point. So that at that moment in that time, they're talking about before Earth and everything, or what we consider the matter that we can see today. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, keep going.
They got that wrong though, Rob.
Before that, which was established.
Let the man who sat at the feet.
They ain't know what they was talking about, yo. Go ahead.
He sat at the feet. You can't say nothing. Let him talk. He sat at
Yeah,
the
and
feet.
I literally sat at the feet of Dr. Theophilo Banga while he.
I don't want to segue, Reggie. I need to talk to you.
So before that,
hold on, Reggie. Before you go, Reggie, I need you to give me information because there's this thing about Henry Clark. You know, his birthday passed, and you are one of the people I really need you. I need you for that.
Yeah. Before that, which was established, came into being. So this text is smarter than the Bible. It's smarter than the Torah. It's smarter than Islam, right? It's at least smarter. It's different ideas, right? So that just goes to you, Unc. I mean, how close is it? It's more closer to reality than the Bible, the Quran, and all that other stuff. Huh?
What is they close to?
That the world.
What world is they talking about? The whole Earth? Because they don't know about the whole Earth.
No, they're talking about the universe. They're talking about
I'm saying, how do you know about the whole universe but don't know about the planet you on? How is that possible? How does it even make sense, yo?
Oh, because
they had a name for the planet. It's called Aku or Earth, Akar or Gab, bro. They knew they were on the planet Earth.
They have more access to from where they are in Africa. They have more in the night sky. They have more access to the universe outside the space than they do have the planet, right? So they can sit down and nap and look at the sun rise and the sun fall. They can look at the moon. They can look at the shapes of the moon, and they can look at the universe, the galaxies, right? They have more access to that than they do navigating the planet, right? Just simply by napping in the night sky of the African world. And to go to Africa and to see it, you would know it's not like we have light pollution. They didn't have no light pollution. All you can do, you could see you can see materials in space moving, right? So I don't want to be long, but they have more access to the galaxies than they had to the planet just by eyesight.
Stop. Where's that?
Corey, anybody, Chef?
Let me try to clarify that a little bit, yo. You can hear me?
I'm clear.
Yeah. So,
oh shit!
I'm about to go into it because I like this subject because I was talking about this earlier on, like last year sometime. Like pretty much, what I was taught that the Egyptians believed, or what I studied and what I researched, that they believed pretty much that the sun, Ra, came out of the nothingness. You see what I'm saying? Which was space. You see what I'm saying? Or the primordial waters. And the sun brought with it Mayat and Tahuti, right? Now, Mayat represents order, and Tahuti represents like intellect, like intelligent design. You see what I'm saying? So what it's saying is with the sun came order to our solar system and gave life to everything that's in it. You see what I'm saying? After each different deity represents a different thing, like moisture and air, dryness and wetness.
What text are you talking about?
I'm talking about the creation story.
Which creation story are you talking about?
I think it's
I think he's just speaking in general. He's speaking in general, brother.
Yeah.
Yeah, you speaking in general. I get the gist of what you're saying. I mean, Jehudi is not a part of that, but I understand what you're saying. I get it. I get it. But go ahead, brother.
No, they say it's a couple. If you look at all the creation stories, you will see that they say that Mayat and Tahuti.
Yes, Mayat is in it, but that's a specific story.
Mayat
That's
and
the
came
creation.
At the same time. They came into creation
right.
at the same time as Ra.
Right. But something comes before that, and that's Kepler, right? And then if you looking at the book of Noah overthrowing that pet, that's that story.
But we're talking about like 3 different creation stories and rolling them all into one.
Yeah. But right now we're talking about Noon. So before there's a Ra, we're talking about the universe and these forces, invisible forces before the creation of Ra. That comes later.
Exactly.
All right. So Noon. So let me get just for clarity. So Noon is a universe itself. Like what is Noon a representation of?
Room is the primordial waters. The things like you got to understand about atoms.
So
like
okay, hold
things that's like space.
Now I'm trying to get clarity from Rob from Robert point of view for me before I get too confused. So Noon, are you saying Noon is the waters? I think Reggie said that too. So you're saying Noon.
So in that text, that would be all of the elements that I would make it neutron soup. So this because it's specifically talking about
and then the sun comes out of what?
But the sun comes out of what? What do you mean?
Let me read another text. It's 5 lines, right?
What book is that, Reg? What book is that?
The same book. The same book you got. Page 53.
53?
Come living water from the sky. Come living water of the earth. Sky burns for you. Earth trembles for you, awaiting the birth of a god. So these cosmologies are based on observations of what's going on from the sky. So none of them, there are many of them, none of them is completely right? None of them should necessarily be worshipped, but it adds to the thought of observation. So it's like Ankh said, there's many sapots, right? Many gnomes.
Where Corey at?
Huh?
Hold on, where Corey at? Corey, where you at?
Yeah, I'm right here.
Yo, so basically, the Egyptians understood the creation of the universe, but didn't know where the hell they came from. I'm off. I'm just done. I'm done.
Come on, stop doing that shit.
You're going a little bit too far. They had access to the universe. They didn't have access to navigation.
Nigga, they didn't know where the hell they came from, yo. Where say they come from, Reggie? Read that text. Tired of playing with you.
Hold on. Before you read that though, like I've just been muted because I want everybody to get out their thoughts, and I don't want everybody to be talking over everybody. You know what I'm saying? I hear you, Reggie. You've been getting your thoughts out. I haven't made a comment since you've been on the panel. I ain't even said hello to you. You know what I'm saying?
Peace, Hotel. How you doing?
How you doing,
right.
Reggie?
I'm doing fine.
I just wanted to touch on you. You talked about how, nowadays we have light pollution, and, and back in the day, they was able to see the stars and things like that better than what we can today. And that's true, right? With the naked eye, at least, you know what I mean? But that was true for everybody that was on the earth. So it didn't matter if you was in Africa or not. Everybody there was no light pollution, at that time, at the time when these indigenous tribes in Africa was making these observations. Everybody was making their own observations. So like, I just wanted to say, like, everybody on the planet was in the same position, as far as
can I push you back?
Before,
can I push you back? Based on writing, people came to different determinations. So the other writing culture was Sumer and to Mesopotamia, to the Akkadians, right? What did they write? Gilgamesh. Made no goddamn sense. So some people, yes, they had access to the same observations, But what came
out
of
it made sense to them at that time, just like the Dogon and the rest of the.
No, Dogon is later. So if we are talking about early human beings, so we have evidence based, brother Cedric, we just have evidence based on what they're writing, and the writing that we get out of Sumeria and Egypt is a lot of supernatural stuff. But Egypt, you get Tawi Hinu, you get a little bit more practical observations. That's all.
Yeah, that's fine. Like I said,
science?
astronomy.
Hold on,
that's one thing. I think we keep mixing astronomy up with early astronomy with the understanding of the universe, with the Big Bang theory. With making a scientific theory about inflation and how the galaxies, like you mentioned, they could see the galaxies. Like you can't see the galaxies with the naked eye. That's just not, you know what I mean? You're not able to do that. I don't care what time period.
I agree with you on that, but that cosmology doesn't talk about that. It's not talking about galaxies or any of that.
Well, that's Reggie mentioned that earlier.
Yeah, they can see the Milky Way. They can see the Milky Way. They can at least see the Milky Way. I'll push back on that. Okay, so
but
at least
they wouldn't
the Milky
have known
Way.
what it was, though. They wouldn't have had no understanding of what they was looking at. Modern science tells us what a galaxy is, not the understanding that the ancient cultures had because they looked up in the sky. They couldn't deduce what a galaxy was just because they looked up. Like
no, that you're correct.
They wouldn't have been able to see. You wouldn't have been.
You're
able
correct,
to see
but I push back because I know who I'm talking to. Right, y'all the pseudo killers. Right, you're gonna kill yourselves, but they at least was able to see the Milky Way. Right.
What do you mean by that, though?
That's our.
What do you mean? What do you? Yes, that's our local. What do you? Who said that? Sheffrin, you still? So they can't. We can't see the Milky Way from the Earth.
You can see an arm. You can see a part of an arm of the Milky Way.
Okay, so a part is what I'm talking about.
We ain't in the Milky Way now.
Yeah.
What are y'all talking about? Are y'all serious?
You asked a question, so
I'm just messed up the conversation.
Man, I've been messed up. I'm trying to figure out what the hell you can't even figure out where the hell you came from, but yet you know where the whole universe came from. Wouldn't you know where you came from first?
Right? They didn't.
My problem
We don't even know.
Right?
We don't even know if they knew about the whole of Africa, the continent that they was on. Now we're talking about they know about the Milky Way. I can't take this type shit. You
okay? But here's the thing. You
can see the Milky Way though.
You
can see the Milky Way.
So they were doing other things. So unlike other cultures, they was looking at the human body, and they was looking at the functions of human body, and they was looking at concepts of.
The Egyptians was looking. They got the oldest tradition of autopsies, bro.
Right.
So they know where the fuck it came from.
But we're not
say what?
We're not refuting all those accomplishments. Like we
right. So I'm just trying to say is that their reach was they
heart pumped the blood, yo.
Right.
But had this conversation, yo, like I'm not sitting here and we presuppose.
Was y'all here when I was reading when I was showing you how in 300 BC they was trying to work out whether the Earth was the center of our solar system, and they didn't come to confirmation to what was the center of our solar system to the 1500s. Right? So how can what are we talking about? Like
what we're talking about is methodology.
I know, but how do the universe came into being? You still thinking the damn
Okay, so
the sun around the planet, yo.
All I am just telling you from the text that we can read from is their observation. Wait, let me listen. Let me finish. all we can do is read from their writings what their observations were. I never said they were right. I never said that, right?
Wow.
But based on their observations, when we look at it, some things were much better than the Torah, the Bible, and the Quran.
Okay, if that's
right?
what y'all saying, I'm with you.
Okay.
If you saying that their story, their made up story sounded better than other people made up stories, okay, cool, fine.
It's from their perspective of what they understood to be the creation.
There's no understanding.
Now listen, let me say this. First was nothing. Then came the sun. Then came moisture and dryness. Then came the sky. Well, what we know as the Milky Way, or what we were just talking about. Then came Earth. And then came life. And then
but they never said it was
life.
they never said it was nothing, brother. New is not nothing. That's the point here.
The primordial water, yes, it's the nothingness. It is the
no, it's not nothingness, because the particles of forces that they describe within it is what brought forth existence that we see today. So you know, like this conversation is based off of what the people wrote and how they saw the universe, and we're talking about that. And in modern science, if you want to call it neutron soup or whatever, they have this fundamental principle. I'm saying that at the fundamental principle of how the universe began, it sounds like that. That is the principle. Did they know all of these things? Did they know about quarks? Did they know about how? No, they didn't know that. We're just talking about what they said for themselves on how the universe began.
But my problem is this.
Now I'm going to interject. Yeah, I think you're taking away from their story by doing that.
Hold on. Let me ask this though. My problem with it is this, right? Because like when Chef did the intro, we did a build up to how science got to where it is. So in Egypt, right? Is that the first time they got it right? Like, show where's the buildup in the cosmology, right? That shows the stages, the corrections. Okay, first noon was this, and then you can at least see, okay, they're working it out. But to say, okay, boom, they drop, bam, they nailed the shit, like off the rip.
Well, we know that's not true, brother, because you look at how they make the calendar, and Reggie brought that up. So when you're looking at the silver, I mean, if you want that, the only thing we can deal with is the writings. So when we looking at their civil calendar, their religious calendar, and their lunar and that calendar, they don't have a date on it. They like, yo, there's no way that this just came up at this time. That came from a long time of observation, right? So now when you then hold on, brother, when you look at them, how they map out their planets, and you look at the text on the decades and the stars and the latitude, they marking this down. We don't have a precise date of when they did it, but from our modern time now, we know that you had to be doing this a long time in order to get it correct.
I get that, but I'm
right?
asking.
So what? Just to answer your question, the point of the matter is this: the cosmological story. When they're talking about this new, that principle, that life, you cannot create matter, it cannot be destroyed. All it does is transform. That is in the body of that story. That's it.
Show me that.
So
Show me that in the body. Show me that in the body of the story, so I can get a gist of what you're talking about.
It's not there.
Show me that part.
He just read it. What do you mean?
Yeah,
it's not there, so
I didn't get that from, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, maybe I'm missing. I didn't get that.
Yo, brother, I'm gonna tell you this. They'll tell you that. Listen, brother, they tell you in all of the stories that new always existed. This is where from everything that you see comes from out of new, bro.
Allah always existed.
The Jews say Yahweh always
yes,
existed.
Allah always existed.
All right, bro. Yo, I mean, Reggie is here.
I'm asking, Rabon, do the Muslims say Allah always existed?
Oh, Allah is the spook mystery God.
But forget it. No,
listen, bro.
So it's spook now, right? But what if that wasn't what it was in the beginning? But do they say Allah always existed?
Hey, yo, man, can I share my screen, man? Let's just look at
what. Wait. I want to say my piece now. I mean,
at the end of the day,
we are having a logical fallacy for a discussion to begin with. We are executing false equivocations. We are taking a story, a philosophical story, and trying to fit it into a scientific parameter. And Sosa was making the point exactly. There is no model that they are using, that they are making predictions, that they're continuously updating. This discussion in its genesis is one based on a logical fallacy.
I disagree. And I'm gonna tell you why, Cedric.
All right, let's
I'm gonna tell you why, Cedric.
Just let Cedric finish his point, Reggie.
Oh no, he was making a critique.
He wasn't.
So finish the critique.
He wasn't finished though.
So let me finish my critique. So again, there is no model. This is not even what we would call a hypothesis. This is their assumption. Every word being used here, right? And it is based on the fact that we are talking and we don't actually understand what the Big Bang represents. Anytime someone says there was a fire, they don't understand what the Big Bang represents. When we talk about waters in space, we don't understand what the Big Bang represents. Anytime we equate these stories to what cosmology is, when they weren't attempting to do that, when we look at how they created an algorithm based on the moon, that's easy to do. That's within our atmosphere, our observation range. We could have seen 5 planets 10,000 years ago. It's nothing new. But to fundamentally understand the genesis of our universe, not creation, genesis of our universe, we need instruments for that. We need a body of work that you continue to build on. You need scientific models. We cannot extract any scientific models from the stories that these people came up with, like Asar perfectly said, out of their imagination. There are no models that we see them building on. These are just stories.
Great
and
point,
now
Cedric.
we're retrofitting science into a philosophy. We're talking about a neutron soup, whatever that's supposed to be. And we're retrofitting that to ancient Egyptians. That means that we're having a conversation based on us not understanding exactly what Big Bang cosmology is. That's why Corey is silent. That's why I sat here and just shaking my head like, huh? Ang's making the point. You did not circumnavigate the earth, yet we are sitting here actually trying to quantify these people's cosmological story with modern day science.
Cedric, we actually are not. I started off, one is, I don't believe what the Egyptians believe, right? I do study ancient Egyptian philosophy, and I do study ancient Egyptian culture. And I study it to understand how humans think, right? All we're doing is, when we have a book called The African Philosophy during the Pharaonic period, which is 2780 to 330 BC, is we're looking at, we have this book because it's a written source of their thinking, right? Now, we live in the days of modern science, but most of the people on this platform never used a microscope, never dissected a frog, never seen a cell, right? And you're talking a whole bunch of, if I went down the line and asked what university lab did you ever use, for most of the people on this platform, it comes up blank. Not all, but most of the people.
Kick him off. Kick him off.
They do that in high school, bro.
Kick him off.
They dissect frogs.
Kick who off?
In high school. I just want you to know that.
Kick Reggie off. Reggie, well, I tell you what, I will bet money Corey knows more about the cosmos than you do, and he ain't looked at a cell underneath the microscope. Let's do that.
Hey, but check this out. But then if we start talking about looking under the cell in a microscope, it's a different discipline.
Talking about cosmology. We ain't talking about cells.
Meaning that you get to things through observation and through thinking, and then you use the scientific method, right, to prove or disprove your mythology and your thinking. Right?
No, Reggie, how do you come to a scientific hypothesis?
Cosmology, right?
How do you come to a scientific hypothesis? What are the requirements? Imagination?
You pose thoughts.
No.
You pose. You no. You start.
I mean, brother Reggie, like I don't know. This
you have evidence
because it's a hard conversation. I mean, I'm
evidence, and you
hold on a second. Hold on a second.
But I wanted to
Can I say something real about the subject? This is a hard conversation, and the reason it's hard because it appears that a lot of people that are speaking about this didn't read this stuff, and that's why it's hard. So now I have to continually open my. Yo, can I let him finish, brother. I know you could get mad at me and yell and scream. You can do all of that. All I'm saying is we need to put the evidence on the table, and if we just started with one concept, and then 1,000 questions come after that, and then we get to answer it. You talking about it's imaginary? It is not imaginary. This is what they looked from looking at the universe and the hypothesis that they came up with on how the universe began. Period. And when you look at when the models of how the world began today is similar.
No.
You can say no all you want until you prove to me.
How did they look at the universe?
For that, I understand that.
They made an observation. Okay, so watch this, Cedric.
I gotta go one at a time, bro. We can't hear.
We can't hear nobody. Let's work slow here. You asked me how they
do a
did.
quick little spill and let him rebut.
Yeah, bro. I'm gonna be no less than 30 seconds.
Let's work it around.
You asking me how did they know something, and we don't know how they knew it.
Right. So we're looking at it like we know.
Hold on, let her get it out, man.
He's literally saying it like he know, though. Think about it. He's literally saying it like he know.
I know.
I never said I knew anything.
So if don't nobody know how they know, then we don't know. Let's get off of that.
Okay, yeah, we could get.
We want to talk about stuff we do know.
Let him get his point out.
And what we do know, we know because of the writings.
No, we know they don't know is what we know.
Okay, brother. All right, okay, so listen, brother. Until any of you can prove to me that new doesn't represent the life force that always existed, that science now calls neutron soup, where everything comes from, then we can talk about it. That's a fundamental principle. That's the fundamental principle behind it.
No, it ain't.
I'm almost done, bro.
The 30 seconds, bro.
You made the claim, Rob.
You dominate the
conversation, Y'all have a good night, man. Y'all have a good night.
All right, good night, Rob.
Peace, Rob Bourne. Peace, Rob Bourne.
Rob can't talk the whole night. He want to have a good night.
I'm cool with it, bro. But we're gonna keep having. I'm fine with you, brother.
Rob Bourne, I know. I'm saying is Rob Bourne. Listen, all you gotta do is calm down. All you gotta do. I don't believe
somebody got a flag on the play. Somebody got Muada Ashby thing up there. Please remove that from the screen. Please remove Muada Ashby comedic to your life, Bob, from the screen. Somebody got a flag on the play.
That's you.
That's not me. I know damn so well to pull any Egyptian text from that dude.
Yo, that's Muada Ashby you got up there, bro.
That's not me. I'm not showing my screen.
That's true ministry.
Whoever is showing that, I already knew what it was as soon as you put it up. That's Muada Ashby flag on the play.
Let him do it.
Flag on the play.
He's helping out, Rob Bourne.
Because he don't decipher that. Use Egyptologists. Don't use this crazy dude.
Now Muda crazy. Muda say the same thing.
Some of what he say, I agree.
Nah, man, y'all gotta come with something. Why you not coming? You the pseudo killers. Where's the primary?
I see it. Wait a minute. Hold on. I see it. I see the cosmos being created right there. I see it.
Nah, man. Get that up out of here, bro.
Oh yeah. You know what?
Hey,
you're right.
So, so the brother that I was talking to, I think it was Cedric, right?
I see it. Hey, Reggie, I see it.
Yeah.
So they trying to convince me that the guy holding up the boat, the new holding up the boat.
Okay, so he threw that in. So look, okay. I want to say to the brother that I was just talking to, I think it was Cedric,
They
right?
can barely keep the headlights off there.
Cedric, what is scientific? What is the scientific method? What are the steps of the scientific method? What's the first step?
Nah, hold on. Let's go back to what I just
Body
put
bag.
out.
What's the first step? What's the first
Egyptian.
step? What's the first step of the scientific method?
Let him talk. Let him
No, don't run. Don't run. Don't run.
One of us knows what the scientific method is.
Don't run.
Just let him deal with Reggie. Go ahead.
Don't run.
Who talk?
What's the first step of the
Cedric? Reggie and Cedric, go ahead.
I feel like that's
Cedric talking. We're getting out. Everybody mute out. Everybody mute out.
So Cedric, what is the first? What is the steps of the scientific method? You can Google it.
A phenomena.
Pull it up. A phenomena? No, pull it up on the internet.
You have a situation, a phenomena. You have something that you observe. A phenomenon. We call it a phenomenon.
Yes,
you observe this phenomenon, and you want to have an explanation, and you create an hypothesis based on evidence. So you can't just make up a hypothesis out of your imagination and then run with it. It has to be based on something. My hypothesis is that in my bathroom, there's a purple dragon blowing blue marshmallows. That's my hypothesis. What's the evidence for my hypothesis? None. So it's not an hypothesis. It's just my imagination. That's the first step. You design a model. You test this model, and including in your observations, your model has to have a predictive character. So something that your model has that you have not yet discovered, but your model predicts that you will find this in the future. This is how you create a scientific hypothesis. Without that, we're not in the realm of science. We're in the realm of imagination.
And he did that off the top of the dome.
All right, Reggie, what's your next
Go ahead,
question?
Reggie. Respond.
Okay, so using the method which he says, and I'll read it, not from off the top of my dome.
But he was right, though.
Right? Well, let me read the steps.
But he
Calm
was
down.
right, though.
Calm down.
No, but
so let me read the steps. Let me read the steps.
Oh, God.
No, but you being so
He broke it down to us in layman terms already.
Okay, right. So, all right.
None of us scientists on this panel.
But he was right,
laymen.
though.
So Cedric did us justice.
Yeah,
he did us.
Cedric is
Just
all right.
what we need.
Okay.
Hey Reggie, Cedric is actually a scientist, though, yo.
Cedric is. He the only scientist on.
He only scientist on the panel.
Well, okay, so I'm talking to the right. I'm talking to the right person. So I'm talking to the right person. So let's just review.
So do you disagree with him, Reggie?
Yeah, I agree. But let me. Why you keep cutting me off?
No, because
I'm talking to Cedric.
Because when he answered the question, right?
Okay, you cheerleading. You got your you got your jersey on
because you threw your gun.
Yeah, now you about to.
No, I didn't throw my gun.
You don't agree.
Hey, no, listen. Hey, check this out. Hey, check this out, yo. Let me just keep this a buck.
And then we show you.
Let me just keep this a buck, brother. I'm Brother Reggie. Listen. Look.
You know you're crazy, Reggie.
Look, I know y'all feeling. Some of y'all feeling your oats because y'all knocked us off the block, right? But I'm still here. I'm Brother Reggie. Okay, Brother Cedric was correct. Right?
Asar didn't throw his gun at us though.
He did.
No, he did.
Asar didn't throw
he
his
threw
gun
everything at you. He threw everything. He threw everything at.
He ain't throwing at me, yo.
No, he didn't throw his gun.
Yes, he tried to go to Waterbush. He tried to go to TLA to Waterbush and show half the page. Man, yo, he started talking about pedagogy. Look, anyway, hey Cedric, peace. All right, so you're correct.
Pull off the bush so we can see that again, yo. Pull it up.
Yeah, I would actually, if I have more time, I'll pull it up.
You got that.
You're right way.
You got
that. Watch this.
Pull it up. After you make this statement, go get it together, yo. We want.
Yeah, I'm gonna show you what he did and what he didn't do. All right, first, Cedric, you're correct. So I commend you. You make an observation.
Almost.
Then you ask a question, right?
Mhm.
Right? You form a hypothesis, right? A guess that answers that question. You make a prediction. You're correct. You was predictive, right? You talked about, right? You make a prediction based on the hypothesis, but then you do an experiment to test the prediction. You analyze the result. Is it your hypothesis correct or is your hypothesis incorrect? You report the results and then you try again if it's incorrect. So you're not wrong, you're correct. The ancient Egyptian texts are not scientific, right? It is there at the stage of making observations, asking a questions, forming hypotheses, right?
I agree.
But they're not at the point of doing experiments to test their prediction.
It's not fair. It's not fair, yo. It's mythology, folklore, and the Lord of Strong.
Dogon's is though.
Yeah.
The Dogon's is
and ancient Egyptian civilization, got spooked out.
Egyptians under the bus.
Ancient Egyptian civilization got spooked out. They got spooked out. And that Dogon stuff, all that stuff got spooked out, and they lost the war against the Europeans. All right. So now we're here to pick up the pieces. So I commend Brother Cedric. Look, he's a good member of the pseudo killers, right? Who's the brother who told me to get off the panel? Who's that brother?
Nobody. Somebody told you that. Nobody gonna do you like that, Reggie.
Yeah. Okay. So now, if I'm gonna pull up the TLA,
damn near bad as Sean kicking Corey off the damn thing. Sean kicked Corey.
I'm gonna pull up if I can.
I say, damn, why you kick him out, yo? You can't kick him out.
Hey, that was me. I said kick Reggie off when he started.
Oh, you said that, Sheffrin?
When we
be talking shit, Reggie. You be taking shit
joke.
too serious.
Yo, you on the pseudo killers.
You be talking shit, bro. You be taking shit too serious, man.
Look, I'm in control.
No, because I don't know who I'm talking to. If I knew it was Sheffrin, because I know his personality, then I'll say, oh, okay, cool. Okay,
say the L, man. Sheffrin L. Don't disrespect that man.
The L in there, that's the L. He wear that big ass hat, the red hat.
I know that's your birth name. I asked. I actually asked.
Guess on here tonight. You and Rob on everybody else is pseudo killer. We didn't open up the panel yet.
So that means I'm fooled. So let me
no, you ain't fooled long as you don't run over here acting like.
All right, so let me just show you some of the things. Can you see my screen?
That's the CLA, the TLB.
Okay, so let me just show you what my brother did to y'all.
What's
right?
the word he put in there? Put that same word.
Okay, I'm gonna show you the word that he put in. So his basic thing was that Ankh means man, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so then we put in what he puts in, which is Ankh, right?
Why would he put the A in X in it?
That's that convention. Right, the X is CH or KH, right?
Okay.
So, and then he clicks this thing over here that says report in English, right? And then you press start. So then when you do that, you get the lemmas.
All right, don't get it wrong. Don't get it wrong, because you know a saw in your head. Don't get it wrong.
No, a saw's my man. Look, I'm just trying to show you what it is. So when he read through this, he started with the sandal strap. He said to be alive, and then he said swear an oath, and then he goes on to this part over here where it says,
make it bigger, Reggie. Can you make that a little bigger for us?
Yeah, I can make it a little bit bigger. I'm not gonna put it on the side of the screen. Right? So, all right. So now, Ankh. Now, mind you, I would have searched for man. Right? I would have searched for man, but he searched for living because he is saying that the head of the man and the arm stretched out, that's just Ankh means man, right? So then he goes on and then he finds, okay, so this is the first 15. Let me go and see the second one because I want to see which one that I guess that he actually clicked on. So let me just go back. But I think it's this one over here. I think it was.
I just seen it. It's right above. He ain't clicked that one on. Nope. Go down. I'm gonna show you.
It's the second one.
Go to the Unk. Go to the Unk without nothing around it.
No, it's the second one. Is the one with the water and the circle with the lines on it.
Yeah, right there. Yeah, right here. Right. No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
5. So he clicked on. So let's say he clicked on this. So I'm gonna click on.
He never clicked on it. He never clicked on it.
All right, I'm gonna click on it. Right?
Why you click on it? What's the purpose of click on? Because he ain't let us click on it. He was like,
okay. So when you click on it, it's going to show you the word, and it's going to show you the corpuses and the adaptations that this word exists in, so we can understand the meaning. So let's go here and let's say start. Let's say only this lemma onk, and then let's go and click on this. Now, mind you, he was trying to explain that it meant man, right? Mm-hmm. So then one of the things is what we do is we get over here where it comes from, rock inscription of the Old Kingdom, right? But I don't think that this is the one that he clicked on, right?
He clicked on nothing, yo. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
So now, so if you look at any of these adaptations, none of them really talk about man. Right? Mm. So his point wasn't a good perfect God, right? It wasn't a good illustration. Let me go back. This is the one I think he clicked on, or that he wanted to say that has something to do with man, right?
No. The one is the one you just had, yo.
Okay. So now if I wanted to say what is man, the first thing I would do is I would go in and I would click man. So let's go back. And what you're going to do is when you click man, you're going to find that they're talking about lots of other stuff and not necessarily. So over here, so I'm going to click man, right? And then I am going to start the search because now I want to see if man is connected with the Ankh. So the first thing I want to do is I want to scroll down the adaptations and I want to see where man is connected at all with the Ankh. So we have the old man. Huh?
I don't see Ankh on there at all.
Right. So we're going to go down because guess what? There's about 351 illustrations. So I'm going to go down and I'm going to click through and find one of the adaptations that would connect man with, and what you do right here, what you do science, through observation, not science, is through observation, is that you find functions of human beings.
I saw one up there.
Huh?
I saw up there, way up there.
This one right here. Okay, but this one says Jiri Ankh, so that means to provide for. So that's
a man right there. He a provider. The man is a provider. I see what Asar talking about.
No, that's to provide.
I knew Asar knew what he was talking about.
Okay, you playing with me.
No, a man is a provider, ain't he?
Right, but all of these are functions of men. So my point is that if you got all of these functions, to marry, to get in front of, to celebrate, the jury, to be a helmsman, to steer, right? To do what is praised, to celebrate a festival, to take inventory, to be engaged in some type of activity, right? Here's a man to make a complaint, right? Over here to concur, to agree, which some of you are disagreeable. Over here, man of the Delta. We have 351 adaptations to go through to find how many of them are directly connected with the Ankh. And so, no. I got one. I did get one. Oh, all right. But I don't see the man here. I see the Ankh, and it says townsman, a citizen, and we don't pronounce the meta because we don't know how it speaks. We look at the convention. So here is a townsman and a citizen, right? So this is more of a function, an adjective, right? But it's still not connecting the symbol to the man to say that the symbol is a man. So you got my you didn't understand that?
In terms of disagreement, Reggie, I'm not done with you yet, though, huh?
Oh, you can have it. You can look, man. I mean, it's your day. My point of this is that if you go through all of this, you will find functions of human beings, right? The shipwrecked man, right? You find a function. So it wasn't a good illustration to be messing with somebody like Uncle Keck. Because Uncle Keck is not, he's on the top of his game. So it wasn't a good illustration to say that the Ankh is connected directly, is anything more than living in life. All right, so I showed you what Saw did. I would say that it wasn't a good illustration, good example to make his point that the Ankh is a symbol of man, if that's what he was doing. It just wasn't really a good, because I'm showing you all his look, humankind. This was a good one. This was a good one. So if you look at humankind, right, you have Remet. And Remet is a word that we know and we use often, and we just don't see the Ankh connected to humankind. And then I would go over here and I would click the lemma, and then I would look at the adaptations of it just to make sure, okay, so there's no, I need to see some text with it. So let me see if I can see any text. All right, over here. So then I would search for this particular Remet here with the man, and I would, and it would give me, the water bush would give me basically the text, where it comes from, and what the function, what the co-text is. There remain 50 men to do the daily work for him. I do not give power of disposal to anyone with their children, right? So we're not talking, but still I would be looking to see where it's connected with Ankh. So without further examples, he would have to go through here, and he would have to cement his point with more examples.
No,
right?
He was just wrong.
Okay,
like that.
I don't want to say that.
See,
I don't want to say that.
But see, he don't have no problem with telling anybody else they wrong. See, that's the problem.
We don't understand. We don't understand.
Yeah. So either he was right or he was wrong.
If we disagree, it's because we don't understand.
Right.
We're too simple to understand.
So let me put it in perspective. Let me show you where it actually came from.
He'll tell Reggie he wrong in a heartbeat.
Oh yeah, that's real.
Well, yeah, he's tried, but I brought him up
who said that? Fukiao?
Fukiao said.
No, I bought ASCAP. I bought the Amara squad who was working with Asar. I brought them to sit in front of our organization that Ben and Clark and Carruthers and all of our living greats created, Dr. Jeffries, and I brought him up there and I let him talk. And he reviewed his method. Huh?
To the screen.
Yeah.
This is where it came from, right? And Bantam cosmology, right? It's talking about the via life. It say to grow, to mature, the Kulu, is to be ready to enter into this powerful zone of the V of life. It is very important to understand also that to enter the V of life zone is to stand vertically. All right, it says to stand vertically like a master in Ganga, between the earth and the sky, and between the upper world and the lower world. The Egyptian Ankh, and I'm telling you what it is. He said the Egyptian Ankh symbol itself is nothing else but a symbol of a master standing vertically inside the V, right here. I'm saying, what the hell is going on? Like the Ankh, you don't got nothing else around it, right? It's just the Ankh. I'm saying, where in Egypt did a Ankh mean this? The Ankh.
Look, that's Congo. That's Congo masonry. That's Congo. That's mystery system. Congo mystery system thought.
But
right?
what about the beginning of the book, Unc?
Yeah, because I don't know.
Because
Ramon,
the beginning of the book is talking about what modern science calls the Big Bang, and I heard y'all on here saying, "Who is this man?"
And he doesn't
Yeah.
understand
I mean, like
Big Bang.
all I'm gonna say to you, my brother, at this point, everybody can change, right?
No, so what point aren't you understanding in that though?
No. At this point, I just want to make sure I'm clear. I just want
word matching.
My brother, I don't know about
word matching. No, it's called word.
No, I don't. I'm not taking the point of the I don't know about none of
that. No. I'm not. We're talking about the Big Bang. Do you realize when you say see, I see their word Big Bang. In this, you're matching words.
No, I'm not matching.
He didn't even get his point out,
brother. I'm matching the concept. The concept is talking about that. In the beginning of that book is describing the concept or the process of the beginning of the universe. That's what the beginning of that book is talking about. So y'all say that guy's
not.
Oh, it is not. So shall we go to the book?
Yes, go to the book.
Let's go to the book. Yeah, make sure you talk about the cookie dough god too while you at it. Don't leave
it to the book. Cookie dough god.
Yes, he do.
Go leave that out.
Go to the fire.
Go ahead.
Share your screen, Rabon.
Hold on, y'all.
Listen. All I'm saying at this point now,
pull it up.
You. When I first met you, your first thing was, Rabon, you got to get with evolution. Egyptians had the baboon. They called the great ancestor the baboon, Bobby. Remember that? And you say it every day. And you use the Egyptian concept to describe evolution.
He was
you
wrong.
Used to have Ngozi on here go through the Agdad, and he goes through the Agdad and breaks down the 4 nuclear forces, and you didn't have a problem with it. So if this is a change in your ideology,
wait a minute. No, I'm not changing my. Listen, I just have a better listen, bro. See, this what people. Let me say this. See, this what people can't do. If I'm the same nigga I was 10 years ago, you should get the fuck away from me. Because that means I ain't grown one lip. So I'm not ashamed to say that things that I thought of earlier in life, I have changed. So if you find some video when I was saying that television was
I was with you, it wasn't. This is
no. I'm just trying to show you something. So what I'm saying right now in 2021, based off of scientific literacy, based off all that, I'm sitting here trying to tell you that I have a grasp on what it means to be literate to scientific terms like the Big Bang. And the first problem that I have is that when scientists say Big Bang, right, it don't mean nothing that nobody think they mean. So if you was to pull up African cosmology and they say Big Bang and they start talking about the noise and all that, then they're not even close to talking about the same thing. They're just word matching. I don't know why nobody can understand. So please pull it up. I dare you all, born. Pull it up right now. You got
okay. So this is what I'm gonna do first.
You ain't scared nobody. Go get
all
that.
All right. Okay. So you asked me to pull it up. So this is what I'm gonna do first. For everybody. First we gonna look at Harvard, and then I'm gonna go right to it.
Yeah, please take enough time so that Cedric doesn't.
Are y'all gonna allow me to pull it up? I don't need.
No, I want you to take as much time so Cedric doesn't rip me up.
Right? Can we just get to the information? So now everybody look at this screen. This is from Harvard.
What is that? I don't want to see that. You run your time out. I don't want to see
off my back.
Y'all keep talking.
Are you serious about
this? Look what it says right here.
Don't do it.
Long before our world took shape, the Big Bang sent a shockwave of energy irradiating through a violently expanding universe. So now we know what they're talking about. In 1/1,000th of a second, the primordial fragment of existence transitioned through the distinct phases of the 4 fundamental forces: electromagnetism, gravity, weak, strong forces took shape. At this point, temperatures were still so high for everyday matter, which are protons and neutrons, to form. Instead, a soup made out of their insides, known as corks and glue, are permeated through space in the blink of an eye. However, the cork soup cooled, giving the rise to the first signs of the ordinary matter. So when they say Big Bang here, it is talking about the beginning of the universe. I want that clear. And this comes from the Harvard University. So now we're going to go over.
It comes from Anthony. What's his name?
It comes from Harvard. It's right here. Harvard EDU.
He's just
Harvard
talking,
EDU.
Yo, he's
REZDU.
trying to just explain to you something in layman terms. Yo, you can't be serious. Why
yo,
keep
brother,
doing
listen.
that?
Yo, listen. If you think that this is wrong, then you deal with the people in Harvard, EDU that co-sign.
You know what? We have a failure to communicate right now. Corey, where you at, Corey?
Yo, I thought you said you was gonna let me go, bro. I'm gonna be done
I
right now.
didn't know you was gonna bring up two things. I thought you was gonna
I told you I was gonna bring up two things. That's it. I'm about to be done.
No, I don't want to hear the other one now. I'm good with that.
No.
Too much time in between. Nope.
No, he going to Fukiao now. Let him go to Fukiao.
Hold on. Yeah, we're gonna go there right now. Give me a second. Let me find out. No, I got it somewhere.
Hey, Corey. I mean, how many times do you got to say that when Neil deGrasse is talking and all that, yo, they not presenting you with the theory, yo. They just like.
Yeah. That's fine. That's fine, bro. That's fine.
No, that's essential in this conversation, though.
They illustrate. They simply don't understand it. It's in
That's
layman's
fine,
terms.
bro.
It
That's
doesn't mean what
cool.
it says.
Nobody understands this stuff. Y'all the smartest people on the planet.
They right choose it.
Can I just read this, please?
I just want to say that right before you.
No, Rob Bourne. That's why we did. Hey, Rob Bourne. That's why we want you to get back-to-back screen shares, bro.
I just want 5 seconds.
I got the book open.
I know, but wait a minute, Rob Bourne. Listen, Rob Bourne. Hold on, Corey. Rob Bourne. When you said you want to share your screen, I thought you was going straight to here. We don't. I
am going straight there.
No, you did not. You went to Harvard.
My brother, I said.
You used up your screen share for a moment. You can read that. Let Corey talk. We don't need.
I just want 5 seconds, Rob Bourne. I ain't gonna take up your time.
Rob Bourne, you taking away from your own point, Rob Bourne. When you said you was gonna screen share the book, you cheated, and you
y'all don't want him to make his point.
Then you can do the book.
Hold on.
I said before that.
Corey go.
So
Corey go. Then you can do it.
Y'all saying y'all.
I just want to say.
Hold on. So y'all saying y'all gonna let him read the first part, but y'all not gonna let him make his point?
No. He cheated.
No, I didn't. Everybody heard me.
I told you to bring the Harvard Yale in there. You did that.
He gonna read
Brother,
it.
I said it before.
He's trying to build the premise, man. Let him build
let him
premise.
build the premise.
No, we wanted the book. No, that's not fair, yo.
I ain't got no problem with
if
it,
the man is trying to make a point, let him make the point.
I ain't mad that you brought the Harvard, Rob Bourne. That was fair. For the record,
I can't believe you buck wilding like this, brother. I just can't believe it. Hey,
man, now you got Sister Carver on you.
Hey, y'all can hear me, fam? Because I know this about to be a while. I'm not gonna break up y'all spat. I promise.
What's going on, Quinn? It's the Sosa, baby. What's going on?
I'm gonna call her back. What's going on, my brother King Sofa?
What's going on,
I love
How you
King
doing,
Sosa
man? You
so
know
much.
I love you.
Yeah, I love you so much, brother. Peace to the panel. Peace to all of y'all brothers on here. I was talking to Unc earlier. We was running it. This how all this. I just don't get it, y'all. But I'm not gonna break y'all spat up. I did want to mention something about myth, but it's based in primitive myth in psychology, right? Just something real quick. Maybe that can help y'all regroup. Is that okay? That's all right. Hey, brother Reggie. There go my brother Reggie.
As long as you cut off Rob Bourne, I don't care.
I love brother Reggie so much. Oh my, it's such an honor to be up here with you, brother Reggie.
No, Cedric, that and who else? And Sheffrin. Who's the other?
No, Reggie. Reggie,
tell him that.
It's all love. I've been following you for years.
It's okay, Cedric. I'm joking.
I'm joking. Sharing the panel with you. It's an honor.
Reggie's Reggie's a great person. You know, it is what it is. I mean, most of you guys up here got to be great brothers if y'all around brother Unc, because brother Unc's a great brother. You know, that's just how that is. I'm sorry. Can y'all hear me well? Because I'm about to All right, so I know y'all got this whole thing going on about the origins of the universe and the cosmos and what myth plays at, what it takes its place. I'm gonna first start off by just saying I just want to give a quick synopsis of myth, you know, as we know it, as defined. Now, say not from your regular Webster's dictionary, go to something a little bit older. And what we're looking at, myth as being a tradition, a traditional story of unknown authorship, or ostensibly with a historical basis, but serving usually to explain some phenomenon of nature, you know, or the origins of man, or, you know, or customs and institutions, religions, rights, etc., etc., etc. Y'all get the point. So I'm gonna read something to y'all right quick. And yeah, this will give everybody a little chance to sit back for a second. It's not gonna take long, probably about 2 minutes if I read fast enough. But it's coming from a specific area in a book, Myth and Primitive Psychology. Right? Now, the name of the book in itself is Magic, Science, and Religion, and other essays. It's very interesting. I'll reference the author at the end, but I'm going to say this here, and I quote, myth, warranting the belief in immortality, in eternal youth, in a life beyond the grave, is not an intellectual reaction upon a puzzle, but an explicit act of faith born from the innermost instinctive and emotional reaction to the most formidable and haunting idea. Nor are the stories about the origins of rites and customs told in mere explanations of them. They never explain in any sense of the word. They always state a precedent, which constitutes an idea and a warrant for its continuous and sometimes practical directions for its procedure. We have therefore to disagree on every point with this excellent through concise statement of present-day mythological opinion. This definition would create an imagery non-existent class of narrative, the ethological myth corresponding to a non-existent desire to explain, leading a future existence of an intellectual effort, and remaining outside native culture and social organization with their pragmatic interests. I go on to say, the whole treatment appears to us faulty because myths are treated as mere stories, because they are regarded as a primitive intellectual armchair occupation, because they are torn out of their life context and studied from what they look like on paper and not from what they do in life. Such a definition would make it impossible either to see clearly the nature of myth or to reach a satisfactory classification of folk tales. Right? But above all, the point of view would be fatal to efficient fieldwork, for it would make the observer satisfied with the mere writing down of narratives. Right? The intellectual nature of a story is exhausted with its text, but the functional, right, cultural, and pragmatic aspect of any native tale is manifested as much as its enactment, embodiment, and contextual relations.
You having a call?
What happened to Congo, man?
I don't know. Hold on, shit. I don't see her.
Go ahead, Rob-on.
I don't see her.
Yeah, what happened, man?
I don't see Rob. Oh, I see Rob-on. I don't see her.
What happened to Cabo?
Rob Bourne is still there. Go ahead, Rob Bourne. Make your point, Rob Bourne.
Mr. Cabo.
We hear you.
What the hell happened to Sister Cabo, yo?
Nah, y'all gotta fix that.
She gone.
Yeah, fix that, yo. That's Sister. Yeah, hit it. Hey, if Cabo, you listen, hit the link. Hit the link back, yo.
Let me text her, tell her she fell off.
Yeah, she's probably still reading.
Let me text you, yo. Yeah, I'm texting her right now. We can't hear you.
Yeah, she's gone. I'll check it out. You fell off the panel.
One of y'all kicked her off, yo.
Nah.
Sit now, Rob on.
Yo, that's crazy, bro.
It don't look like Reggie upset about it.
No, I was contemplating I wanted to see where it ends. I'm contemplating.
I'm just fucking with you, Reggie. I gotta fuck with you a little bit.
Yeah.
Hey, but Rob Bourne, what I was gonna say before you was gonna make your point earlier is that, you know, some of these scientific writers like Neil, we talked about earlier this week, like Neil deGrasse Tyson and Lawrence Krauss. When they write in their books, they write mostly like enthusiastically. They don't write as if they were writing to the scientific community. It's more for the enthusiasts that they write, you know, they books, you know, like
to make money.
Yeah. So it's all about, you know, enthusiastic writing, and it's to draw you in. It's to draw you in. It's to get people interested in science. It's to help get funding. You know what I'm saying? Because when rich people get interested in science, they like to put money towards studies, different studies, and different things like that. And so like that's who they write for, the enthusiasts. You know what I'm saying? And they write very enthusiastically. You know what I mean?
Because you'd be enthusiastic to spend your
wouldn't
money.
I wouldn't get too caught up in the details of really what they writing, but you know, to get you're supposed to get an overall picture, you know, of what they saying, you know.
I don't believe in I don't believe in myths. I see the value in trying to understand how early people were thinking, but I'm never going to be stuck in early people thinking. So if it's not going to help my people, it's not going to be conducive to the survival of my people today. It's just some pages in a book. I mean, I respect African culture. You know I do. I just don't believe it has not proven successful in warding off the invasion of Africa. It didn't work. Voodoo is great.
It's a time and a place for that. You know, you have museums to appreciate different ancient cultures. You know what I'm saying?
What I gotta do to get Copper back on here, yo?
You gotta call her.
Yeah, she gotta hit the link again.
No, but it depends on her. You know, it's an internet service, but at least if someone could call her and contact her.
I'm talking to her on the phone right now, yo.
Okay, so for example,
send a link to messages.
So with the context of the museum, if we don't get our stuff together, we're gonna be stuffed in museums like the Planet of the Apes, right? We are literally going to be stuffed with artificial intelligence now, with metaverse. They don't need all these humans. They're taking up space. It was a major purge with COVID, right? COVID was used as a weapon. It may have started off as it started out, but then they used it as a weapon. They found out that it's lucrative, that they can purge all these old people from these nursing homes. They could create whole new industries and in getting wealth from insurance policies and things like that, and take people's land and property.
Reggie, you just want to start an argument, man. Uncle ain't gonna let you ride away, get away with that when he get off the phone. You already know that.
I was about to say.
You already know that,
Get away with that one.
Yeah, I don't know. I just want to add that all of y'all looked at that beginning of that book.
I'm trying to say
we read that.
Oh, y'all read it? Okay, so y'all
send her the link to her Facebook Messenger.
I mean, the pseudo killers. We went over that book
send it to Facebook Messenger
the other day. Not live, but like in private.
Right now, dog. Yo, how the fuck do we get the Queen Mother back in the motherfucker, dog?
Yo, somebody technology. I hope none of y'all kicked her off, man.
Nah, man. Send a link to
How? I hope y'all didn't do that.
Send a link to her Facebook.
I don't have the control.
Send a link to her Facebook Messenger, bro. She can click the link.
Send it to it, Copper. You got the link, right?
Okay, let's be patient. Let's be
Yeah,
patient.
she know how to click the link again.
Yeah, but I was just
Put
saying, like,
it
you
in
know,
there. Put the
Trying
link
to
back
say,
in there, in
he's
the
trying to
chat.
say you blocked her. She's blocked.
Oh, I don't know. I ain't seen. I don't know
Yo,
about
that's
that.
some bullshit, man. Oh boy.
blocked for coming in the link, coming on the panel.
Yeah, yo, how is that possible, yo? I ain't know you could.
I ain't know.
No.
Yeah, crazy.
You from the meeting. The whole.
How do you get back? Can you click it from your? I'll tell you what you do.
No, I can kick it from my phone or my computer. It says the same thing, my brother.
It said on the phone
It's
too.
all good. Them niggas kick me off.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
it's all good.
Is the host? It ain't.
Yeah, I didn't kick you off. I'm the host now. No, I ain't kick you off. No, but
I don't know what you want to kick me off. I ain't did y'all niggas shit. You heard? I was
Only it could happen like that. I'm the only one person can do it. That's the host. Like we can't even do that. Only the host can do that. I wouldn't do.
Don't throw Unc under the bus. Don't throw him under the bus. Let's just figure out how it happened. You're going into mythology. Let's just figure out.
No, this ain't no mythology. Somebody kicked the off.
No, but we don't have to dwell in that. Can someone find out?
There's only one host, man. Only the host can do it. You know, Unc wouldn't do it.
So why don't put Unc's name in it? So why don't we just find out, you scientific pseudo killers, find out how to get her back on?
So Reggie, speaking about scientific,
oh man,
I want to get back how you rounded off that by interjecting that the ancient Egyptians.
I mean, brother Cedric, you can eat. I really wanted to finish my point.
Thank you, Rob Boy. Save me, Rob Boy.
I really wanted to finish my point. So, you know, since y'all read that book and y'all said y'all read it, y'all don't like it. I don't know. Y'all said, who is this guy? I think we know who he is, and he's an initiate. And if you think he's a liar, then that's up to you. However, this cosmology that he's describing, he's talking about the M-boogie, he's talking about the empty space, he's talking about it heated up, and particles of these light unknown forces brought forth existence, and it cooled down. This is why I read the Harvard thing first. When you look at that and you see the two standard models of how matter is created, it says the same thing. That's all I'm
but
saying.
the band too didn't say that. That's
but how do you
saying that the band two didn't say that. So then you're basically
because we read it and we know he's pseudo. Like
how is he pseudo? Hold on, time out. I want you, whoever's talking, you saying that this guy who was initiated in his thing, you're saying he's pseudo. Why?
What's initiated mean?
Initiated means that you're initiated into a specific system, and that system partakes specific knowledge upon those who are initiated.
So nobody can understand what he's talking about unless you.
No, there's no, brother. There's other people who have the cosmology and speak upon it too. So if you want to,
I'm saying like unless you initiated, you got to be an initiate to.
No, you don't got to be initiated because there's other writers who speak upon the same thing.
Yeah.
So if it was just one person,
then that's say the same thing. I done heard Von Daniken them say the same thing.
You heard who?
Von Daniken.
I don't know who Von Daniken.
The Chariots of the Gods.
He wrote the Chariots of the Gods.
I don't know who that is. I don't know what that. I don't know what that got to do with African cosmology.
What they be? Well, he got a lot to do with it because he doing the same thing that Pookie doing.
Oh, so that guy
lying,
is so that guy. Wait a minute. So that guy is part of a tribe and an initiated. He's an African.
No. He's not. He's a white boy. He a white boy.
So why would you put that on the black man who is a part of
the same thing?
Come on, don't
matter if he's black or white. He's doing the same thing, Rob Boy. That's all.
All right, you can call it what you want, bro. The whole problem that all this is talking about how when you look at all of these cosmologies, they talk about life always existed in a specific form and things transform. Period. That's all it is. That's just a fundamental principle.
That's fine. Yeah.
I mean, what's wrong with that? That's pseudo because that's pseudo. That's pseudo.
Rob, in the beginning, I said water it down, right? Because that's beautiful, right? But when you water it down and try to equate it with the Big Bang science, that's not, you're taking away from what they was really doing. That's not what they was doing. They weren't trying to
Okay, Chef Friend.
make a Big Bang theory.
Brother, who's that? That's Chef Friend?
No, that's me. This concrete core.
Okay, Corey. So when you saying taking away what they're doing, right? It's an intent in the writings from Egypt going all across. The attention, it's done intentionally to describe how they see the origin of the universe. This is what we're looking at. Just what
not
they
the
said
universe,
that.
though, man. Like, why you want to put that on them? Like,
Because
they don't
said
know
it.
about the universe.
My brother,
you know how vast the universe is.
I get you. I feel what you're saying, brother. But then that
you
means
can't see the universe with your naked eye.
I feel what you're saying, brother. But all I'm telling you is what I'm telling you what the Africans said. This is their concept of how the universe began. They're naming the things.
You reading this from Fukuyao. You reading this out of a pseudo book.
Hold on, brother.
Pseudo dude.
No, you can call him
he
pseudo.
He don't even got a degree in regular cosmology, let alone ancient.
He's talking about
languages and cosmology. Like, this dude don't got a degree in shit. Like, who is he to say anything about anybody?
Brother, so let me ask you a question. Do you need a degree if you are African?
You gotta be qualified.
Yo, brother, listen to me. Do you need a degree to and you are Yoruba and you are part of the Ifa to break down their cosmology? Do you need a PhD for that if you are part of that culture?
If you're trying to equate it with Big Bang cosmology, at least you need to know what the fuck you're talking about when it comes to regular modern science, right? Before you go to try to equate some ancient shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm saying, like, this nigga is a straight up pseudo nigga. He on some bullshit, right?
Yo, listen, brother.
I'm trying to tell you that.
Okay. Check it out.
He's full of shit. That's all I'm trying to tell you,
Check it out. We started out talking about Egypt, right? I came here because Aunt told me to come over here, so I'm here. So then I'm talking about Nu, and now we have the actual text. I bring it up, I show it, I ask Reggie, yo, do you agree with this? I ask Unc, do you agree with it? Then we begin reading. So now we know what they're talking about. So no, they wasn't talking about the universe. They were, and then the brothers, we have the definition of the terms of what they're talking about.
Who gave it to you though? Who said that?
Brother,
Who said it was the
Reggie,
definition?
are they talking about the earth? Or are they talking about the universe? No, brother, they're talking about the universe. That's their way of seeing it.
They were talking about space.
So hold on. Can I just?
They talking about their universe, not
when
the
you look
universe, bro.
So when you step outside of Africa, right? Have you looked at other indigenous cultures, cosmology, and see if you see a similar pattern going?
Absolutely. If you look at India's cosmology with the Atman, you see the same thing. You look in the Sumerian cosmology, you see the same thing.
Because
even when you get to the Greeks, right? And this is what makes this even funny conversation. Just the idea of atomism. Just that right there. No one knew what an atom is.
Yesterday.
We jumping too far.
I don't know. I wasn't here. Listen, brother, I'm totally out of tune with what y'all be doing. I don't know any of this. I just knew this.
Muted.
Before we get there, Rob, I'm not trying to get to what I'm trying to say is that when you study, when you look at indigenous tribes, right, you study early human, and they're creating these cosmologies, right? Like I said, the beginning point is where you are, because the natural state is going to be either there was something or there was not. But when you look at indigenous cosmology and then their origin stories, they're not trying to be scientific. It doesn't even matter if it's true or not. The purpose of it is function in the community to keep the group together as a whole. It doesn't matter if it's true or not. Like, you have to show that they're trying to truly make these things accurate. But if you can look, you can find the same thing with a nigga in the tropical rainforest who's just coming.
So here's the thing. You just brought up a tropical rainforest. You're gonna have to give me those stories. The problem here is you have
so
five.
If I give you the story, brother, wait a minute. So wait a minute. I'm gonna let you go, Rob. I'm asking for clarity for what you asked for. If I show you that in other cultures, in let's say in tropical rainforest that had the same thing, does that refute your point?
No, it doesn't. Can I finish, please? Now,
All right, then go
Can I
ahead.
finish? If we have the writings of Africans who are writing things and we know the definitions of the things that they're talking about, and they're specifically talking about the before the creation of the earth, this is their concept. How they came up with it, nobody knows. But everything else, they cannot finish.
The problem
please,
starts when you try
brother,
to
can I
equate
finish?
it to modern science, Rabon.
Yo, I'm not talking
So it's
about
not
brother, can
falsifiable,
I
Raw
finish?
Born.
Can I
No, that's
finish?
the. But you're
Can I
saying nobody knows, so the whole
can
thing
I
is not
finish, please,
falsifiable.
brother? Can
So
I
it's
please finish?
unscientific.
Yo, can
But
I
go
please
ahead,
finish?
go ahead.
All I'm telling y'all is when you talking about the beginning of the scientific method, it is through observation. That thing dealing with the Egyptian creation story and how they seen the universe is based. Yo, can I finish, bro? It's based off of how they saw the universe. This is how they made their calendar. This is how they did everything. That is their scientific method and that science at that time for them. I am not saying that that is the modern thing that is right now. I am saying that the fundamental principle that life always existed, and from these in the universe, they're very technical. They're not saying that it happened on Earth. They said it happened on the universe, and that these invisible forces. Listen, bro, and they said these invisible forces.
But that's factually wrong, though. Then
I'm done, bro.
Yeah, be done. You're factually wrong, and you're preaching. Like if you yourself can't stop and realize.
Don't worry,
they didn't say the universe.
After Cedric is finished with you, he's coming for me too. So
if you can't realize yourself when they say life in the universe, they were factually wrong. If you yourself can deduce that, why are we having this conversation? You obviously don't understand modern cosmology and the fundamentals of the Big Bang theory.
So, brother, did life begin in the universe? Yes or no?
No, life began on Earth long after the universe existed.
I'm done, bro.
You are done.
I'm done.
That is pretty true, though. I mean,
No. When we talking about the beginning of the universe, bro, that's life. Those are the atoms and the things that in the. Yo, listen, bro.
So now you're a Christian again. You confusing
I'm not a Christian. I never was
and evolution.
Yo, brother, listen. Are we gonna have a conversation or you gonna just
keep talking about cosmology or evolution?
Cedric, let him get it. Like y'all gotta
Come on, bro. You making up shit, bro.
You making up shit. The beginning of the universe in cosmology has nothing to do with
conversation,
or
bro.
evolution.
This shit is crazy,
bro.
Bro.
Gotta have the conversation, not like
we can't have no conversation.
Talk, bro.
You doing a lot of talking. Why don't you show me that the Earth and everything didn't begin from the universe? Show me that.
Wow.
Pull that shit up on the screen and stop talking.
Strong man.
That's what I thought. So now I'm gonna pull it up. I'm gonna pull it up on the screen.
You want to ramble off your rhetoric, and you have the ability not to even hear what you're saying.
Keep talking.
Cosmology, abiogenesis, and evolution are three separate things.
You're talking, bro. I'm showing shit. First, let me show you the book that I'm talking about.
So you can't say life started at the beginning of the universe. That is factually incorrect.
You're just talking.
Let me ask you one.
Everybody can see the name of the book.
Can I cut in while he doing all that?
Can you give me
the name of the book is on? The name of the book is called The Introduction to Particle Cosmology.
Can you give me some of the other scholars?
That's a good. Who the author of that?
Let me go back to the beginning.
Can you give me some other scholars though that agree with who get like
Springer?
What are some of the
That's
other
the
people
publisher Springer, right?
You see it? Yeah, we can get to that.
I still didn't see the author.
Oh, you want the author? It's on the front of the book, right here.
Okay. Oh,
can you see it? Is it clear for you?
Okay. Yeah, I don't know him right there.
Textbook,
all right, so let me go here so you can see. There's the editors here. You want that too?
No, I just wanted to see the author, just in case I might have been familiar with his work or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
So this comes from the Department of Physics, Fudan University. You got Shanghai, you got China there, you got all those things there. All right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The standard model of cosmology. The standard model of cosmology currently is the best theory for the description of the universe. So we clear on this. In the Egyptian cosmology, that's why it's called cosmology from everybody on the planet, because this is their model of the universe. It is based on two fundamental ingredients: the standard model of particle physics, which is used for the matter context, and general relativity, which describes gravitational interactions. Right. So when you're dealing with what is used for the matter context and general relativity and describes the gravitational interactions, in those stories, they're talking about the interactions of those forces that they name. They name them. They don't exist on the earth. They're naming Shu, Tefnut. That is no, they don't exist on the earth. They're telling you the intermixing of these forces produce what you now see. That's what the Egyptians say. I'm not making this shit up. They said it, and they named what they are. They didn't name, oh, I'm gonna imaginary make up Shu and Tef, and these niggas gave forth the earth. Proof God said it, and thus so it be. That's not what it says. So let's keep moving. It says that the interactions also requires the inflammatory paradigm, which is an elegant mechanism to fix a few problems in the scenario. The standard model economy very successfully explains a huge amount of observational data, including as the most remarkable ones of Hubble's law, the primordial abundance of light elements and the cosmic microwave background. However, there is a puzzle that strongly suggests to look for new physics, and it is striking that we only could perceive 5% of the universe. About 25% of the universe is likely made some of weakly, interactive particles, not belonging to the SMM or, damn, this thing is in the way, particle physics. All right. And you see I'm talking about
anything about the Egyptians here? Go back.
No,
you were saying something about the Egyptians.
No, brother. No.
So here doesn't say anything about the Egyptians.
Let him lay his argument.
Listen.
Come on, let him,
it's not going to say the Egyptians. It's not going to say new. It's not going to say new. It's not going to say Shu. It's not going to say Tefnut. It is not going to mention those names. But guess what? If we translate those things into English and we see the particles that they're talking about, this is what they're talking about. These interactions.
Let's show it. Show like so.
Okay, so now you want me to show that?
No.
Okay.
So Tefnut.
You want me to show that too? Wait. Hold on.
I don't understand. Like, why are you trying to make the Egyptians know about super subatomic particles?
No, they don't talk about super subatomic particles. They didn't know what a super subatomic particle.
I'm trying to get clarity.
Well, you said they had a different word for it.
That's what.
No, I didn't. Okay, bro.
I'm trying to figure out, like, when you. That's why we're trying to follow the conversation. That's why we're asking questions, right? When you saying that they didn't use, like, they wouldn't use those words like they named, so like that means that the elements that are there, they're representing as something, as either Tefnut or I don't know all the names, right? So I'm asking, what is Tefnut in terms of the modern science cosmology? Like, what is Tefnut compared to when you look at the cosmology?
It's dealing with moisture, brother.
Okay, and what's the other one they got in there that they connect? Oh, you got Tefnut.
Atom.
You got Tefnut. I thought
you have Shu and Tefnut.
They're the same. Both of them are moisture, Tefnut and Nu.
No, but there are aspects of, watch this. There are aspects of water. There's Nun, there's Shu, and then there's Tefnut. Right?
Yeah.
The aspects of watery substance or waves, right, outside of the earth. So it comes from outside of the earth.
Well, because this is
okay. Can I get this in? Can I get this in so we can finish the conversation? It says the text translated here, along with the accompanying illustrates, plate 1, give a fairly concise picture of the ancient Egyptian understanding of the universe. In this view, the world of human experience is bound by land below and sky above, separated from one another by the atmosphere. This is in their text. So if you saying they made this shit up, like y'all been saying up here, that they just imaginary doing shit, no, they're not. Now, in the attempt to understand what the outer universe might look like, the Egyptian philosophers resorted to a series of contrasts within the known world. This is what Reggie said. Where the world is, let's get to the next page and then I'll be done.
Now, don't stop. The world is. He's going. He's going.
Let's go. This is what Reggie said. Where the world is finite, with what lies beyond it is limitless. Now we're back to the universe. The southern, northern, western, and eastern limits of which are the unknown. The known world is lit by the sun. The universe outside is uniformly and perpetually dark, there being no brightness there. And where the known world characterized by the activity of daily life. Lastly, the term used in the text to refer to the outer universe or uniform darkness is more descriptive than the monative. The more usual term is new, translated as waters or primordial waters. Are we clear on this? Reflects the Egyptian concept of the universe as a limitless ocean of dark and motionless water within which the world of life floats as a sphere of air and light. This is all derived from the text. So the text is here so you can see it. So I'm not making this shit up. From the cenotaph of Seti the First, outside the cosmos. This is what they're talking about. All of these things they're talking about is elements working together and bringing forth. That's all we're saying. Do they have what we know today to say that this is modern science? Absolutely not. The fundamental principle is there, though.
Can I share?
Now I'm done, yo.
Can I share an article? I'm just trying to find out how I can share my
the
screen.
Egyptian thought space, the blackness was water.
Yeah, well, can I just share? Can I just share?
Hit the share button, Reggie. Hit the share button, bro.
Okay, so thanks. No, I need your permission because you know Cedric is on me. So let me just let me see. Stop video. How do I? I'm having problems sharing. 1 second.
Little green button right there.
I got it. So I'm going to give you an article. It's pretty popular. It's when gods play the roles of particles, right? It's by Dr. Renee Tattamore. She's pretty popular. And it says, when the gods play the roles of the particle, sexuality, and quantum language in the perception of the Octad of Hermopolis. So basically, she is equating the language of the ancient Egyptians with quantum language, right? And she's well sourced, right? According to the tradition, the Octad, usually translated as the primeval chaos, existed in the beginning of time before the world was created. And then she goes on and talks about the 8 gods, the male and female, Amen, Amenet, Nununet, Kekeke, Hey, 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 right? Which are the particles. Then they give you the language. Oh, you 8 infinite ones who make up parts of the sky. This is the ancient Egyptians guessed in the coffin text. Then they go on, she goes on, and then she starts conflating, equating, however you want to do with concepts of their concepts of waterness, infiniteness, darkness, hiddenness, and that's the Amen, Amenet, Nununet, Kekeke, Hey, 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 right? And so then Noon, the watery, unmanifested chaos. And then they talk about the Octad creation story and transdisciplinary as method of investigation. So that's a point, a method of investigation. So then she just starts examining some of the text, right? And she goes on and then it says the Hermopotalan theology, the Big Bang, and quantum theory, right? So she equates, conflates, exaggerates, right, or states, right? Elementary particles known as quarks began to bond in triads, forming photons, positrons, and neutrinos, and were created along with their antiparticles. These are minuscule amounts of protons and neutrons at this stage, approximately 1 for every 1 billion photons, neutrinos, electrons. So she, again, equates, uses the language, conflates, right? exaggeration.
That was right and exact right there, though. She laid that down. Like that was right and exact. Go ahead.
So she breaks down. So she breaks down what she thinks is the elementary particles in the language of the Egyptians to ultimately modern day quantum physical behavior patterns. Right now, look.
I'm not gonna sit here and do this. Have a hand.
Yeah, I'm just giving you a source. I'm giving you So she says, however, one should not forget that any subatomic particle is in fact expressed as a wave-particle duality, as proven in the case of photons in the first 20th century by Max Planck, and experimentally confirmed by the following generations of physicists. Again, I'm not
Wait
saying.
a minute, hold on, Reggie. Is she saying that duality is the who and who can't like that? That's what she's saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she's that's and so that's what she's exploring as to give a
wild ass goose chase. You're in a rabbit hole, yo.
I understand, but here's the thing.
But the science
I'm gonna stop sharing it.
The science she using is the top notch science.
Yeah, the science is the science.
I'm gonna say that this is a well-sourced article, even though.
Can you not see what's going on in front of your face, Reggie?
What? What do you mean? I didn't say I agree. I didn't say I agree.
He said conflating.
Yeah, I said exaggerate,
You're misunderstanding why he
conflate.
read the article. That's he's not reading it because he's saying she's actual.
Yeah, he said conflated.
That's not why he's reading.
Yeah, I'm just giving you that. This
Reggie, I'm just saying in front of you. I'm not saying you. I'm saying in front of our fucking face. I'm gonna bring a person on here with the Bible. They can do the same thing. Talk to this white boy, yo. He had that shit down pat. Yo, this part right
man, you can't get no Bible up in here with that.
Yes,
Come on, man.
No,
yes, I can't. I heard a nigga do it with Allah while you bullshit. That's why.
Peace. How everybody doing?
Okay.
Shit,
I'm doing a literature review. I'm just letting you know what's out there. I didn't agree.
You know what's out there, bro? Like we ain't crazy.
No, you didn't see the article before, so I'm helping you out.
No, how do you know what I seen? How do you know what the hell I done seen?
Did you read the article? Have you read that article before?
Man, reading that shit about somebody knowing quantum particles back in 5000 BCE.
He was just reading it to show a correlation to how sometimes people can take modern science and correlate the shit with ancient shit and make
and conflate it.
That's it.
And exaggerate it.
That's all he was saying. Yeah, that's what he said.
Reggie was doing an honest. That was very honest.
Critique. Yeah, that was cool, man. Reggie's on your side, huh?
Don't beat him up.
I don't know when I'm on. I don't know when I'm on his side. The fact of the matter,
on your side. I'm talking about the daggone fact that people do that is what I'm talking about.
Well, they are gonna do that.
Shoot at everybody. Shoot at everybody.
You're not the only one on this planet.
Yo, I knew what you was doing, Reggie.
Okay.
Am I talking Japanese?
No, that's why you my brother. You're not talking.
I'm making a point that I done seen this done with the Bible, with the Quran, and all that shit. That ain't nothing new to my ears to see him.
No. The only difference is the person did a literary review of ancient Egypt, right? And they did what you said. They conflated it with quantum physics, right? However, the difference is the Bible is, first of all, is worse, right? The Bible is just completely wrong in Genesis. So you can't even examine this shit, right? The Quran.
No, you ain't hearing the esoteric.
No,
you gotta get the esoteric meaning.
Already.
You know what I'm saying?
Wrong. You have to listen to Dr. William Lane Craig.
Who?
Dr. William Lane Craig. He got it down back. Down to evolution is in the Bible.
The baddest boy in America.
I never heard
that. Evolution is in the Bible? Okay, wait, stop. Okay, no, Cedric is on my ass now.
Cedric, have you ever heard of the Kalam cosmological?
No, I need to see the goddamn text in Greek. I need to see the Greek goddamn text
right?
Dr. William Lane Craig.
William will beat
So
you.
y'all
He'll beat
sitting
you
here,
down.
hold on. So y'all sitting here actually saying that the Egyptian story is better than the Bible and the Quran story of creation because of what?
Oh, because those stories those stories get there because of the fusion with ancient Egypt and Persia and other faiths. There's nothing original
which one of them
about
is
the Bible. There's nothing original about the Hebrew book or the Hebrew book or the Bible or the Christian Bible.
So y'all saying the Egyptian story sound better to y'all?
No, it just came first.
Well, at least they believe that the earth created them and not some spook.
Yeah.
The sun and the
I feel
earth.
you. Can I say one thing though? Can I say
Right,
one thing while y'all at it? Can I
Go
say
ahead.
one more thing?
Go ahead.
Hey, Google Scholar. I see you be in here, you be in the chat, and you calling me pseudo or whatever. You're here now, so what do you want to talk about, brother? Because
I wanted to
I
ask you a
normally
couple
don't come
questions.
around for these specific reasons. But go ahead. What you got?
I wanted to ask you a couple questions if that's all right with you.
I'm fine. Let's go.
And you can pay attention to what I put in the chat. You have to start to pay attention to what I say when I'm on here. All right. So the first question is, according to what you read, it says the universe outside of the sun was dark. Do you believe that's what modern cosmology says?
Yeah, it's dark matter. Most of the universe is dark matter.
Want to answer the question? Why y'all niggas jumping in?
Because I'm helping them. Most of the universe is dark matter.
He didn't ask about dark matter. Go ahead.
Listen, man, they're describing the backdrop of the universe. They said it was dark, bro.
Yes,
so I agree with that. Okay, next question.
Well, according to modern cosmology, that's not accurate.
Okay.
The other thing I want to ask about is.
All right.
No. Now you got to show a source. You can't say you got to show a source to say that that's not accurate.
It's not accurate.
Man, that what ain't accurate. That it's dark on the backside of the sun.
No, that the universe is dark.
It didn't say the universe is dark. It said outside of the sun, it is dark.
No, it said out. No,
outside
brother.
the sun.
It said outside of the Earth atmosphere is dark.
Yes.
You want me to put it back up there to show it to you again? Because that's not what it is.
Yeah, that's not right
that's
either.
not accurate. That's my point. That's not
okay,
accurate.
so I feel you.
Factually incorrect.
Listen. Okay, so
Cedric is on our ass, boy.
Okay, the universe is not. Listen, right? The universe is not dark, and explain to us why the universe is not dark.
Okay, the universe is made up of galaxies. Most of these galaxies have hundreds of billions of stars. Most of these stars are stars that are larger and brighter than the sun, right? So if the universe is dark, then the earth has to be dark too, because the universe is lit by the same mechanism that lights this planet. So that's the point. The universe is not dark. It is.
I feel
full
you.
of
So
light.
let me ask you this question, brother.
Yeah,
if there was no stars, right? If there was no stars, what would the universe look like?
If there were no stars, well, first of all, we wouldn't be here, but the universe
It'll look like ionized hydrogen particles.
Yeah, I don't know what it would look like, but you know that
it would look like
I don't know
ionized hydrogen particles. Is what it would look like.
I get it. So,
Real quick, I like to apologize to Sister Kaba for getting kicked off.
Nah, man, you gotta fix that.
Man, you did that already.
You gotta fix that, bro.
A million times already.
Can some of you scientists figure out how to get it back on to unblock her? Can't figure it out. Jeff, did you figure
Every time you say that, I think you're taking a shot.
Jeff, did you figure it out?
Brother Reggie, are you taking a shot?
Of course not. I love Sister Kaba. I'm saying, well, am I talking about you scientific dudes?
Yeah, like
I may.
Keep saying that, yo.
Yeah, I may. That's true ministry.
What did he say?
Reggie allowed to take them shots.
True ministry.
Yeah, I may be taking a shot.
You get mad. You see why we ain't get mad about it or nothing. But why when somebody take a shot?
Why get petty, brother? Truth ministry. It's not a big deal, is it?
man, let's just keep it on the
I'm
information.
saying we should be able to figure it out.
If I can do it back,
Let's keep it on the information,
that's
y'all. Let's keep it
fine. But if I
on.
do it back, you won't be crying.
You said
Keep it
what?
on the info.
What did he say though? I didn't hear.
I'm saying.
What you saying, Reggie? What you saying?
I'm saying that we should be able. I'm saying that we should be able to figure out how to get her back on.
We scientists, not goddamn.
Yeah, he did.
Let me say peace to the guys.
Google Scholar, man.
Hold on. Let me say peace to the guys. Peace to the chat. What's up, Rob boy? No, I'm saying peace. I want to hold on to say peace.
Yeah, peace.
Hold on. Hold on. Peace to you too, bro.
Is that some secret code? That's a Masonic secret code? Peace to the gods?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay.
Peace to you, Saber Reggie, as well. Peace to you.
Okay. I'm not a god, but peace. Peace, good brother. We need to bring some order back in this motherfucker.
Can I get the last question, your brother Aunt? Can I get the last question?
Yeah, I got another question. I wanted to know what were you referring to as the watery expanse?
Wait,
you wrote about it a couple of times.
And shit is apart from each other, yo. For y'all talking about some shit was lit up. Come on, Corey, man, fix that, man. They tripping, yo.
I ain't even hear them. What you said, Google? What you said, Google Scholar?
There was a part in it where you read that outside of the earth was the watery expanse.
Hey, Google Scholar. So you can't say the space ain't dark? It is, yo.
No, yo, come on, man.
No, he's talking about the universe. The universe is made up of God. He right. Go ahead. Don't do that.
All light is visible. You have to understand.
Outside is dark.
To you, because you get your eyes are made to see on the Serengeti. But it's different spectrums
your
of light.
eyes can only see.
That's correct,
talking about
that's
correct. I got shot out by accident. Just tell the conversation.
Boy, he be fed up.
Hold on.
You ain't got no purpose for man. You gotta have more.
I better. I'm going.
Do you know that the CMB is light? Do you know that the CMB is light?
No, listen to what I'm gonna say. This is what I'm gonna say to you, yo. You know what Rob Bourne was saying, yo. He was saying that right now we looking at the sun, right? And it's light. But take your ass off this planet, it get dark.
Now you don't want to be technical. Now you don't want to be scientifically technical. Your whole point is to be scientifically technical. Now you want to jump.
Why is everybody jumping? Why is everybody jumping? Why y'all jump? Why y'all?
Let him respond. Let him respond, bro.
Listen.
You already made the statement. You gonna get an answer.
Corey jumped in it. Is y'all fucking stupid? Corey jumped.
We don't see all of the spectrum.
In the middle of explaining something, Chef jumped in. Now you want to get technical. Somebody else jumped in. Then.
Because you said, do you know? You asked the question. You said, do you know that when you're outside, you asked the question. So I said, let him answer the question.
Oh,
okay, go ahead.
Y'all ask the question and then do I want to answer? All right, go ahead.
That's
crazy, boy.
Go ahead, go ahead, man.
I mean, can we come on?
It was Google Scholar.
Right now, I'm on side.
But then jumped in and got shot. Now we trying to go ahead, man. Go ask your question.
I'm on side.
Go ahead.
I'm on side. Yo, hey, brother, I know you like these scientific articles, man. Could we look at Live Science and see what they say?
First, let's deal with one argument. Let's close the door on one argument.
Okay, so we gonna close off. We gonna close off on the universe is dark.
No, we gonna come back to you too, Rob. But I'm jumped in. So
my bad.
I didn't jump, yo, because I know it's not the fucking light, yo. I understand that.
Have the conversation with Google. Have the conversation with Google. No, tell them what you disagree with, so we can work that out.
They say, why does space look black? And I was trying to explain it, but y'all dove into my.
It looks.
Motherfucking racist,
well, let's read the scientific.
Go ahead, read why the space look black, so we can go ahead.
All right, so let's get down to it.
Read that, Rob.
So this is what it says.
Yeah, I ain't saying the key word, but go ahead.
I know, right, Corey? That's what
they ran a stop sign.
It's called. Y'all scared now. It says, look up at the night sky with your own eyes and the images. It says you will see the same thing amidst blackness.
punctuated by bright stars, planets, or spacelets. So we dealing with the great melanin, the melanated universe, y'all.
Go ahead,
Oh my God.
keep reading.
But why is it black? Why isn't space colorful like the blue daytime sky on Earth? Surprisingly, the answer has little to do with a lack of light. You would think that since there are billions of stars in our galaxy, billions of galaxies in the universe, and other objects such as planets that reflect light, that when you look up at the sky at the night, it would be extremely bright. Tenley Huntington Smith, a graduate student of the astronomy and astrophysics of the University of California, Santa Cruz, told Live Science in an email, but instead it is actually really dark. Just keep reading if you want to. Huntington Smith said that the contradiction known in physics and astronomy circles as Olber's paradox can be explained by the theory of space-time expansion. The idea that because our universe is expanding faster than the speed of light, the light from distant galaxies might be stretching and turning into infrared waves, microwaves, and radio waves, which are not detectable by human eyes.
Bam!
And because they are undetectable, they appear dark black to the naked eye.
Yep.
Nidro Appel, who is also a graduate student of astronomy and astrophysics, agreed with Huntington Smith. Stars give off light in all colors, even colors not visible to the human eye, like
that
the
was my point.
Right.
So we can keep on going.
No,
that was my point.
Do you not realize what he was saying and why you're reading it? They're telling you why it appears to be dark to the naked eye when you look at it.
Right.
I know, but the distance was on Earth with the naked eye.
Right, but that don't mean
Yeah,
space
but
is
you
dark.
said-
It's
No,
just we don't detect the light.
I know I'm having fun. I
Outside of Earth, man. He said outside of Earth. Like cut that out, man.
We had some fun on that.
Like, listen.
Can I finish the last reason why they say it's dark? Can I finish it?
If I jump off the boat, you might want to jump off.
Can I finish the last one?
Just let
Can
you
I
know
finish the last part? It says another reason interstellar and interplanetary space appear dark is that space is nearly a perfect vacuum. Recall the Earth's sky is blue because molecules that make up the atmosphere, including nitrogen and oxygen, scatter a lot of visible light component, blue and violet wavelengths from the sun in all directions, including toward our eyes. However, in the absence of matter, light travels in a straight line from its source to the receiver. Because space is a near perfect vacuum, meaning it has exceedingly few particles, there's virtually nothing in the space between stars and planets to scatter light to our eyes. And with no light reaching the eyes, they see black.
Right.
I mean,
So space is not
I'm with you. I agree with that article.
Yeah, I agree 100%.
I agree with it.
That's why it looks. That's why it looks.
Okay. Can I add one thing? That's with the naked eye. But when you use tools, tools, it looks different. So we have technology. So we can
say the distance is wrong though. So you can't. That's what he was saying.
Exactly. So go back to Ank's original conversation with Asar about the five senses. The five senses can't necessarily. It can fool you, right? Yeah. But when we have tools, we can see things that we couldn't see with our naked eyes. That's why we are humans. And that's why we're using scientific method and science, right?
And that's why the ancients didn't know about the universe, though, right? What's up, bro? They didn't know. What you say? No, because that's why the ancients didn't know about the rest of the universe, then, right?
No, I feel what you said. No, I get you, brother. But if you're looking at when these studies are just being done now, if someone is making a hypothesis based off of nature and observation, and they write according to that, they saying that these waters, this is what it is, and that and these elements when they interact, they create it. Can I finish? These elements when they interact, they brought forth creation. At this time, they thought that it was all black. This is what it looks to them. Does that make them? Oh, they can't know anything about the universe.
But that was our point.
They can't know anything out the universe. I get it. I get it, but
they were limited.
That's fine.
But the fundamentally wrong, Robert.
Listen. The fundamental principle is the
Boy,
cosmology.
wrong. They had
All right,
them
bro.
wrong,
You
brother.
can't just
Yo,
keep
bro,
cutting in
chill,
like,
man.
well, you gotta let it, like
You
you
keep
said it, he
repeating the
wrong.
same
You
thing.
repeat it, but just let. I'm trying to just let him get it out so we can get the next question, man. Like you keep it. Just come on,
Ron.
The fundamental principle is that they have the concept that life began from this unformed matter. That's it.
Google, ask your next question, Google.
Period.
Yeah, I wanted to ask him about the watery expanse.
And I just described the watery expanse.
Let him
is
ask the
this
question, bro. Let him answer. Just be patient, bro. Let him ask. Go ahead.
Hold
Google.
on, life formed from what?
Because we know what water is, right? Water is a specific thing. It's a specific molecule. So we know what water is and we know what an expanse is. So are you conferring that modern cosmology said that there's a watery expanse outside the Earth?
No, brother. That's their way of describing it. They said
Describing
the term
what?
is used. Can I read it? Can I read it for you?
No, what are they describing?
Yo, can I read it, bro? Can I read it, man? Can I read it?
Not again.
Just tell us.
Okay, the term used in the text to refer to the outer universe, uniform darkness, is more descriptive than denominative. The more usual term new translated as waters or primordial or waters reflects the Egyptians' context of the universe as a limitless ocean of motionless water, within which the world of life floats as a sphere of air and light.
Do you think that corresponds with cosmology in any way?
I don't know what the Egyptians are talking about.
Hey man, I'm just reading you what it mean, bro.
No, but I'm asking you, do you think that that corresponds with modern cosmology?
Yes, because the whole story of the body of the story. Can I finish? The body of the story is that Nu always existed, which they told you was the universe where everything comes forth. And it was from Atom, which is the sun, which is that fire force that brought this, that set that off. That's what they said in the Egyptian text. I didn't make it up.
I got
They
you.
said it.
I got you. I just
They
got one
made
more
it
thing
up.
to say on it. I just got one more thing to say on it. What you're doing and what is being done there is what Cedric said it was. It's post hoc rationalization. That's all it is.
Okay, post hoc rationalization. That's fine, bro. If you want to call it what you want to call it. The fact of the matter is that fundamental principle, even though all of the other elements are not there because they didn't have it, this is based off of their observation, as we all said with their naked eye. How would they think of these invisible forces? I don't fucking know. The fact of the matter is, in modern cosmology, they talk about those portals that existed before. And they
But
talk
they don't
about
talk
the
about the
fire,
watery
the
expanse.
explosion, and all these other things.
But they don't talk about the watery expanse in cosmology,
No,
right? So
today
that
they
part is
don't.
wrong.
No, brother, they don't say a watery expansion. No, they don't. You're 100% correct. But do modern science today say the universe is limitless?
No.
No, they don't.
Okay.
Science changes every day. It's just the evolution of what we knew. You know what I mean?
What did we know? Man,
We know some things in science aren't going to change. So I hate when
Epistemology.
people
How
say
do
that.
we know?
That's what people knew based on their perception.
How do we
Hey, we
know?
got somebody.
At
We got a
which
couple
point
other
are we
people.
talking about what we know?
We got a couple other people on the panel now. We got Mr. Rich. What's up, Mr. Rich? You wanna say something, bro?
I just have one question for Robbo. How did they know when we just found out that you can't see a lot with the naked eye? How did they figure out this expansion of the water?
I don't know. Why you asking me something I don't know, brother?
I don't know.
The same reason why no scientist or nobody could say how did they make their calendar. And why was it accurate?
We know how
We're
they make
talking
their
about the
calendar.
Big Bang and the universe, man. Stay on topic.
They know how they made
Hold
the
I am
on,
on
we know
topic,
how they
brother.
made their
Stay on
calendar,
topic,
yo.
man. We're talking
Yo,
about
bro, I'm on topic. The topic is
It's
the
not the
question that
calendar.
you asked me. You asked me a question. You said, how did they know?
They know
I
don't
told
know.
Rob.
You don't know, right?
Is it people talking? Who else is talking? Am I allowed to answer?
You asked me a question.
You already answered.
Oh,
You said
I'm
you
not
don't
allowed to
know.
answer. Okay, I'm not
You
allowed
said
to
you
answer.
don't know. That's what you said.
No, can I answer? Yo, bro, can I answer the question? You
You
asked
already
me.
did. All right, but go ahead. Go ahead.
Yo, bro, your brother. All right, man. There's a whole bunch of people talking. The question that you asked is nobody knows. The fact remains that that fundamental principle is at the root of this modern science. They tell you like
I'm tired. Explain when you say fundamental
principle. Right.
The fundamental principle
is what
of the origin of the universe is that these life always existed in that universe.
No, that's wrong. That's
No,
wrong.
brother. Hold on. Wait a minute. So now we got to go back some steps. So before this universe or the earth and everything began, what existed? What do science say existed?
Life didn't exist.
Yo, what is the? Oh, hold on. So wait a minute.
I don't know what before what specifically again.
Hold on. So when they talk about these neutron particles or what they call them,
that's
did
not
these particles
life.
exist in the universe?
That's not life, though.
No, you
A particle is not a life.
No, a particle is not living.
Now, let me say this real quick.
No. Hold on, Truth. Hold on. Everybody, slow down.
Virus isn't alive.
2 seconds. I'm gonna be 2 seconds. Yo.
No, hold on.
Scientists literally say right now, Scientists literally are saying right now it is 10,000 billion trillion planets out here in the universe right now as we speak, and they are saying. Whether or not life lives on them, we just simply do not know. It's more than a possibility, unless you're trying to say we're the only one.
No.
What are you saying?
He said.
To have life.
He's showing probability. He's simply showing probability.
Let's not mix this up.
No, but we're not talking about probability.
No, we're not talking about planets.
Everybody freeze, yo. Nobody can understand what the fuck we saying. Okay? Corey know, I know that the early universe can't even support fucking life. Like, y'all got us knock it the fuck off. You don't even got more than 2 elements. Like, the first stars didn't even produce all the elements. So what the fuck are we talking about? Slow this shit all the way down at this point. None of that shit.
No,
life is down the line.
Hold on, Rob Bourne, what are you saying is life at the beginning of the universe?
Nothing, Rob Bourne.
No, stop. What are you saying is life at the beginning of the universe? Rabon.
I think he might have left.
He tapped out.
Y'all finally catch up to what
Yeah, he ain't on the
Y'all blocked him too, like Kaba. Serial killers. Y'all be blocking people. You gonna block me?
They're sitting there looking at right now. They are currently looking at Venus right now and saying it's possibly because they're finding methane clouds on Venus, and they're saying that it's possible it could be forms of life right there on Venus that we just do not know about.
No, but that's not what he was saying.
Y'all sitting here saying that y'all are so sure that it ain't that life.
No, Truth, that's not what he. Bro,
How did they find
that out? That's not what he was saying.
Bro.
Life.
He was saying life.
About
he was saying life.
Nobody's saying that there's life nowhere else in the universe.
So everybody just gonna run a stop sign.
Right, everybody just running over what we saying.
Are you serious right now, yo?
Yeah, I'm serious.
All right.
Because what I'm hearing is people saying that
y'all mixing it up.
Began on Earth.
No. Listen, Rob Bourne. Listen, Rob Bourne was saying that life always existed in the universe. And it was at the beginning of the universe. That's what he was saying. So Truth, are you saying what Rob Bourne is saying?
No, I just misunderstood the argument.
Exactly.
Okay, Truth. Okay.
Y'all hear me?
Go ahead.
We hear you.
Yeah, Rob Bourne.
Hey, Rob Bourne, did you hear my question?
Big Bang since the early 1900s.
Hold on, Corey. I'm saying, what are you saying? Is you saying that life was at the beginning of the universe?
Oh, what I'm saying is what I said in the beginning when I'm talking about the law of thermodynamics and or conservative, that matter cannot be created nor destroyed. It just transforms. So when I'm saying that, that's why when we first came on, I prefaced that, and I'm just using the term life.
So I'm speaking about this undifferentiated matter. That's what I'm talking about.
But so you're not talking about life.
Well, that's energy.
No,
man.
You're talking about matter.
Or
That's what I'm
photons
talking
alive?
about.
All right,
You
so you
mix that
confused.
up with
Hold
you
on.
mix
So
matter with energy.
right, you confused me. That's all.
My bad, bro. Damn, bro. I'm not the
Listen,
fucking scientist.
listen.
But I know
so
in
then-
the beginning of our conversation, I was very clear what I was talking about, and I brought that law up first for that reason to build my premise going on down the line.
Right, but you kept using the word life, though.
Credit, but then
I get it. I get what you're saying, but when you ask me the fundamental principle, that's the fundamental principle of that cosmology story.
And then, don't you agree that we should give credit to the Egyptians for being the first?
I don't know if they was the first, but as far as writing,
They hate Africa, so no.
I mean,
I don't even know what y'all talking about no more.
Than that? Who do we have earlier than that? That's saying energy cannot be created or destroyed.
Well, Egyptians didn't say it directly. Egyptians didn't say that.
What would you say about energy? What would you say about energy?
This is not. You know what, Reggie?
That's what they're saying. They're the first
conversation that fell into a shithole. This is
we're not in the shithole.
I'm saying if you're saying that they understood that, then they should be credited for the first.
Truth came in, Rob Bourne, then opened us. Yo, I feel like I'm floating, yo.
You floating on the waters of new, my nigga. You floating on the waters of new right now, my nigga. Hey yo, I'm floating on the waters of new. All you gotta do is get up and say the next.
You know how they show the
question. Let me ask a question. Do you not think that the Egyptians should be credited for the first to make that observation? They're the first.
Observation, yo.
The Egyptians ain't know what the fuck they was talking about.
Rob on is saying that
they said the sun created everything, and I know solar system.
Rob on, if you say they understood the principle, then do you agree that they should be credited as the first?
What principle? I don't agree with nothing them Egyptians said.
I don't agree with it either, but Rob on agrees with.
You don't agree with nothing the Egyptians did. You using some of their science right now.
You said what?
I thought Big Unc told you about the Ebba papyrus.
I don't listen to Unc when it comes to nothing about Egypt. Unc is pseudo as hell when it comes to Egypt.
Yo, listen, Chef man, I got an Unc for you, and we gonna say that next.
Yo, Sosa asked you a question though, yo. You gonna run? You running, Ryan? Never seen Rob Bourne run.
Run for what? What question?
Should go ahead, Sosa ask him.
Yes, should the Egyptian be regarded as the first to make that observation?
As far as in writing, I'm gonna say unless you want to go with those oral traditions, and that's a rough thing. So in them oral, that's a rough. So yeah, I'm gonna say yeah. And writing, yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Sosa.
I'm saying, all right, that's what it is then.
I just want to make sure that everybody on Earth missed it except Rob Bourne. If you check your mail in 3 days, you'll have that certificate of
Nobel Peace Prize.
Brother.
Hey, yo, you gonna put some respect on the Africans who laid the foundation down for modern science. That's what you're gonna do.
You
gonna put some respect on the
whole
Africans.
point
Bro.
we trying to make.
I agree, Rob Bourne.
They did that. They did lay the foundation for science. That's our whole
the Tepet method. They have the Tepet method.
No, who the Tepet setting?
Yeah, see, that's right. That's right. Tell them, Reggie. You don't even know.
Right when we was trying to agree, Reggie.
I'm gonna give them credit. I'm gonna give them credit for walking up out of Africa.
Robo, you was arguing. He was arguing about the spooky shit not long ago. All that shit was spooky.
You don't know about the Tepet?
Hold on. What? You said spooky? What do I say that?
You was saying all that shit was spooky.
Yeah, you said that
Oh
wrong.
no. That's different now. Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. Now I'm standing on this principle right here. Egypt is the origin of fucking pseudo.
Okay.
I'm standing on that.
Okay.
Right, I'm standing on that. 10 toes down.
I'm with you on that.
So, and it depends on when I'm having the conversation. So, like when I'm having a conversation with Jabari, and you making everything that they saying or everything that they doing metaphysical in it. No, them niggas believe in that shit. Let them believe in the shit they believe in.
You were saying that those gods ain't real, and he was saying those gods ain't real. But you're saying you were saying nah, they believe those shit to be God, like they believe that shit.
Nah. This is the no. This is the This was the argument.
No physics, the gods. Now the gods.
This is
Jabari might don't
concept,
believe that they was real, but the Egyptians actually believed that their gods was real.
I know.
Right. No. That wasn't my argument though. I'm gonna let them know what the argument was. The argument was about the afterlife.
Actually, bro.
That's what my argument was. So I was like, yo, brother, they believed in their concept of the afterlife, bro. Everything that they doing, they believe that they.
Well, how would they believe that, Rob Bourne, when you just said that they gods was really particles, my nigga?
What you mean gods is particle? No. I never said shoot. Hold on. Wait a minute. I said the things that are defined that represents the elements of the universe, that how they put it, new, shoe, Tefnut, those are talking about the elements of the universe. We already got that done. They said that this happened there.
Bro, listen what I'm trying to say. You're not catching.
Go ahead.
Let me slow it down. Don't cut me off. In one moment, you arguing Jabari is wrong. Jabari say there ain't gods. You say yes to yes.
No, that's not. That wasn't my argument with him. You making that up.
Rob Bourne, let me finish. Rob Bourne, you're now trying to tell us that the Egyptians' gods was really particles and elements.
That's not true.
That's not.
I never made that.
That was from the article.
I never made that assertion.
That was the article. That was the article I read.
Then, so what are you saying there, Rob Bourne? What is none?
No. He asked me something, and that argument I had with him was about the afterlife, bro.
What is none? No, ask you now. What is none, yo? Because that's a god. What is it?
It's exactly what is defined that primordial waters.
It's a god. None.
Who said it was a god? Who said it was a god?
Is a god, bro.
Yo, brother, who said it's a god?
Man, it is. Man, you can look it up. None.
No. Because now we're gonna go back to your school. When you look at the term netta and you're looking Budge and every one of them, they tell you that they not really sure what the goddamn word means. So who told you it was the god?
So now it's not?
Who told you that it was the god?
So which one is it? So which one is it, Rob Bourne?
It's exactly what it means. It's the determinative. Listen, the determinative is the waters, and everything that describes it is telling you what it is. That's it.
And then when it got to the funerary shit, they switch it. That's what you're saying.
No, I didn't say get to the funerary shit switch. What are you talking about?
Because you're saying the funerary shit is they really believe that shit. Like they now went away.
These are two different conversations. One, we're talking about their concept of the origin of the universe. And my argument is that there's a fundamental principle that's there that modern science talks about the origin of the universe. Now you're talking about the afterlife. Now you're talking about the afterlife. Nobody knows what happens when you die. The oldest book has just been discovered. It's called the Book of Two Ways. They found the oldest copy of it. Them niggas had a map to the underworld. They thought that shit was real. I'm not gonna metaphysical that shit.
Are you saying did they think their gods was real or particles? I'm gonna ask you one more time, bro. All they fucking gods was they.
In terms of the universe of what we talking about, I'm calling it what the word means. All them other shits, did they have gods? Yes. Or you could call them deities? Yes.
How?
But that shit we talking about? No, I'm not doing that.
On that though, you know that, right?
What happened?
You will say that all the deities were just principles and such and such. You know
I never said that.
No, I said that. But so picking and choosing was God as a principle.
No, brother. Listen closely to the conversation, fam. I'm talking about my issue is the afterlife and trying to metaphysical that shit. That's my argument. I don't know what this God thing is. You just adding that to the conversation.
And then we're saying that our issue is that you're trying to metaphysical the beginning of this shit.
I'm not trying to metaphysical nothing. So pull up the text and show me that those terms that they're using don't describe elements of the universe. If you do that, then we can have a conversation.
They could be posited. They could be posited, but or correlated to particles. That doesn't mean that they believed it, because they didn't have the information, but modern readers
today, that's post hoc rationalization.
Correlated. What you say? Wait, hold up. So Cedric, my brother. So let me hear you clearly. I'm listening to you, teacher. So teach me.
You know why it's post hoc rationalization? because there's no model that the Egyptians did that had predictive power. This is just a story. So
I
it's not
understand. So what I
scientific.
said,
So
wait,
when
before
we
you go too far, before you go too far, what did I say? I say that modern scholars, modern thinkers are positing or looking for correlations. They might be making it up, right?
When we try to now fit and post hoc rationalize, we can make anything fit. It's what William Craig does with William Lane Craig does with
I
the
don't
Bible.
disagree.
And good. So it's a logical fallacy to do what we're doing. That was my opening point. This whole exercise, is fun, but it's not very scientific.
Okay, I don't disagree. But what I will say, and not disagreeing with you, is that's the symbolic nature of the human mind. We are symbolic. We have become symbolic people. So I don't. That's just the way that most of us are trained to think.
First of all, if we're gonna have the conversation, Reggie, first of all, then
do you disagree with me? Wait. First, I got to get some disagreement.
No, I don't.
Okay.
Hold on. But what I'm saying. My screen? Can somebody read my screen? Can anybody read my screen?
Yes, we can see it, but we can't read it.
Yeah, but I'm giving Cedric has been trying to get at me all night. So
no, I haven't, Reggie. No, Reggie. What I'm saying this. When we do that, we have to establish the fact that we're engaging in post hoc rationalization, and we can make anything fit what we want it to.
I do agree.
If we're going to have this exercise in honesty, then we must first understand the principles of science and how this Big Bang cosmology actually works. Then we must be able to distinguish between cosmology, abiogenesis, and evolution when we're talking about life.
And myths.
And then we can go and look and try to quantify what the Egyptians or any of these people were talking about.
But ultimately, ultimately, we really don't care.
Hold on, Reggie.
We really shouldn't care. Right?
I care, Reggie, because Rob Bourne said something. I'm gonna read this.
Can I finish my point, Reggie, really quick?
Well, I'm saying. Hold on, let me just read this, yo. Let me read this because it was a stop sign ran.
Okay, go ahead,
None, also spelled N-U, is an encyclopedia. Just say the fucking encyclopedia is wrong. It's the oldest of the ancient Egyptian gods and father of Re, the sun god. Nun's name means premortal waters, and he represented the waters of chaos, out of which Re Atum began creation. Nun's qualities were boundlessness, darkness, and was turbulence of stormy waters. These qualities were personified, separated by pairs of deities, Nun, his father counterpart, Nunet, and three further pairs together form the odd god group, the 8 gods.
I'm in that no.
Okay, it says various different.
I don't know what you doing when you do that shit, right?
I know you be fucking up, Reggie.
What is that shit? I don't know what that is.
That's the names. I'm on that. No,
Reggie, why in the fucking middle of me reading do you do that, dog?
Because I'm finishing the sentence. It's leaving out information.
What? I'm reading. You ain't reading. I ain't even.
It said 3 further pairs together, so I'm naming the other pairs.
I'm in the middle of me reading the encyclopedia, yo. I'm in the middle of an encyclopedia reading.
Yeah, but I'm Brother Reggie.
We're in the middle of a niggerdom right now, yo.
A niggerdom.
Niggerdom. I'm reading an encyclopedia. I'm trying to be something, and you dive out there, Google guy.
Because they're leaving out information.
No way.
That science is solid, though.
Can I finish the Britannica Encyclopedia that we have respected since we was little kids? Can I read it? Can I finish? Various Egyptian creation myths retain the image of the emergence of premortal hillock formed of mud Crun from the chaotic waters of none, since it was believed that the primordial ocean contained. Continued to surround the order chaos. Okay, the
cosmos, ordered cosmos.
Cosmos, right? The creation myth was what
reenacted.
Okay, each day. Listen to what we're saying. Each day, as the sun rose from the waters of chaos. See, y'all were playing games with me for 3 hours. None was also thought to continue to exist as a source of annual flooding of the Nile. What the hell is going on?
They was talking about their surrounding world.
Wait a minute. Y'all fucking playing with me. Y'all left out. Raw Born went on for 3 hours.
They wasn't talking about the universe.
Now there's some fallacies here.
So wait, fallacies. Whoa. So we basically saying that the Britannica is crazy.
No. Watch what the Britannica is doing. Noon, also spelled Nu, the oldest of the ancient Egyptian gods. Wait, listen, let me read this. I'm gonna show you how there's reading comprehension here.
They wasn't talking about the universe.
Oldest of the ancient Egyptian gods. So what they're doing is they're inserting the word God there.
That's what it was.
Right? And father of Ray. So they're inserting an assumption, right?
What side do you stand on, Reggie? The symbolic side, or where you at?
I'm on the symptomatic side, but I'm also doing reading comprehension.
So I'm not comprehending. So you saying none is not a god now, yo?
Check this out. For the Egyptians, no.
A god, all right, there you go.
Because the word God was not created yet.
Was Ray a god? Was Ray a god?
So they don't call in ancient Egyptian whatever their word for it is. Word for it is Netcher.
Was Ray a god?
Is Ray a god?
Ray's a Netcher.
Fuck it.
What's the nature?
You know you Greek trained. See now you're showing your education.
All right, well, I don't want to talk to you no more, Reggie. Hey, it was Ray a god?
Jeffrey, you wasn't talking to me anyway.
I was trying to talk to you, and then you told me it was a Netcher.
Wait. Okay, so everybody time out. So I'm gonna give Sheffrin. I'm gonna give Sheffrin some bragging rights.
Yeah, give it to us what Netcher is, yo. Do that for us. Don't sound like none we ever heard before, yo. Because I say Netcher means nature.
Okay.
But still, it's a force in it. Okay.
Man, y'all sued on it.
No, so here's the thing.
Yo, they actually thought that Ray was.
All right. So in the Bible, for example, right? Virgin means when you read the word virgin in English, you think that it's someone who's never had sex.
Facts.
Right?
Facts. That's what virgin means.
No. Okay, so
that's what virgin means.
However, the original word meant maiden.
Well, that's not virgin.
Okay.
That's not a virgin.
Okay. Right. Okay, so now what we're doing right now is we're inserting a word called
so what you want to do
God as if they use the word.
So what you want to make it? What you saying? What you saying? None and Ray and all that shit.
No, I want him to finish his point. He said he was talking about virgin and young maiden. I need him to connect that what we're talking about right now. Okay. I need this connection.
So when I'm trying, thank you so much, Sheffrin. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So what we want to do is we want to read the text directly to see if in fact, when they're using the word as possibly as what we understand as a God, or when they're using the word as a principle.
Okay.
Right?
Do it.
So you could personify a principle. Often what they do is they personify a principle into a God.
Right.
Right? They personify it, but that doesn't necessarily mean that in all cases that they're talking about. So when we read Encyclopedia Britannica, they're the white man, they're the real white man. So they create the definition of terms in which you remember.
Reggie, why would you have to say that? Couldn't you explain your premise without saying they the white man? Like,
no, he couldn't.
No, the oppressor.
I got so many questions. So I'm not sure it's a god sometimes, but it's not a god sometimes.
Hey, Chef, did you ever figure out how to get Kaba thing right though, yo? Is that a possibility? Like what happened?
I'll tell her to click the link.
Yeah, for example, like happy.
Oh, you fixed it?
It don't say nobody blocked, yo.
No, what is she talking about?
But you know what? She can log in. She can what she could try to do is log in with another username. Does she have another Google account?
We done messed up the whole point of what Reggie was. Fuck.
So happy, for example, can be the river, the name of the river, and happy can also be the god. It can actually.
They did have God. So they did have God.
What I thought was
Well, we can equate, yes. Well, we can equate to being a deity, yes.
No, we don't. We don't want to do that.
What I'm just trying to say, what I'm trying to say is that there are words, right?
No, the story was just read, Reggie. Why are you everywhere? Stay right there.
No, I'm just listen. Look,
the sun rises coming out the premortal nun. Rob on live for 3 hours, yo, live.
Well, I'm glad y'all not on my ass like Rob Bourne.
I was Rob on live,
except for Cedric. Cedric is waiting to get me, boy.
I'm ready to get you on this new Netta madness.
Well, okay, Sheffrin. Sheffrin, my point is, it's in the context of the sentence. So sometimes it could be just a noun.
Y'all kick me off this shit again. Y'all gonna have a problem.
Pop back on, yo.
Got kicked off.
Let me get kicked off. How you get back on? Oh, this is crazy.
On the Kaba can't get back on, yo.
She playing.
Ask her, call her, and try and ask her if she can try.
Nah, she good, yo. She good. She good.
Right. No, she's upset. Y'all upset her.
We ain't even do nothing.
No,
what was you showing? What was you showing up there?
Ineptness. Our technical ineptness upset her.
Reggie, what
we were showing, what Unc was showing is that when the Egyptians were talking, they were talking about their environment. They were not talking about the universe.
Correct.
That was an awesome point. Hey, bring that back up.
Wait,
so,
hold on, wait a minute. Hold on.
So, Rabon could see it.
Yeah,
he was gone when you made that awesome point.
I saw the Britannica thing, and this is interesting because I'll let him go. And I don't know why you say, Reggie, that they was talking about their environment when you already agreed that they was talking about the universe. That's weird. But go ahead.
It all went weird right here.
No, it's not. It's not. I'm saying in the context of where noon is really not in their environment. That is something that they're trying to understand. They're trying. That's not their environment. Rain.
That's not what it's saying.
Rain is their environment. Water is their environment, right?
It says none of the female counterpart in the net. Further pairs.
I hate Africa. I hate Africa. I hate Africa, boy.
Yeah, I just think the Egyptians did the best job they could to personify the world around them. The cosmic forces, they made personification.
I'm glad to read that form, huh?
You're correct. But they did the best job that they can. You're absolutely correct.
If an Egyptian would see any of y'all African American, they'd shoot you with the bow.
Yo, you can't tell me they ain't get it right though when they said the sun created everything in our known solar system. Like not on Earth.
The sun
didn't create shit. The sun didn't create shit.
The sun didn't, yo. You bugged out.
The sun didn't create shit. What you talking about?
The sun actually did. Without the sun, we wouldn't be here. First
No,
of all,
there
without the
was
electromagnetic
animal. I mean,
radiation coming
listen,
from the sun,
organisms.
there wouldn't be no atom.
Organisms
For us to be here.
existed.
So what you talking about?
Listen, organisms existed, right? Our human life evolution began in the sea, not connected with the sun at all.
Actually, it began with a single cell organism
the sun go in the
billions
water.
of years before
Sun go in the water, bro.
Organism ain't handling sun. The sun rays couldn't even reach it, yo.
Y'all need
Exactly.
to go
What
back.
you talking
Y'all need
about?
to go back to the 3rd grade, Joe. Y'all
Yeah,
are
man.
saying some
Look out of here.
outlandish
we can
shit.
prove it out.
What I'm saying, without the electromagnetic radiation, right, coming from the sun, without the electromagnetic radiation coming from the sun, it wouldn't be no planet. It would be no life. It wouldn't be no nothing.
Without the atmosphere, we wouldn't be here either.
And that
Those
all
same
happens because of the sun
electromagnetic
also.
rays would kill us
Exactly. So
already.
there's lots of components. It's just not the damn sun.
The longer this conversation
Sun
goes, the
worshiping
crazier the
Negro.
shit gonna keep.
Ain't no sun worshiping Negro. This is what science tell you, but you just too ignorant to know that.
Oh, brother Reggie, ignorant?
Shit worshiping Negro. The fuck is wrong with you? You just don't know what you're talking about.
Hey, Truth, you do got that sun on your head right there, though. You look like the halo.
Yeah, I'm ignorant. Please.
Yeah, you ignorant on this subject, bro.
No, the sun. I'm saying that living organisms began not having any access to the sun.
Yeah, that's real though,
You
Truth.
didn't say that. You didn't say that. Ankh said that.
No, I said that.
You said something about humans first, bro.
No, I did not.
I had to bring you back to the
No, I didn't say that.
He said life began in the water. That's what he said.
That's what I said. Why you not being truthful?
Water's more valuable than probably sun right now.
The environment
works together. None is more valuable.
Yeah, y'all don't, man. Y'all need to go back 3rd grade.
How did water get to Earth?
None is more valuable. It all
the
works
Earth just
together.
Water got from meteorites. From meteorites.
Frozen crystals, right? What melted those crystals?
From colliding with other bodies. That's where water got on its Earth.
Colliding with other bodies. Come on, the sun.
No,
melted it.
the
Come on,
sun has
is
everything to do with life in the ocean. Are y'all serious?
Yes.
Yes, but
are y'all gonna sit here and say the sun? Hold on, I heard somebody say the sun don't have nothing to do with life on Earth.
No, it's not to create. It's not. No, we're not saying that, Chef Friend.
No, even the hold on, even the ocean though.
Look, it's the whole environment. It's the environment. Right? It's all of the forces.
Man, we need to go back to 3rd grade.
Coming from the sun, and
yeah, but you need the mineral world. You need the mineral world. You need the chemical world. That produces the biological world.
All right, now y'all just arguing just to argue.
That's also because of the sun. The sun is what causes the chemical reactions for these things to happen.
Apparently, we need it all. Like, come on, let's all.
We need it all.
Exactly. Let's move on.
So you have to be sun worshippers.
They got it right. The sun is the cause for life on Earth. That's what I said.
You know, Truth Ministry is kind of, he's somewhat Egyptian and shit. You know, he love that shit. Like, you know what I'm saying?
I'm just saying they was correct on that point. I was just trying.
I know you think you
I had to defend my joke, so it was what it was.
Yeah, you know how you go. I know you
can't have life without the sun, but there's a great.
I don't believe y'all about the sun, yo. The only reason certain life on the planet need the sun to keep the shit from freezing, yo. I don't believe y'all, yo. Y'all bugging.
I don't know what you talking about.
No, there's some life that don't
just quiet because I can't believe the level of this conversation. Really?
Yeah, we need to go back to 3rd grade, Joe.
Oh man.
Yo,
I need to put my 12-year-old on this. Like
particles, atoms, and stuff like that.
Oh man. Plants need sunlight. I help us out.
Even the ocean. Oh my God.
The origin of life.
Wait, I want to hear what Cedric got to say. Cedric, say it slow.
Eventually, we evolve to now, and as human beings, we don't even really need the sun to thermoregulate. We use the sun by means of the food we consume. Plants process the sun directly. Photosynthesis, thank you.
We need that
all right,
sun. We
I'm
need
done with this conversation.
This conversation.
We
I'm
need
done
that
with this
sun for the mechanism
conversation.
that
Move
set forth
on.
vitamin D. We need that sun for the
Yeah, I'm done with this
mechanism that set forth
conversation.
vitamin D in our body.
No, you don't. Vitamin D. No, you don't. No, you don't.
Yo,
Vitamin D.
We need.
I'm about to end the stream, yo. Because the
Hold on,
longer
what?
we talk,
What
the
hold on,
dumber
stop.
this
What are you-
shit gonna get.
What are you saying? No, I didn't say. I'm not saying the sun creates vitamin D. That's not what I'm saying. What are you saying?
Wow, yo.
What are you saying, huh?
I'm done. I'm just.
All right.
Part of science. We can consume vitamin D without the sun. It doesn't. But our metabolism works best with the sun. But we can't consume.
Plant life possible through photosynthesis. Without the sun's heat, and like life on would not exist.
Would cease to exist. That's why they predict that when the sun go out, it's a wrap.
Well, yeah.
The sun is important even without that. It's the gravity of the sun that holds the Earth in orbit.
Put that
There's
on.
no sun. So the sun is
I didn't
important,
put.
but it's
If
not the
y'all
only
talking
factor.
about we don't need the sun, and the sun ain't a major contributor to life on Earth, I don't want to have this conversation.
I felt like water was more important, yo.
Well,
Maybe I'm tripping.
That's a feeling. That's a feeling.
Water is born to Earth.
Huh?
Water ain't even from Earth.
We can't
Water
be
got
able
here
to.
Correct. Water is not from Earth.
Yo, fuck this conversation.
Hey, so go back to water no more.
Good night, guys.
Oh no, Cedric, don't leave.
Yeah, Cedric.
Cedric, you didn't get a chance to do me in.
Yo. It's time to go, yo. This shit crazy.
Not end it yet, man. I just got one thing for my brother Aunt, man. I just want to leave this conversation on a good note. You know what I'm saying? I came back and had to build with you, man. You know, I'm still around.
All right,
but I just want to say this.
What's that?
The law of conservation and matter that is in the Egyptian cosmology stands firm. And my last thing, I'm gonna do it again because you gotta remember what I opened up with. Y'all got a lot of, I think you got memory problems here going on. But I'm just gonna show this thing real quick. I had to take pictures of it. So I gotta go in my joint and grab it. Give me 1 second.
Baba, you gotta stop by Baba Eru and get your aunt.
You better show off flatter.
Nah, we don't do those over here, man. So you keep talking about this new thing, right? And I've opened up with this, so you can't say I didn't do it. But this is why I like it. New. I mean, these are the people who know Egyptology. You pulled up a Britannica. I don't know what that is. I don't know the Egyptologists in there. But anyway, Nu was a watery abyss, absolute in essence, which already contained all primary matter that would be used by the Demiurge of a sort of Latin consciousness. Let's move to the next page. This is the most illest part of this.
Which part of that being wrong don't you get?
No, hey, brother, all I want you to do is prove it that this fundamental law of conservative is not here. When you do that,
how do you make that sentence into any scientific law?
My brother, I am not finished, and when I'm finished, then you go ahead. Egyptian mythology is radically different. There, the creator, the imager, emerges from within the Nu, and only after that begins the work of creation. There is no independent creator, no Demiurge standing over and apart from the creation. It says in ancient Egyptian mythology, it may be asserted, idea emerges endowed from the power from raw matter. Lastly, there is something uncannily contemporary about the ancient Egyptian explanation for all that is, the universe or all existence. From the start, it posts neither God nor chaos or darkness, but matter in the form of primordial water as being the origin. So now, when we talk about matter cannot be created or destroyed, all it does is transform. Prove that not what that is saying. And now I close the mic. I drop the motherfucking mic.
Yeah, that book is pseudo.
Yo, that's some pseudoisms 101. You read something and can't understand that it's factually incorrect, and you're making a leap that is impossible. You're post hoc rationalizing, fitting a round peg in a square hole. Drop the mic, dude.
I'm waiting for you to. I'm waiting for you to show me that the Egyptians said that this matter always existed, and from out of that came everything. Is that not the one of the fundamental laws of conservation? Yes or no? Answer that, please.
The word was with God, and the word
That's right.
was
Now
God.
you can end the screen. Now you can end the screen, Shepherd. Islam.
Rub on, and the word was with
Islamotep.
God, and the word was God. What does that mean, Rob on? The word was with God, and the word was God.
It's called Islamotep.
That means that, right? That God, it always was, right?
Yeah, it always was.
That's right. So they was on to it too.
And the void was formless.
Yeah, they was on to it too, bro. They knew.
The void was formless. And out of the void came the light.
Yeah,
that story is incorrect.
Boy, y'all hate Africa, boy.
See that's the problem. He specifically told you that it knew it was this unformed matter. It didn't say. That's why it said no God or Demiurge. So look up the term. Look up the term "new." Why don't you get an Egyptian dictionary instead of talking and show us something? Show me wrong, bro.
This is crazy.
I don't care because you say it's wrong. Show it prove, man.
One thing is to disagree. One thing is to disagree. The other thing is just to hate, and not to respect. So you can disagree, but just respect that they thought.
Reggie. They could have thought of it. There was a time when European doctors thought that letting blood out of the arm was factually the way to do things.
That's correct.
And they were factually wrong.
But you can respect. But what you can do is you can respect that science.
Reggie, we can say they were factually incorrect.
But no, correct.
Hey, hold on. Hey, Cedric, let him finish his respect thing. I want to hear this. Go ahead, Reggie. What you were saying about we can respect what?
Yeah, so science allows us to prove things inaccurate, right? But you can respect the neural and cognitive evolution of the human.
We do.
The African.
We do.
And so that's all. So that they were wrong. But
Reggie, you know what this
Let him get it out, Cedric. Let him get it out, Cedric. Just be patient for a little second long. Go ahead, Reggie. Get it.
Yeah. So because it's ours, right? Europeans respect their culture even though it's wrong. We are funny, and it's just part of our psychosis that we can't respect the fact that we thought like that and we moved on. Simple as that.
That's what we saying though.
No,
people trying to make the shit into science. And
no. I agree.
That's the issue.
Didn't I start off? Didn't I?
So what are we not respecting? If you say that this is how ancient man used to think and how they believed the world was at this time, you wouldn't have no pushback from us. But when people go forward and say that what they believe,
you ain't too forward.
Hold on. Hold on.
You ain't too forward. You good with books, right? You good with books, but your training.
Reggie, hold on. So when I say I respect that human beings believe certain things at certain points in history, right? Say, okay, I respect that that's how they got to that point. But when we try to equate what they believed then and try to act like it coincides with modern science, that's where the pushback come in at.
I agree.
Right. So it's no disrespect there.
No, but when you, first of all, I got you to use the word respect. You wasn't using it. You was like pseudo. Cedric was going. Right. Cedric was going in. And I'm just
Reggie, and now I'm gonna make that point. When you and Asar try to create the illusion that the Egyptians were being scientific by creating an hypothesis that we are now later in time establishing to be fact, that's incorrect.
I ruled that out. But I ruled that out. Why you putting me with Asar? I ruled that out.
Cause y'all some
Asar
meta
said the
reading.
exact same thing. The exact same
No, I
breakdown
didn't do
you
that.
did.
No, come on.
Reggie,
You
Give me a
didn't say
break.
Asar was wrong
said-
for saying that the Unk meant man.
Yeah, I came on and showed that there was a better way to show to make the point. And I think Asar did not make the point without saying anything bad about Asar.
No, what Asar said was the Egyptian story was a hypothesis that we further down the line are establishing to be factual, and the fact that
Are
they
you
had
saying
some
we, man?
elements
Just say the
correct.
white man, bro. Just
And
say
I'm
the white
saying,
man, my nigga.
and I'm
Why
saying,
you buck
I'm
dancing,
saying
bro? You ain't
that's
got no respect for
incorrect.
the Africans, man. Put some
When we
respect for
look
the
at the
Africans,
story,
bro.
when
Put
we
some
look at
respect
the
on the
story,
Africans, bro.
we take them,
Stop
we
this
take
white
them
man
as
shit, man.
we take them for face value. We accept their story, we understand their limitations, and we move on. We don't try to post hoc rationalize because we can't think logically because we're so.
I'm not trying to do that. You have to know. You have to look. I am one of the. I come from the school. Wait.
No, Reggie. No,
Cedric.
I'm sorry, Reggie. I'm not making that claim to you. This last portion that I'm saying is directly related to what Rabban was doing. I appreciate what you do, Reggie.
Because I debate.
Right.
I debate the Kemet Negroes.
Brother
I
Reggie,
debate them all the time.
Brother Reggie, since he addressed
So I'm not addressing you, Reggie. Now I'm addressing Rabban.
He addressing me.
First
He
of all,
addressing me. He addressing me.
To even be able to make the equation, Rabban, you must first have a fundamental understanding of modern cosmology and its principles to equate the 4 principles that you're talking about or whatever it is you're
my brother. So
you're factually
brother, why
wrong
don't you deal
on
with
both ends of the spectrum?
You're doing a lot of talking here, bro. Why don't you deal with the law of conservation and what I'm talking about? It says matter cannot be created or destroyed. In the
Egyptians say
can you stop, bro? Can you
Show
stop?
me where the Egyptians say that.
Yo, can you stop? Yo, bro, chill, man. So if they saying that Nu is these primordial waters, this undifferentiated matter, that's what they're saying. If you say that I'm wrong, I done showed it 4 times up here. You need to prove it wrong and don't just tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. So if we
don't know what you're talking about.
Yo, can I
you are making that equation. It doesn't say that.
Can I finish, bro?
Egyptian word for matter?
There is no Egyptian word for matter because they're
So
talking
how
about
are you
a
using matter?
Can I finish?
It's actually
chill,
puat,
bro.
Puat
What
is their
wrong
word.
with y'all niggas, man? Yo, chill out. If you calling something a primordial substance, that's what they call primordial waters. That is substance. They're saying it's undifferentiated. That is a form of matter. Do you understand that? So they're saying before the present. They're saying before the present state of solid matter, this form existed. This is what they're saying.
That don't sound like Egyptian. That don't sound like Egyptian.
Solid matter.
Yo, can I finish, bro?
You are scientifically illiterate.
Yo, this is crazy, bro. You can tell me I'm wrong all you want. I didn't show you 4 different. Yo,
you are making false statements.
All right, my nigga. You can talk all you want. I'm into the show and prove shit. When you gonna show your
all you showing and proving is your ignorance. So water
now you disrespecting me, calling me ignorant, man. Why are you calling me ignorant? Did I call you out your name, bro?
Water isn't physical matter. So water isn't physical matter.
Did I call you out your name, bro?
Physical matter.
Bruh, man, you gonna show the man wrong. Show the man wrong. Stop calling him names.
Man, you just talking shit, man.
If you gonna show the man wrong, show the man wrong.
He didn't call you ignorant, though.
Water isn't physical matter.
I ain't call you nothing out your name. Deal with the information, my nigga. We
physical matter. Water isn't already different.
Nobody called nobody nothing out of their name.
What is this?
Hold on, Cedric. Hold on. Nobody called nobody out of their name.
He said ignorant. That's not.
He said ignorance. He said you're showing your ignorance.
No. He said I am ignorant.
No, so you're showing
I'm saying all you're
showing your ignorance.
Your ignorance, your lack of comprehension of the subject,
and that's disrespect.
No, so but it's not calling you out your name.
I said that people all the time.
Sheffrey, hold on, Sheffrey, hold on. When you got somebody like I've been doing this for a long time, bro. And I'm showing what I'm reading. This ain't shit that I'm looking up on the fly. This ain't something that I didn't ran past people and had this conversation about. If I'm showing you where I'm getting my information from and showing you that, yo, you keep telling me it's not matter. I'm showing you all of the experts say this was their concept of how they saw this undifferentiated matter. You need to prove me wrong by showing me I'm wrong and not telling me. I'm showing you I'm showing you what they say. So when you say that, can y'all mute this dude, bro?
Differentiated physical matter. Water is differentiated physical matter. If I need to show and prove you that, I need to take you back to grade school.
Hey, brother. See, hey, Raborn, hold on. What the brother doing is he trying to edify himself and the panel people instead of audience. He forgetting it's an audience. He talking about if he got to show you that. Show the audience that. The audience might not be familiar. So bring out the information as the brother Raborn is asking you to. He say, okay, show me where I'm wrong, bro, because you done did that to me. Now talk me to death ain't put out one source. You just did the other day. Like this brother always hold on.
Water is matter.
Hey man, don't you got some discipline and decorum about
that H2O is differentiated matter?
Yo, brother,
hold on. Hey, brother, what you need to do is get some decorum about yourself, man. You just keep cutting people off.
Primordial, bro. What the hell does primordial mean, bro? Why do all of the Egyptian scholars that you never read in your life, because I can tell,
let's look up the word primordial.
Man, listen, hey, Raborn,
you need to pick up a book and read. How about that? Go read about some shit before you talk about it.
Keep his feet to the fire, Raborn. Pull out a source that refutes his source. That's all you got to do. You keep freestyling like the audience know. You might have newcomers. You don't know, everybody don't know what you're talking about, dude. So that's why I said it's like a self-gratification. Goddamn, he interrupted me. He interrupted me. He doing it to me. This nigga is out of control, man. Hey, listen, brother. Hey, brother. All I'm saying is this, my dude. When you quoting something, you got one person showing you the research, whether you agree with it or disagree with it. And then you have another person just saying things without presenting any type of paperwork to back up what he's saying. No, brother, present some paperwork, man, or just leave it alone, man. I'm sick of this shit.
Who the hell you be now, Valley Hebrew? You're walking contradiction and me, man. So
brother, I love you to death, my brother.
I don't love you though.
Okay, good.
I don't have no love for you. I don't know who the hell you be.
Good.
So miss me with that bullshit.
Good. Do some paperwork or leave it alone, bro. That's simple.
Producing paper that a third grader would understand.
Yeah, you're gonna let people keep getting away with talking and not sourcing up.
Unnecessary. Okay,
like Raborn sourcing up. Whether I disagree with him or agree with him, the man sourcing up
and equating it based on his understanding.
Source up or shut up, brother. Source up or shut up. Source up or shut up, bro. That's
I never gave you my interpretation. I gave you 4 different experts on it in the field, and you did nothing. I didn't ask you to show your face, my nigga. I know your source.
No, you want me to give you? You want me to give you scientific?
No, don't make fun of the accent.
What you want to explore blank cosmology? We did that on the last show.
Brother. No, all we asked you is this. All we're asking you is this. We can leave it alone, man, because this ain't gonna go nowhere. Can you pull out a paper that refutes the scientific paper he put out? So conversation dead.
Exactly.
All right, so let me say this. Hold on, everybody. Hey, Cedric, give me a second.
Childish bullshit.
Hold on, give me a second. So we're back to the word primordial, right?
Primeval. It's primeval. It's not primordial. It says primeval.
I heard both. Am I wrong, Raborn?
No, primordial is right. That's what the text. That was the piece of text that he kept showing over and over, and then jumping to his own conclusion. It said primordial.
Hold on, Cedric. Raborn, is it primeval or primordial? Which one is it? This dude probably doing some pull-ups. Raborn.
Oh no, I'm just waiting for y'all to finish arguing, man. Like
I asked you a question.
When you're dealing with knowing is primordial, when you're dealing with the scientific methodology or what you would call a genesis or something, it's called primeval. It's a difference. Western world understanding versus African understanding.
I got you. So Rabon, which one was it? Was it primordial or was it primeval?
Primeval.
Okay, so it was primeval. Is it equivalent to primordial?
Yeah, it is, because when you read it, it's going to tell you, if you look up even the definition of that word, it's going to tell you before creation or whatever. It's going to say that.
All right. So most of the time that's dealing with like say ancient cosmogonies, right? Facts. Right. So even the Bible have the primordial waters.
There you go.
Right?
No, because
yes, it does.
No. I get that, but I don't understand. Like when I'm reading my source, y'all act like y'all running across it, and I gotta read the end of it again.
No, I'm just asking you questions.
No, I gotta do this because it's important.
Go ahead. We want understanding. Look, we just want understanding.
Yeah. We gonna get to the understanding, my brother Chef. We gonna get to it. I just want to deal with what the Egyptian text said. I don't care about no Bible. It says there is something uncannily contemporary about the ancient Egyptian explanation for the universe of all existence. For right from the start, it points neither God nor chaos as darkness, but matter in the form of primeval water. That's what we're talking about.
I'm with you.
Primordial.
So in the Bible, God does it.
Right.
That's not what's done.
But that's why I was telling you, Rob, there's a difference between primordial and a reference and
right.
What the ancient Kemetic was talking about. Then you know what I'm saying?
No, it's no difference.
It is a
Why
difference.
y'all doing this? Why y'all gonna do this to me? I'm trying to be fair.
You might agree with me, Chef. If you really say, let me see.
But don't act like those words that don't mean the same thing, though. Like we're talking about the same thing.
Not in its proper context. It doesn't.
But they using it interchangeably in the same paragraph.
No, they not using primordial and primeval in the same context or interchangeably. It's no way they use it. It couldn't be. It's no way. You can't use that. Primordial only dealing with, like when you talk about the waters in the firmament of the Bible. You get what I'm saying? When you talk about the biblical narrative, that's called the primordial. That's the primordial waters. That's like none in ancient Kemet. You get what I'm saying? That's like none in ancient Kemet. But when you talk about primeval is the genesis of an event. You get what I'm saying? That has nothing to do with primordial.
I don't know why you.
Primeval and genesis.
Let's look up the definitions. I'm going to accept. Listen, no, I'm going to accept his definition. I won't get bogged down there. Right?
Can I share my? Because you cannot. Yes,
no,
sir,
I said I'm going to accept it. I'm going to accept.
Yes, sir. I heard you.
Right. We don't have to argue it. Like
no. I was telling Dr. Reggie, go ahead.
I want to share my screen. So I just want to. So let's just get the let's get a dictionary, ancient Egyptian dictionary. Mm-hmm. So if just give me a second, so I could get back on. So I can share my screen. So let me see. Introduction to cosmology, posted to the Zoom.
You're not showing your screen though.
No, I actually lost my. Okay,
which
here.
One, which one you want, Reggie? Which one you want?
I'm gonna go. No, I'm gonna do it myself. Thanks. So let me just share screen 1 second. I'm almost there.
Yeah, no, it's cool.
You know, I'm 56, going on 57 years old. So
no, you're doing good.
I'm a little challenged. All right, just a little challenged. Okay, so here we go. I'm going to share. Let me see this right here. I think this is it right here. Screen 2. Yeah, here goes. Okay, so I'm sharing my screen. Okay, so I'm going to use the Vigus dictionary. I'm not going to use the TLA because this is faster. So what I want to do is I want to look at find the word for matter, right? Now, matter is going to be it's going to be Hinu, right? And it's basically going to be okay. Here's one term which is shear, which is matter, but there is another one that says a thing, right? And I'm going to get to that in a second. So I'm just clicking down just to find the the word that I want to use. Not misdeed. It is okay. This one, meted, is matter, but matter is as a noun, right? And then I'm going to go and show you just one more, which is hinu, right? Which is a skin of an animal, right? Which is a thing. So I don't know.
Primeval waters is not matter.
Wait. So we're going to get to, and we're going to search. I'm just going to show you maybe just a method. I'm not going to say the best method, but I'm going to show you a method, because what we do is we would drill down. What we would do is we would drill down and look at all the occurrences. Okay, so here's this word matter, which is a thing, right? Now what we want to do is we want to look at noon, right? And we want to see what noon is. Okay. Okay, so in this case, noon is a noun here, but this may not be the one that I'm looking for. I'm looking for the one that we know, which is primeval, right? So okay, here it is. So it is the glibs are the watery ripples, and then bows to kind of hold something in, and it's called noon, primeval waters, which is noon. So there's a big difference between, so primeval water is what you might call undifferentiated. This is the way that they classify it. So
undifferentiated matter. Say the goddamn shit.
Yeah. So so it becomes a concept of not real water, but a concept of water, right? And this is noon. So what we did was we found the definition of matter, and there's another one called puat, but I didn't see it come up, which is kind of puat, but I didn't see it come up for some reason. I'm misspelling it in Vigus. Okay, so that was just the exercise. So I just wanted to share my screen just to show you.
Hey, you're good looking for the matter one, because I ain't even go look that up. Good looking for that, man.
Okay, so I just wanted to show you a method in which you go into a dictionary and then you would take this and then you would go into the TLA to see the different attestations to see actually how they in fact use it. Okay, so thanks for letting me share.
Thank you,
so Reggie, what would you say about this, Reggie? What would you say about this one? I pulled up Dickinson. Do you like Dickinson's or no?
Yeah, Dickinson's is very similar to Vigus.
All right, so I got Dickinson here. So you see new right there, primordial waters. See it again up here, primordial waters. All right.
Yeah. Now look up matter.
Okay, I'm gonna put matter in there right now. Hold on.
Now, so the way they're expressing it is kind of like similar to water, because you see the water pot, but this is something a little bit conceptually different that you can't put in the water pot. So there's some substance like air or something like that exists, but you can't really put it in a water pot. So look up matter. You can just do a textual search for matter.
Yeah, I'm doing matter now. But what I'm looking up, I'm seeing like matter, like affair. I'm not seeing matter like how you got it over there. So yours might be different. Like this one says secret, confidential matter, sadness, sad matter.
I'm getting confused.
Look up what?
Thing.
Thing?
Yeah, thing. Why are you getting confused?
What are we talking about now?
Matter is just a thing.
Okay, so they exist, but what happens is you have to go into categories. So it's either a part of a man. So you might want to look at, does it say water or something like that? Parts of
yeah, I got reptiles, birds, plants, sky.
Right.
All that falls under matter, Saber, as that what he read right there, because you know the ancient Ramesh, we really had
clothing.
Aim for matter. We had a concept of what it was, and what we described based on that concept and what we attached to that concept was a name.
Yeah, a noun.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So that's why I tried to say thing,
yes,
right?
Sir.
Because it's a physical. It's a physical thing.
There you go.
So,
That's
but
a physical attribute. Yep.
You know, just to get out of the way of us, of my brother Cedric, right? I like Cedric, right? But just to get away out of him, I'm just showing you how I would analyze, it. So what do you have right here?
No, that's not it. I think yours is better. I don't have that in it.
Type in HNW. See what comes on HNW.
Henu.
Yeah, Henu. Because you know these were pastoral people, so skin would be something that
would be artificial to the Ramesh.
What skin?
Yes.
No, skin is skin of the skin of the cow.
Okay. I see what you said. Okay, I thought you were talking about. Yes, sir.
Yeah, the skin of the cow is one of the most important. Is one of the most important things.
I don't know, bro. H&W, it got a lot of different things. It got ropes, baskets,
so I would use. That's why I would use Vigus.
Yeah, I would have to get the Vigus thing.
Yeah, and remember too, say, but it's not a 1-for-1 correlation when you deal with the ancient Ramesh. So you know what I'm saying? Depending on the context of what's being delivered.
Right. So that's why you would go.
Yeah.
That's why you would use the TLA now to see all the different adaptations.
Exactly.
Idea of how it's being
expressed. Exactly.
Right.
So back on topic.
Yeah.
Primeval waters is talking about
primordial. There's no primeval waters.
No, it's used in Egyptian. It's used as prima, evo, or primeval if we pronounce it water.
Right.
Because I just showed it to you. I showed my screen again. Share screen, and I just shared.
I don't know about y'all, but I'm convinced they knew about the Big Bang.
The primeval is the beginning of the waters. The
all right, you see it right here.
Is the waters itself. You get what I'm saying? Like it's a difference. That's just the primary.
Okay,
it goes hand to hand.
Here, in the context of the sentence. Okay, so here it is right here. It says primeval water. So I stopped sharing my screen. I don't want to take up too much of you scholars' time.
I see it, Saber. I see your screen.
Yeah.
Oh, I saw you.
Yeah, I just don't want to take too much of your time. So there's a method to trying to figure out what the context in which they're using it in, you people who hate Africa, just to say that we thought about these things. We may not have been right completely, but we did think about these things.
Oh yeah, we had it down packed. We was the first ones that was understanding these signs before they put it into a paradigm that they can understand.
But they stupid. They building these stupid pyramids instead of building walls, right, to defend themselves, right? So they in 18th dynasty they got spooked out. Like it didn't. The stuff that they didn't work. The spells didn't work.
No, but they were spooked out before the 18th dynasty. They were spooked out pre-dynastic time. But instead of, like you said, they was building these stupid pyramids. But these pyramids were source of energy portals because if you look at the
What are you talking about?
All right, I'm out of here, baby.
Let them build, y'all. Let them build.
No. Let them build. I'm out though. Yo, thanks for having me on.
Peace to the God. Peace.
All guys ran out of here. I don't know why the fuck.
I have been in the pyramids.
Yeah,
maybe they're not functioning.
Have a good night, man.
Yeah, but
they were power portals. Go ahead, Joe.
They're not.
Look, I've been in the pyramid.
They're not any temples or they're not graves for any kings or anything. So once you come to the
pyramid, there's different pyramids.
Yeah, I'm talking about the pyramids of Giza.
Let them
build.
But
there are other pyramids. They got 100 pyramids.
Yes, I know. Yes, say, but I'm familiar.
Reggie, let them build. They were power portals.
When you talk about it's not about power portals. It's about energy we understood. And that's why we're talking about this conversation right now. How did they know this? How did they know that? Because they understood energy in a way we don't understand it right now. That's why we're still doing archaeology. We're going back trying to figure out how the hell they knew this. And you get what I'm saying? How did they do this? That's why we're doing archaeology. We're digging up the past so we can further our future. That's the point of archaeology. So when a person says we knew this back then, and then like the brother was talking about air and moisture, shoe, Teflon, he was dealing with the modern understanding or the jargon that sciences deal with today, but we understood it in a different manner.
What I want to say to you,
but we were still delivering the same concept.
I know what I want to say to you. What I want to say to you, good brother,
that's now Valley information. Facts.
Okay. I learned from the living Dr. Yosef Ben Jochanan. I learned from the living Dr. John Henry Clark.
The great.
Cool.
That's a fact.
Cool.
I learned directly from them. I went in, look, I went to Egypt with Dr. Ben.
You sat at the feet of these great scholars. That's a fact.
They never in their life, Dr. Ben would always say, this is the magic words that he would say. The Egyptians believe.
Heka.
Well, but he would say, wait, let me say what he said.
No, you said magic. You know, some people might get spooked out, so you might need to keep it now Valley and say the Heka-woo, because some people might get spooked out by the term magic.
It is right.
People not gonna know what you're saying if you say Heka-woo though.
All right, Heka-woo is just manipulation of the natural forces. That's
so. Let me at least
into it right now.
Let me at least teach you. Let me at least say to you what you can verify from my other direct teachers. Professor James Small, who dwells in this spiritual world more than I would like him to, and
I know that's right.
And Dr. Leonard Jeffries, right?
That's right.
Dr. Ben would always teach us what the Egyptians believed, right?
Right. That's
right. He would never say that he believed it because he didn't believe it.
Right, that's right.
Right. And so then there's Sheikh Anta Diop, who I've heard his voice many times. I can't speak French, but I heard conversations with him talking to Dr. Jeffries. Sheikh Anta Diop never believed this neither. Right. Dr. Theophilo Benga wrote a book on what they believe, but you would have to ask him what he believes. Right?
That's right.
So he believes in methods. He believes in linguistics. Right?
That's right.
That's what he studies. So when I went to the pyramids and I went into the king's chamber, I didn't radiate. I didn't see a sense of energy, nothing. I didn't see anything except for a chamber. Right? Well built, short.
Right.
I seen Negroes in the damn coffin with their hands crossed and masturbating, but I didn't see nothing. Because that's what they're doing. If you're in the thing is like 4.5 feet, 5 feet. If you squint yourself in it with your legs,
you can bust a good nut, huh?
That's all they were doing. That's all they were doing.
I love this nigga, man.
Yeah.
This nigga too funny.
No, but then I come out in this world and I deal with people like that Sheffrin and the rest of the people, and they say these things, and I say, "What the hell are you talking about?" Then I become Sheffrin. I'm like,
what were the pyramids used for? Like what?
That's what I was getting to, brother. That's what I was talking to say about that.
Ego.
Hey Reggie, why you throwing me under the bus? I've been quiet.
Because you know, Sheffrin, I like you. I know, so I like you.
Hey, Chef said, Bonita, why you ain't play with my frog?
you and all y'all bust a dude down real quick, right? So they built it for their ego, and they built way too many of those.
They didn't, Saber.
Yeah, they didn't, bro.
I'm sorry, Saber. I don't want to cut Saber off. Continue, Saber. My apologies. Humbly apologize. Go ahead.
Okay, so now there's different. Okay, so now there's there's Unis, there's the Pepi, right? There's Winners, there's Pepi, there's Teti, right?
Yes.
Inside those pyramids are writing.
Yes.
Right? Then there before that is the step pyramid. There's the red pyramid. There's the bent pyramid.
Yes, sir.
Right? They don't serve any function.
They can I say something, Reg? Can I get your permission to speak for a second?
No, you don't need my. You my brother. Be like suffering. Suffering bust my ass.
What we don't understand now is what we think is they didn't understand the function, but when a lot of brothers teach that the three pyramids of Giza is aligned, astronomically aligned with the Orion's belt and things of that nature, that's the work of Robert Duvall. That's the first one who came up with that understanding. He came up with that research.
There's another pyramid.
Right, so they serve the function according to him.
And
You know
there's
what I'm saying?
pyramids.
Yeah, and
hold on,
go
Reggie.
ahead. Go ahead.
Let me say this real quick.
Go ahead, Ken.
If you follow historians, Herodotus, right? He wrote about Egypt.
Herodotus was a historian?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was one of the earliest
And he
historians.
came to Egypt at what time period?
Around, I want to say 5th century BC or 2nd century. I'm not sure about the exact date. Somewhere around there.
4th
century. He came during the Persian period, right?
Yes.
Can I say what I was trying to say?
The Persian and the Greek period. No, I'm just verifying because he didn't know shit.
Yeah.
He wrote about the pyramids, and what he called them was light towers.
Yeah, because he's an idiot.
That's why I was talking about energy harvest.
Now, what it was you got to understand that the pyramids had the gold cap and it had the white limestone, right?
But he never saw it. It was the pyramids were ancient.
Let me finish talking, Reggie. Let me finish talking. You ain't got to keep interrupting me.
Yeah, they were still polished at the time, though, Reggie. They were still polished limestone and they shined at the time.
Exactly. So when the sun hit it, it was like a light tower. Which means so across the desert, you could see it for miles across the desert. And they would find their direction to the city by just following the light towers.
Okay, I'm not going to disagree with you.
You got to remember, go ahead, Saber. I apologize.
I'm not going to disagree with you on the fact that they were beacons that led to their destruction. And the reason why Herodotus is there is because the Persians had already beat up the Egyptians. And then the Greeks came in during that time period, and that's how Herodotus gets there. So they served their purpose, being light towers, leading to their destruction.
The Persians didn't beat up the ancient Ramesh. The Persians beat up what you would call the colonialist. You get what I'm saying? The people who came
beat the Persians. The Greeks came after the Persians.
What I'm saying, the Ramesh. Listen, what I'm saying.
The Persians came first.
No, the Persians came first. Darius and Xerxes came first, right?
They didn't beat
and
up
they
the
ate the Apis bull. They had the Apis, the black bull, for lunch.
That's a fact.
Okay, so then the Greeks come and they whip the rest of the Persians, right? When Alexander the Great comes and he whips their ass,
and then split it up.
Egypt was already pretty much dismantled by the time.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
that's why I said the Persians didn't defeat or take over or do this to the ancient Ramesh. When the Persians came in and took over Kemet, you already have a whole different ruling class in there. You didn't have the ancient Ramesh in there. You didn't have the pre-dynastics or the first dynasty bloodline, the second dynasty bloodline. You had none of that. You had a whole different.
Jeffrey, are you still here?
People in there.
Jeffrey, you still here?
I'm definitely in the building.
We can't say the Greeks or the Persians beat up the. No, they beat up
So they weren't Egyptians.
That's why I call them colonizers. I call them colonizers because.
Let's go back to this blood, though. Let's go back to this ancient blood.
They were invaders.
What blood?
That's who the.
Let's go back to the ancient blood.
Invaders.
I understand, but let's go back to the ancient blood. What's that? Is that special?
Yes, it's always special. Even
why?
When you deal with because you deal with lineage, and nothing is outside of that lineage because that lineage is considered royal and have a direct line to the gods.
And the gods?
The gods, listen, hear me out. the gods, which means the god of the village, the god of the occupation, the god of harvest, the god of childbirth, the god of you. I could go on and on.
I feel like
These
you
were
making
the
this
listen.
stuff up.
These were the nobles, and these nobles ruled only because they were thought to have a direct line to the god, being a
And when did
physical
that
matter.
stop?
Listen,
Everybody
listen,
though,
listen.
Nile
Being a
Valley.
physical, listen, being
The
a
Chinese
physical.
had the son of
Hold
heaven,
on,
man.
god damn. I don't cut nobody off. I just want to talk, man. Being a physical manifestation of that power on earth. That's why the ruling class was always matriarchal or patriarchal, but it was in confines of the immediate royal family. You never heard of a peasant, a royal going out bringing a peasant until into the hierarchy. You never heard
Horemheb.
unless the
Horemheb was a
peasant.
soldier.
Listen. Unless the peasant worked his way up and became great. What I'm saying is, it was only.
So the bloodline, how does the bloodline factor into working yourself up?
A
If you don't have the bloodline, you can work yourself into the bloodline.
The bloodline is an automatic. You're initiated from a child if you're in a bloodline. I'm talking about the local peasantry. If you was a slave, you can be a slave and work your way up to be even a priest.
That's a
You get what I'm
meritocracy.
saying? And then you can work your way up. So what I'm saying is this. When you're dealing with the bloodline was supposed to be pure. It wasn't supposed to come out of that. So the local peasantry had no say-so and would like when we
Okay, wait 1 second. So I have to ask you. So now Valley Hebrew. So
yes, Saber.
I have to ask you, good brother, because we go through this. Okay, so I can tell you who. No, I'm just your brother, right? I can tell you who my
brother. You're my teacher too. Don't
but I can tell you who my teachers are, right? I can tell you directly my living teachers. I can tell you when they were right and when they were wrong, when they were going a little bit too far, right? And so I just take them for their information. So this bloodline stuff that you're talking about, I just need to know what's your source for that.
Okay. My source.
While you getting the source, let me say this real quick. How we know that is not true? We know by science that all people pretty much come from the same bloodlines originally. If we go back, and Onctus was on Side Netta the other day, showed how all of us was in South Africa in a cave. We was almost a stick.
That's true.
You know what I mean? So when we talk about bloodlines, all of us are the same bloodline, really. If you want to go farther back.
Yeah, but I don't even know what he mean by the bloodline, though, because he conflating it. He's saying it's only by the bloodline, but you can work your way up. So the two things is not making sense to me. If it's only by the bloodline, then you can't work your way up.
Right.
Yeah, you could kill a king.
No, brother. I know. Sable, I'm sorry. I never said it's only by the bloodline. I actually explained how a slave could work his way up to actually be priest. What I'm talking about is succession. That's why the son of this became the successor. You really never seen an ancient Ramesh or any other ancient culture for that matter that a successor was anything outside of their bloodline.
The Chinese were that way with their royalty. What are you talking about?
Listen, I know. Listen, did you just hear what I said, brother? Can you repeat my words?
Yeah, but what was the
hold on,
point?
stop! Don't nobody cut the brother off. Please don't cut him off. Please don't do that. Let the brother talk.
You said
what I
you
say,
never
brother?
saw no royalty that took in outside that was so called outside.
I didn't say that.
Chinese.
I said
did
you
that.
rarely. Listen, I said you rarely.
Jeffrey, where are you?
The
Yeah,
Chinese
I said
did
listen, brother. I said you rarely. Rarely means it didn't often happen. Rarely. That's what you got to catch. I don't disagree, brother. If I say rarely, that's not saying everybody to do it.
During the first intermediate period, there was over 100. There was over 100 people claiming that they were kings during the first intermediate period.
Right. Saber, how did Hatshepsut legitimize her throne? What did she do? And what was her story?
She took her nephew.
She said
off
she
the
was a
throne.
direct descendant of who?
Yeah, of Ahotep and Amos.
Right. Now check this out. You got the Muslims dealing with it right now with Muhammad. Like the direct descendancy is very important, even in Africa right now. You cannot have a person from a whole nother tribe come over here and be a king of your village.
Well,
It's
people
not how
are
it works.
claiming that they're connected to Muhammad, but we've never seen.
I know they claim it. I know they claim it, Saber. But what I'm saying is
still waiting to hear why this is
these claims are based on actual tradition. Because
Right, so these are claims,
like,
not really bloodline.
My whole point is this, Saber. When we deal with Hatshepsut, we know she fought because it was a uproar about how her legitimacy was established. So she had to establish her legitimacy through an ancestor, through a god. You get what I'm saying? Through a nature.
Took her nephew off the throne. She shaved his head and made him.
That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. That's beside the point. I'm talking about how she had to.
Okay, now after her. Okay, now
listen. She had to prove. Listen, she
but
had to
after
prove
her,
this.
now
Yes.
Valley Hebrew.
Yes,
After
I got
her,
you, Saber.
so that you have. Oh, so now the king gets to be the king for sleeping with her and marrying her. So now he's the king, and so his bloodline is different. So he gets to sleep with her, and then his son from another woman now becomes king. Tutmosis.
Say that again, Saber. Can you say that one more time for me?
Yeah, so
this is crazy.
Hatshepsut got the royal blood.
I don't understand how teaching is crazy. I think you brothers is focused on more of y'all personal needs and feelings than the chat and the audience who's trying to learn. Because you say this is crazy, he's teaching the audience as well as informing the people who's on this chat. Like, it's simple minds on here who really don't care about the information, that just want to see somebody win or lose. That's what's going on. Because based on what dudes are saying, that's crazy. You can tell. They're not concerned about what the audience is learning. They're concerned about what they're getting out of it. Go ahead, Saber. Finish your king.
I'm just saying that it was more, sometimes it was more or less like the Game of Thrones.
Yes, sir.
This woman, she is the bloodline. She's the last of this particular bloodline that united the 18th dynasty. So she is she's celebrated. Her family celebrated. This king comes. He can't be king unless he marries her. He marries her, right? They have a child called Neferu, right? But he has a son. He has a son from another woman who is going to be the heir. So she's in charge of Egypt, Kemet, until he comes of age. So then, when he comes of age, she's got to go. So she goes to her royal place. She takes the berry juice, or whatever the case, because she's been waiting too long, and so he quickly assumes to the throne. Her daughter, who also had the royal bloodline, she disappears from history.
So Brother Reggie, one quick question. So that's a new bloodline, right?
Yeah, it's a new bloodline now.
So what he's saying, it is not even making sense. He's saying it's only the bloodline, but yet you have a totally new bloodline coming in. And the issue of bloodline is not even relevant, because every ancient culture, that's how they used to have succession. Unless you can take the throne, it always go by bloodline. The only time it doesn't is when somebody physically overthrows.
Am I wrong?
What I'm
But
saying, brother, that's what I'm
Egyptian
saying. That's what I
dynasty
just
a different
said.
bloodline? I could
Hold
be
on,
wrong.
hold on. But what I just said, what I was saying earlier, the brother said it didn't make no sense, and then went on to explain the same thing I was saying. Like,
but why are you saying it?
Listen, I just listen. Oh my God, man, this is weird as heck to me, brother. I just said this. The bloodline deals with the immediate family, the hierarchy, the royalties. Anything outside of that, you can become elevated. You can become somebody within the Egyptian society, within the ancient Ramesh society. You could become a priest. And at times, the priest was more powerful than the king. This is a fact. And you can have a slave. Yeah, it's a fact. Look up yes, sir. At times, the priest was more powerful than the king, because you have to understand the priest was in communication with the deity itself. At times, the
Pharaoh
king
was a
was
god,
not.
though.
The
Nile
priest, like
Valley
y'all,
Hebrew.
brother, I'm a Nile Valley Hebrew for a reason, man. If y'all don't understand this
Right
ancient
about that, though.
Ramesh, please lay back and let me and Dr. Reggie deal with it. If
Yeah.
y'all just talking, but just to talk, brother, I don't know because I don't know
Pharaoh was
if
considered
y'all
a
don't
god,
understand this.
man.
I don't know, brother. Y'all got to do some more
I
reading or
actually was
something.
agreeing
Go
with
ahead,
you because you was
Saber Rachel.
absolutely right about that one.
Yeah.
Because these
So,
dudes tripping, man.
well, so what happens in the 18th dynasty is Amos, the son of Ahotep, they win Kemet back. They win Egypt back from the Hekakasu. They celebrate their victory with by using Amun. So Amun comes into their chosen deity. They like the one that they get down with. Amun becomes the head of the patron deity or the worship people.
The pantheon, right?
And so that is a fact, whether or
Right.
not that's their belief.
Yes,
That's how you
a
prove
war
it, though.
god.
That's how you
A
prove
war
it. Listen,
god. Amun was
Akhenaten,
considered
the whole
to them a
reason.
war god.
Yeah, he
Yes,
was.
absolutely.
But the whole reason that Akhenaten actually made a 10, the god of 10, the monotheistic religion, is because the people were actually worshiping the god and worshiping the priest, giving the priest all their money, and actually
There you go. There you go,
priest had
brother.
more power than the
Then
pharaoh,
the king.
and that's
That's
the
a
whole
fact.
reason he did all that shit.
Well,
That's a fact.
it actually started with his father and his mother, right? Queen T, right? That they were getting pressure from these priests that was controlling all the land and all the money. So then they separated themselves from them. And so when Adnan came to power, his kind of co-regent was actually his mother, Queen Tai, and she chose his wife, which was originally a foreigner, right, from a treaty marriage, right, to marry her son, right, and so then he gets killed or he dies, and then Tut comes to play for a little while. He gets killed or dies, and then there's which is his father-in-law or his uncle.
Uncle, that's his
right?
uncle. King
Yeah.
Aya. That's who they say they were dealing with. Queen Tai.
He gets his ass kicked by a soldier general Horemheb, right? So one thing is
Horemheb's son.
Yeah, I think after Horemheb, I don't think Horemheb's son comes to power, but I don't do this. You know, we have a problem with that's the failure of African people. Just because someone's your son or someone's your daughter or something like
be
that,
adopted, right?
They're not the best. They not be the best suited to rule.
There you go.
In
So
Egypt,
they might give it to a brother-in-law, right, Saber?
No, you got to give it to the most qualified.
Right.
No, but
I'm
this
saying
is
if
how
the
it
most
was done
qualified
in
is a brother-in-law,
all
they'll
ancient
give it to a
culture.
brother-in-law. And that's what I was
Right?
saying. Go ahead.
No,
Go ahead,
this
big
what
brother.
I'm saying. This was not unique to the Africans. This is done in all ancient cultures.
That's what I'm saying,
it was-
brother. That's why I said earlier, you can see it in Africa right now. The
Yeah,
same
and
thing.
most
Like,
most
come on,
most
man.
African cultures are matrilineal that it comes through because in Nubia and stuff like that. So when Egypt begins to fall, and you have the Nubians and the Meroic people, they follow more closely the hereditary bloodlines of the women. But there's nothing special about the blood, and so that's my only problem with this. Egypt failed.
Nah, I think so though, Saber, because if it wasn't something so special about the blood, secession would not have been hereditary. And then I gave you an example of Hatshepsut. She would not have had to prove that she was a legitimate heir of the throne. She would not have to prove that. It just would have been okay. She's somebody who got it, whether bloodline or not. But no, they wanted to make sure she was an original bloodline successor. That's why she went through all the scrutiny. That's a clear indication of the royal seat being the controllers. Like when you deal with, and I'm gonna wrap it up and I'm gonna pass the floor. When you deal with Ma'at, and I was talking about this 6-7 years ago. I was talking about this 2004, 2005. When you deal with Ma'at was whatever the great house, or the Perant, which is the Pharaoh, the house of life. That's what Pharaoh means. For anybody who didn't know that, it's Perant, the house of life. That's what. It's not a Pharaoh. A Pharaoh is not a person.
Okay.
It's a concept. Yeah,
what?
But
you have I am okay. So
I was about to wrap up. I was just about to wrap up. Say. Yeah, but that was the concept of Ma'at. Any Pharaoh or any king could decree his own concept of Ma'at. So if the king decree you got to be a homosexual, and that's Ma'at to me. If you was anti-homosexual, you was getting slaughtered. If Ma'at to the king,
what's your source on that?
Oh my God, man! Listen, I thought I was dealing with some scholars. I ain't never heard a bunch of white boys sit around and ask each other.
No, don't call them names.
They just know this stuff. They just know this stuff.
Yeah,
like,
my whole point of it is, see,
Saber know it. He's a scholar.
But
Dr. Reggie
but you know, Nile Valley Hebrew. My only problem is with I don't believe in the deities. I don't believe that.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Ma'at comes into visibility during the pyramid text age.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's when you find it in Winnis. Winnis is talking about Ma'at. Prior to that, they dealt with the concept of Ma, which is to be straight and to be right. But Ma'at, it becomes personified into Ma'at, right?
Right.
So it's late at night, and I'm not fighting. I'm not fighting with anybody, but I think there's more facts that I can prove than, and it'd be helpful to you and helpful to a lot of people than in dealing with these stories. I've been to Egypt. I've been to Egypt with the best. You know, my meta nature is not as great as it was 3 years ago or 2 years ago because I don't use it every day. But I read the text. I know what the text is.
I learned a great deal from you on the meta nature.
Yeah,
absolutely.
So because I was the first in the conscious community to be bringing in the meta nature.
I was one of the first Hebrew that was actually taking your classes.
Yeah. So I appreciate that. But there's a lot of people out here that they are spookifying it to make a living, right? They don't have no interest in going to Egypt or Kemet or whatever you want to call it. Mm-hmm. What they want to do is wear fancy clothes, swing onks, and enjoy their life in America with their special belief. They're not part of the Black movement. They don't support the elders. They don't even, you ask many of them, were they at Dr. Ben's funeral? No. Were they at Dr. Clark's funeral? No.
Hey, but Saber, you know what I think though? When you said a lot of them are spookifying it, I actually think they're actually in account with the actual realm of understanding, of the ancient Ramesh when you talk about spookifying it. Because we were dealing with some spooky stuff back in ancient Kemet. We were dealing with spooky stuff. We believed these guys would physically harm you. These deities would physically harm you. We didn't leave food and water out for the elements. You get what I'm saying? Or for wind and water.
There's different Africans. There were the sensible people, and then there was this cartel of crazy ass priests.
No, well, you can't say that, Saber, because you got to remember what the coffin text was all about. If you look at the coffin text was all about transitioning into the realm outside of the physical one. Yeah, that's what the coffin text was about. And then,
but is that real?
One second, Saber. One second. One second, Saber. And when you deal with Zawas, you know, the Egyptian archaeologist that's been doing all this work, when you deal with him, and he actually found the names of the builders of the pyramids, and you know how a lot of people talk about they were slaves and they were.
I know, but we passed that.
Actually, no. What I'm saying,
out of here, bro. Let's just do this.
To a point, Saber. I'm getting to a point. I'm finishing up right now. Trust me, I'm finishing up. So what you see is actual spells and incantations left in these places that if these remains are disturbed, this will happen to the person.
It don't work.
What I'm saying is this.
It don't work.
Whether it worked or it didn't work, these people didn't edge this in stone.
I understand, but it didn't work.
So in their concept, this afterlife, this spookism was real to them. They believe. I know, and it didn't work. Saber. But what I'm saying is this: when you say Jabari or something, I assume talking about whoever trying to spook out ancient Ramesh or ancient Kemet, they were spooked out. They're not trying to. This is the fact.
I'm not gonna talk bad about Jabari. I'm not gonna talk bad about Jabari, but I am gonna say that I agree.
We believe it today in Africa.
I agree with him on history. I disagree with him on religion.
Yes.
Sheffrin, are you still here?
I'm here. I just want to know when the Nile Valley Hebrew says we, is he talking about we as in the Egyptians or we as in the Hebrews? Because I'm confused.
Oh my God. What?
You want me to answer the question, brother? I'm talking about we as a collective, African people, Black people, what you would call Hebrew. It's no such thing as Hebrew, because when I talk to a lot of people, they see Hebrew. I'm only speaking in what we understand, colloquial terms, just like I say Jesus. But 2,000 years ago, they wouldn't say Jesus. I'm speaking in language you can understand. That's why I may say Egypt. And sometimes if I'm talking to Reggie, I may say ancient Ramesh. Depending on who I'm talking to or depending on what I'm talking about, is how I use my language best applied to the situation. You get what I'm saying? I use it best applied to the situation. So when I'm talking about Hebrew, brother, it's no such thing as an ancient Hebrew. It was no tribe of people nowhere in the world, no nation called Hebrew. You get what I'm saying?
Why do you call yourself a Hebrew?
Because Hebrew is something we did. Hebrew is an action verb alone, but you got to remember it's an action verb, but in an action verb, like me and Reggie were just saying, a lot of things can say the same thing, but depending on context, you know what it means. You know what a word means.
What does it mean?
If I say steal, depending on what context I put it in, you'll know what I'm talking about. Depending on that context, like I say, hold on, brother. I'm gonna close up. I'm talking to you. I'm having it. You cutting me off. I'm having it.
Don't hug the mic, man. I'm saying let's have a conversation.
I'm about to wrap it up, big brother.
You're talking a whole lot. I'm just trying to get clarity.
Big brother, I'm giving you clarity. How you trying to get clarity? Listen, big brother.
What does the action verb?
Big brother. I'm trying to tell you.
What does the action verb Hebrew mean?
Hold on, big brother. You cannot get clarity if you cutting the person off that's trying to give you clarity and say, I'm trying to get clarity. That's an oxymoron. Makes no damn sense to me. So what I'm saying is this, brother, when you're dealing with the actual Hebrew and the people Hebrew, it was never a people Hebrew. Hebrew is an action verb. It's something we did. Now, like I was saying when Reggie talked about, when I said about steal, I say steal. You never know what I'm talking about, but I say I'm about to steal on you. If a white man never knew Ebonics, if I say I'm about to steal on him, he would never know what I'm talking about. Depending on the context, depend on the culture of the people you know what I'm saying? Depending on the culture of the people information you're looking in, you have to look at it from the cultural perspective of the people. Just like my culture is hood. I'm a street nigga. So if I say I'm about to steal on something and then you read my text 2,000 years later based on your culture, you're going to identify.
So, bro, you're going to talk whole night?
God.
We're supposed to be having a conversation. You're just talking.
Blood, I'm breaking down how you. I'm showing you how you break down context. I know you asked. Listen, brother. Sometimes, big brother. Sometimes
you talking,
brother.
Let somebody else talk too,
brother.
Sometimes, bro.
Sometimes a simple question needs a
Bro,
magnified
no, don't
explanation,
explain
brother.
to me. I
Everything
asked
is
you a
not yes or
question.
no or black or white.
I
Brother,
asked you
that's
a
all I want to say.
question.
Everything is not yes or no or black
All
or white.
right, I got it. Yes.
All right, well, go
It's
ahead.
not black and
Go
white.
ahead. Say what you're saying, big brother. Go ahead. Take your time.
You said the Hebrew in your name is an action word. I'm asking you, what does that action word mean?
It means to move, motion. That's
That's
what it
all I
means,
was
motion, to
asking.
move. And listen, what I was saying to you is this. It's an addition to that. And that's what you want to. Hebrew is also the word that comes from Eber, Ebre, Ivre, which you got in Africa, which you would call the Ewe people right now. The same thing. Hebrew, Ewe, Ivre, Evra. The same thing.
Wait
The Hebrews
I'm
are
not about to.
Palestinians.
Okay, whatever, man. What
The
I'm saying
Hebrews
to
are
you is
Hebrews
this.
are
Hebrew and
What I'm
Hebrew is a
saying
Palestinians.
Greek
to you is
word.
this. This
Hebrew is a
word,
Greek word.
listen.
It's
What I'm
on the
saying to yes,
screen
yes.
now,
That's
bro.
that's why I went to the
Hey,
Ivre, right. Hebrew is a Greek. It's Hebrew in the English. What I
None
was
of
saying is
us
to
are.
you,
None of
Hebraicus
those
in the
West.
Greek. So what I
None
was
of
saying to you, brother, let me
none
finish.
of those West
10 more
Africans are
seconds.
Hebrews.
Listen, brother, hold on. That sound like satire. Let me get like 10
None of
more
those.
seconds.
None of the West Africans are
That's
Hebrews.
cool. That's cool. Good. All right. But
I don't know
anyway, brother,
where you get
you
the
deal with
E-way airway
that.
stuff.
That's cool, brother. We're talking. I'm not about to get sidetracked and
Yeah, but you can't just
rabbit
drop
hole.
knowledge like that and not
Brother,
back
I
it
can
up.
drop anything I want to like that because I'm not about to get slowed down and pinned
You got to
down on one
source up,
point.
man.
So you
One point.
can just
Listen,
make up
brother.
whatever you want.
No. Oh, brother, just dispute it. I'm gonna say that. Just go dispute it. All right, now.
West
Back to the
Africans are not Hebrews, man.
It don't
Damn,
work like that, man.
these niggas about as bright as blackouts, man. These
No,
niggas want to
that's not
argue.
how it works, bro.
I ain't here to
You
argue,
make a
blood.
claim,
Y'all niggas
you
the
make a
wrong
claim,
nigga.
and you just want to dance around
Brother,
it.
I'm in the middle of a point. I'm not about to stop my point to go dig up articles to verify my claim to you, nigga.
You gotta
Go ahead and
source
refute
up,
it.
man.
So you just want to talk. That's it.
Bro, I'm in the middle of a point, my nigga. Like, I don't know what you doing. I think you need to go put some chapstick, some Carmex on or something and get your thought process back together, brother. But listen, what I'm saying to you is this.
Now you're dropping shots. You're
No,
trying
I
to
ain't
turn
dropping
it.
no shots. I ain't dropping shots because your
You're
lips
the only
stuck. It
one
sounds like
talking.
you're not saying nothing. It sounds like you mumbling to me. Like, that's what I mean. Like, it sounds like you going because you're not saying nothing. That's what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is this,
It's
brother.
your show.
All right, brother. I'm done with the Hebrew name. Let's go on to the next subject. We don't want to deal with it. Go to the next subject, brother. I'm not about to deal with these brothers on what's Hebrew and what's not. These brothers
We
trying
want to
to
know.
straw man
We want to
argument.
know.
They got straw man arguments.
I want to know where
I
you
don't
getting the claim.
shit. People in hell want to know why they can't get a cold glass of ice water. Welcome to the club, my nigga.
So you're a comedian now.
No, who the fuck you is? You want to know who you, Joe?
That's not how people dialogue. You just want to talk, and go on forever. I asked him a simple question, and he could have just answered it. He want to go into the history of the world to answer the simple question. And then he make a claim, and we're asking for a source. Now we don't want to talk. We need a source that says that the Ewe people in West Africa are Hebrew. Do you have that source?
Brother, the way you just asked your question is ill phrased. That's why if you want to ask a question, make it make sense. I never listen from what I said. Whatever you got out of what I said is based on the way you asked your question. Your question was ill referenced, ill everything. So, brother,
Let me ask it again.
I never said Hebrew people is Awe people. I never said that.
You said it come from. Yes, you did. You said A-way.
No, I never
and then
said
you went
Hebrew.
Eber,
I'm
and then
gonna tell you
it's
what I
like,
said. Listen,
man,
you
I know what
close.
you
You close.
said,
No,
man.
you close. You close. You close, bro. What I said is this. This is where you get the term airway from. I never said. I already stated there's no such thing as a Hebrew people. So why would I say the Awe are Hebrew people? Listening is an art. Listening is an art.
Man,
It's not a sport.
you getting this from
It's not a sport. It's an
Babylon to
art.
Timbuktu, man.
Listen, guys. Listening is an art. It's not a sport. I said the Hebrew. This is how you get the term Ewe from what we would call Hebrew in the Greek Hebraicus and the English Hebrew. and I took it all the way back to Evre. I took it all the way back to Ibari. I took it all the way back to that. You get what I'm saying? So for you to respond the way you did after I already said that, lets me know your listening skills need a little bit polishing up, God.
Man,
No,
my
everybody
my
know
whole
that.
we
family,
all heard you, bro.
my whole
This is
family
common knowledge.
Hebrews, man.
Yeah, so Hebrew
Common knowledge.
doesn't mean, listen, Hebrew, the airway people, I never say they were Hebrews. He gonna say, show me the airway people are Hebrews. When you say that question, my mind get to saying, did this nigga just hear me or what? What? I never said the 8-way
Okay.
people are
All right.
Hebrews. I
Okay.
said there's no such thing of a people called Hebrews. You
Okay,
heard
we
me. So
got
why
it.
would you?
We
So
got
I don't want
it.
to talk to you no more, bro, because your logic, the way you think is
We
weird.
got it.
I can't deal with you no more, bro, because you don't even
So-
listen. You a bad
so-
listener. Real bad.
But you've been the only one talking for a while, though, yo. I ain't even gonna lie.
Everybody been
I ain't
asking me
gonna lie.
questions, God. Say it or not. I ain't been coming out asking nobody questions. Keep it funky. I ain't asking nobody questions. I said something about Hebrew, and everybody got, oh, what is a Hebrew? And then I said this, and oh, what's the 8-way Hebrews? Oh, prove this. I
Nah,
never
you
asked
kinda,
nobody nothing, God.
alluded to that the people that lived in that
I know,
land
God,
were,
but the subject is what you just said to me is I've been talking as if I've been assumed or as if I've been projecting authority over the conversation, which I haven't. I've only been responding to questions I've been asked. Can we agree on
nobody
that?
got a chance to really get out no questions.
So what I've been answering? I've been answering the ghost this whole time.
God, every time
I've been
somebody
answering to
about
the
to
ghost.
say something, you cut them off and you talk over them and keep on going. Yo, I'm just telling you
I
what
understand what you're
observing, yo.
saying, big brother. Can we agree on this? Did the brother just not, or did he not just ask me off 8-way Hebrews?
I did all admit to that, but here's
Okay,
the thing,
brother.
though.
Was I
My
not
whole
still
family,
answering his question?
my whole family Hebrew Israelite.
That's
I
it.
hear this all the time, man. This is like
I
hilarious.
don't care
Like,
about your family
this
being
is
Hebrew Israelite. That
this
has
is
nothing
I
to do
hear,
with me.
but I know which road you're gonna go down, though.
No, brother.
Like
Every
that
Hebrew
same
Israelite
thing,
ain't the same.
brother. The
Don't put
same thing that you said was the same thing brother apostles be saying on Sonetta all the time. I heard that before. Like,
Okay, have you ever refuted it? Have you ever dug up information that refutes that?
yeah, but
I have. I have. I actually am on Sonetta's channel, and I have to deal with the ghost apostle all the time.
Yeah, I know that, but I'm not.
So
I'm not asking. I'm not
now
asking about apostle
ISUPK and the
information.
rest of them, they are not calling themselves Hebrews anymore because
Right.
they know it's a Greek term. So
yes, Saber. Yes.
So they're calling them. I don't know what they're calling themselves, but they're not
Yasharala.
using Hebrews because it's proven that it's a Greek term.
Yes, sir.
So you have to deal with Aramaic, and you have to deal
sir.
with
Syriac. You have to go to the sister languages. You have to.
So it's a borrowed term by the white man. So
Yes, sir. It is, Saber. Yes, sir. And Saber, I know you'd agree with me. That's why I told the brother there's no such thing as a Hebrew people. Would you agree with me on that, Saber?
Absolutely.
Okay, exactly. Now, when I says there's no such thing as a Hebrew people, Saber, why would I turn around and say that Egwe are Hebrew? It makes no sense. That's why I said people need to really listen before they talk.
Dude,
You get what I'm saying? And only Saber, you understood it. Like you said, Saber, I'm not saying that the Hebrew are actually
Why did you bring
people
up
or the
the
Hebrew or
Hare
the
people?
Away.
What was the
What I'm
point?
saying
What was
is
the purpose of bringing up the Hare people?
is a linguistic connection to the name. The name represents.
Hare is a
Listen,
Greek term.
God damn. Go ahead, Saber, man. I'm about to mute my mic. Go ahead.
we gotta bring Asar on here.
Nah, but what I just had on the screen clearly said that the people that lived in the land during biblical times were a mixture of Caucasians and Arabs.
Mm-hmm.
They know this because the same
You said
DNA
what?
than the people that live there today.
Who is that talking, big brother?
This is true finish.
The Canaanites.
I put it back on the screen.
You said true.
Yeah, you said Arabs, right? Arabs and
They were Canaanites.
I'm putting it back
It's
on
the
the
same
screen. Hold
Semitic
on.
people.
I ain't gonna play
right.
with you.
Put that
I'm
back.
show
Yeah.
forward.
No, I'm not disagreeing with nothing you're saying, big brother. I just said, what did you say? But I'm gonna tell you one thing I've learned. I've learned to do the due
Right there.
diligence. Listen, I've learned to do the due diligence of not looking at contemporary sources and getting the same understanding from a contemporary Western perspective as I do from an ancient cultural perspective.
So
Let me break that down in layman's terms. Let me break that down in
let me
layman's
ask you
terms.
this.
Hold on,
We don't
brother.
know. We
Go
understand
ahead,
you.
big
We
brother.
understand
Go
what you're
ahead,
saying,
big
but let
brother.
me ask you this. Do you believe in DNA? Do you believe that we
Do
can
I believe in
understand?
DNA? That's the wrong phraseology, God. Do I believe in
You
DNA?
understand what I'm saying, though, right?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I understand.
Yeah. So
So just answer the question.
Do I subscribe to the science of DNA testing? That's
yes.
basically what you're saying. Yeah. I do in a sense.
So
Absolutely.
we have to understand if they dug up people and this thing say from the time frame that they dug them up, they dug up 73 individuals buried over the course of 1,500 years
Right.
at 5
So what?
different sites scattered across Israel and Jordan. You see what I'm
Right. So,
saying?
yeah, I
And
hear what you saying.
they're saying is the DNA comes back to Arabs and Jews, the same people
Okay.
that are claiming the land today. It does not say African nowhere. And if it do, you will be a mixture of Caucasian people.
No. I'm gonna break it
Yeah.
down. That's
The study
beautiful.
in
I love.
Cell also shows that migrants from the distant Caucasus Mountains combined with the immigrants' population to forge the unique Canaanite culture that dominated the area between Egypt and Mesopotamia during the Bronze Age, lasting from approximately 3,500 BC until 1,200 BC.
All right. And what's the
No, we gotta stop with this Hebrew stuff. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, and people are going too
So
far.
hold on,
They
brother. Hold on,
influencing
no, brother. You
too
just
many
brought out
people
something
in the
beautiful.
cities.
Hold on, brother. You just brought out something beautiful, and the rest of the Hebrews might want to hear this because you just brought out some beautiful information, and I want you to take your time and dissect that because this is pivotal. Whether you a Hebrew or not a Hebrew, the information the brother brought out is critical and it need to be addressed if one understands the scientific jargon. So I want you to do it again, brother. With if you can oblige me, if it ain't too much, can you read that article again and we piece by piece it, just for those who not familiar with the jargon or who may want to be more interested in what you're saying, or you know what I'm saying? Can you do that one more time for me, brother, if you don't mind?
All right, I'm gonna read from up here. They are best known as the people who lived in the land flowing with milk and honey, until they were vanquished by the ancient Israelites and disappeared from history.
Right. Stop right there. Can you stop right there for me, brother? Who is the they, right? The they. When you started off, the first word was they. Can you explain to the people who the they is? Because you know we got an audience. People
All right,
trying to
let's go
learn.
back.
The
Let's
they
go
is
all
the
the way back to the
subject of the
title.
The
article.
people living in the
They
Levant.
the they is the
Brother,
subject of the article.
everybody in the chat might not catch that. Why y'all thinking this for me? If
The
y'all
they
about teaching, consider the people in the chat. God
you're
damn.
talking too much. The they is the subject of the article. The people who living in the Levant, right?
Brother, I'm
Israel and
not
Jordan.
talking for me. I'm speaking for an audience that you're not speaking for, which is your own audience. You're not even teaching your own damn audience. You're trying to teach me. That's weird. That's how I know you niggas in it for self-gratification. You're not trying to
I
teach
really ain't
nobody.
though, yo. If you
You're trying to
understood the
teach me,
things that
nigga.
I'm really trying to do, you would not even bring that
I'm
up.
talking about old boy, but go ahead, big bro. Take your time, man. You was building.
But
I don't mean to cut
real
your ear
talk.
off.
The title of it is DNA from the Bible's Canaanites lives
Right.
on in modern Arabs and Jews.
Right.
The same
Right.
shit that they've been clearing for years. They've been claiming forever that they are the biblical people.
Right. Now. Yes, sir. Now I got your now could you explain your original premise? You read the for the people who missed it or might have forgot, what was your original gripe or your premise
Black
for bringing this out?
African Americans, we need to stop trying to claim these people's heritage and trying to make it seem like this Bible is talking about us and live our lives based on what we decide to do and not on what the Bible is telling you to do.
Right. I got you, big bro. So I see what you said. So you read the information on DNA, and the DNA suggests that people that were in the Middle East 3,500 years ago. Is that what you said, big brother?
Yeah, all the way back
Okay,
3,500
right,
BCE.
right.
It was
And the
actually 55
right, and the moderate,
5,500 years ago.
the modern populations, or whom they got this information from, or who they got these samples from to test. This population has a marker that's similar to the marker that's found 3,500 years ago in the Middle East.
Again, it's 5,500 years ago.
5,500 years ago.
Okay, 5,500 years ago. Now, at 5,500 years ago, you have a marker that's what you would say at a certain frequency in this people that's expressing itself, right? And based on the genomic structure of the DNA, certain genes, certain loci, certain loci.
Admix. They're not. They're not. You cannot consider them direct Africans. You could consider them admixed humans. But
I
they're
wouldn't even
not.
call them Africans at all because it says Arabs and Caucasian.
Right. So they're not what I said. They're not.
No, this is my thing. Even if all that white people hate stuff need to go out the window right now. To where it's though, even if the black people today are the descendants of these so-called people, you people are white.
Right, I see what you're saying, big brother. Now, before you
like you got white DNA straight from the top of his mouth.
Before you give,
and they don't have a problem, and they don't have a problem with that. It's only the so-called Black Hebrews that are changing a different story.
No, Saber. Saber, but
from Babylon to Timbuktu, all that.
Saber, if you would oblige me, like, see, when I deal with these terms, I like to get specific about these terms. See, because I'll give you a perfect example. When I say Arab, you'll think of the nigga that owned that store on the corner of my street. You get what I'm saying? And I guarantee you, when you say Arab, 98.9% of the people in the chat thinking about that nigga that owned the corner store. So when you read, listen, like Ngozi said, bro. Like listen, brother, like Ngozi said when he was breaking down he did a show the other day on Garfield Channel, whoever it was, him in 93. And 93 was presenting slides and he was breaking it down. And Ngozi was saying you have to be very careful with these terms that they using in these papers. See, when you say Arab is not a bloodline. There's no ancestor named Arab. You get what I'm saying? Arab is only a descendant of
why don't we read the paper?
God damn.
Why don't we read the
God damn. You
all I hear is
crazy. God damn, you can't even talk science. You niggas don't like
bro, you've been talking all day. You've been talking all day, man.
We're talking about the jargon in the scientific research paper that this brother brought out.
Before you comment
so listen.
He hasn't even read the line of the paper.
Can somebody call Ngozi or something, man? Because I can't do this.
No, you need to
somebody call Ngozi. Y'all listen to him. I'm saying the same shit he would say. Y'all shut up and listen to him, but I'm bringing the same shit, and everybody got something to say.
You're just going. The man didn't
brother.
You're
listen. What you? All right. We'll deal with this. What does the word? What is an Arab? Okay, brother. What is an Arab? What is an Arab?
You need to stop.
No, stop. It's not a Palestinian. Wrong. Now you go.
Let him read the paper. Let him read the paper.
Jamaican brother. What is an Arab?
Let him read the paper. This is what I'm
saying, brother.
Let him read the paper.
You cannot just keep reading scientific papers using jargon that you don't even understand. You can't do that, man. And Ngozi just broke it down. You have to be careful with the words. You can't just say things and say Arab. See, and everybody mind that's not familiar with the scientific jargon in the chat, they're gonna think the nigga at the corner store. So you're being selfish, my brother, and not explaining to the people what you mean when you say Arab.
All right, let me explain this then. All right, let me do this.
God damn, man. And Ngozi just broke this down. And you niggas talk about science.
That
I'm
ain't
supposed to
gonna
be the dumb Hebrew, huh?
Yo, being upset ain't gonna work.
Bro, you on
I'm
it,
not
bro.
upset. I'm not upset at all.
Let me
But
read
damn,
this.
don't keep cutting
Can I
me
read it
off
real quick?
when I'm giving
Can
you
I
some
read it?
simple. Go ahead,
Can I
big
read
brother.
it, yo? Can I
Yes,
read
sir. Take your time.
The researchers also compared the ancient DNA with that of modern populations that found that most Arabs and Jewish groups in that region owe more than half their DNA to Canaanites and other people who inhabited the ancient Near East, an area encompassing much of the modern Levant, Caucasus, and Iran.
In what context
So
are they using the word Arab?
they even gave the regions.
I can't do this.
Near
I
East,
can't do it.
modern Levant, Caucasus, the Caucasus Mountains, and Iran.
The Caucasus Mountains is not a bloodline, brother. It's a geographical region. Like this is what I'm saying. Like you do. Listen, brother, brothers. Please listen. When you're identifying certain geographical landmasses based on this research, what you just did was this. You read or listen. God damn, brother. Listen, brother.
AD term. Arab is an AD term. That just means
They're gonna add Gozi. Gozi. Please tell these brothers. Listen, Agozi.
Everything you say.
No, is that Agozi? That's you, is that Angozi?
Bro, you need to stop.
Oh, I thought he sounded like Angozi. I'm about to say, there you go, brother. But what I'm saying is this: when you're dealing with these scientific papers and you see certain terms, you cannot use these terms in the method that you would use them colloquially. You got to use them scientifically. When they say Arab, when they say Caucasian, you see what you're doing is you're giving off the interpretation that when they say Caucasian, they mean white people. When they say Arab, they mean the nigga that look like the boy that's working at the corner store down the street. This is not how scientific papers work. So what I'm saying, y'all be tripping. Like that's why I said call Ngozi. When y'all talk about DNA, you really brothers don't know about our DNA.
You did okay. Clearly, just now what I just read, yo. It said it matches the people that live in the region that live there today.
A haplogroup. Listen, brother. A
haplogroup. Black people living there today, or is it white people in damn
brother? Haplogroups do not tell you who your ancestors are or where you come from. That's not what haplogroups. Where y'all get this from, man? Oh my brother!
It's your DNA.
Listen, brother. Let me break the science down to y'all.
How about let him read the article before you comment? Because
these niggas just told me haplogroups. Tell me who you are. I can't believe this.
That's part of your DNA.
Niggas dropped out in 5th grade, 2nd grade or something.
You're just talking. You're not saying nothing.
For history, brother. Like this is funny. Like.
Hey, I apologize to you. First thing, I want to apologize before somebody else say. I want to apologize to you, brothers, by even raising my voice and going to that level with you, brothers, like that. I don't want to argue. I just want to deal with information because I just caught myself. I said, "Damn, I was just yelling and arguing with the brothers." That ain't what I want to do. That ain't what I want to do at all. So I apologize to you, brothers, about that.
Today just your day, yo. That's all. Today just your day.
Nah,
they had to get
go
me
ahead.
The same way, yo. They had to get me the same way. I'm telling you.
Okay, I got you. All I just wanted the people to understand is haplogroups doesn't tell you who you are. They are only good reference pointers. That's all they are. Haplogroups cannot tell you who you are. And these
people understand the paper. They want to hear.
Oh God, man!
I can't believe it. The people understand. They want to hear the rest of the article. You just talking.
Can you tell me what heterozygous? Homogeneous. Can you tell me what
the paper did not mention that? The paper mentioned Arab Jewish.
Can you tell me what
Arab and Jewish groups? That's not in the paper.
Okay,
that's not in the paper.
That's good.
That's not in the paper.
That's good. Take your time, brother. Take your time.
Let's deal with what the paper says.
Like I just said, brother. Oh my God. This is a ploy to get away from understanding and teaching the people the scientific jargon. When we use searches, that's like I gave you a perfect example of Hebrew. When you ask me about Hebrew, I say there's no such thing of it. That's colloquial. That's what we use now. When you're talking about Arabic and Caucasian, that's not a bloodline. You have no bloodline or an ancestor named Caucasian, which the Caucasian people descend from. That's a geographical landmass. You don't have a body of an ancient. Listen, brother. You do not have a body of a. You do not have a body of an ancient Israelite to compare to a modern day.
It says it matches the white people that are in the land today.
Brother, listen,
Like that's
man.
what it says. I didn't make it up.
I know what it says, brother. But what I'm telling you is, if you
wish
don't
I could get
understand
this,
the
hold
scientific
up.
jargon,
Individuals, hold on,
Study and
Read, go down. It
Somebody,
says
Damn,
somebody
individuals.
pull up the
Wait
study
a
and
minute.
said.
Go back
brother,
down. It says
you don't understand the
individuals.
scientific jargon. You asked out.
Individuals from all sites are highly genetically similar.
And how many sites was it?
Five
What was
sites.
it? 20 from 20
73.
4 sites. 20 individual, 4 sites.
So, okay, can I ask something? Everybody at once. Everybody answer at once. Are we dealing with here in this article ancestral DNA testing or population genetics? Which one are we doing?
You moving the goalposts, brother.
I said everybody answer. Don't nobody know. Stop it. I said everybody answer at once. And then nobody answered. Man, listen, bro. What you're reading is population genetics. You're reading a study on population genetics.
Paper is not
There's
talking
something in
about that.
biology called spatial
Oh,
autocorrelation.
listen,
man.
brother, man. Y'all, do y'all
You know
brothers
what?
know science for real? Look, what the? I'm the only Hebrew.
Spatial-
What? Y'all making me?
No.
Y'all should want to be a Hebrew at this point. This shit is sad,
Bro, there's something in biology called spatial autocorrelation, man.
Brother, we understand that, but y'all niggas are talking about population genetics and try to equate them with ancestry genetic
If you live in an island with 20 other, if you live in an island with 20 people,
If
and
it was
y'all
a fifth, we
constantly
all would be
mix,
drunk than a
and
motherfucker.
y'all constantly mix over and over again for a period of
Hey,
thousands of
I get
years.
that. I get that.
Hey,
I get that,
Y'all
brother.
gon-
But we
y'all
gotta
gon-
have
not
some.
very
We gotta
long.
have some
Can
proof
we
that we
read it
did that. I
again
get
on
that.
the secret? It's not very long.
I don't want to even hear it
This should take
again,
about
brother. If a person ain't gonna break down what an Arab is and a Caucasian is, according to the ancient sources, I don't even want to deal with that shit, brother.
An Arab didn't exist before the time of Muhammad. That's a political term that Muhammad had used to bring all the people in the Middle East together under Islam. I mean,
No, what does the word mean? What is an Arab? You said it's a political term, but what is it? It's not a politic. What is it?
I mean,
what is an Arab?
All right, let me break it down for him.
Somebody
Arab come
read the
from
history of the Arabs by Phil
Arab.
Kitty. It tells you the whole
Arab.
thing.
I hope you don't say Ariba. Please don't say that
Arab.
shit. I knew he was gonna do it.
Arab come from
Now you going to the
Aramaic.
Hebrew. Now this nigga
God
jumped in the
damn.
Bible.
You can't even shut up on.
My bad. I know I was muted. I'm
You ask
talking
a
to my brother.
question, you can't
My
even
bad.
shut up
My
for
bad, brother. I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to my brother. I thought I was muted. I'm sorry, big brother.
Wow.
I was talking to my brother. I was saying, this nigga. I was talking
Wow.
to my brother. I'm sorry, big brother. My bad. Go ahead.
Arab is a term that comes from the Aramaic word Arab, which means people of the desert. That's all it means.
Okay, so what color is people of the desert? What nation? Listen, hold on, stop.
What?
Listen, I'm gonna say go. When I'm ready for you to answer my question, I'm gonna say go. Listen. First of all, that's not what an Arab is according to ancient sources. But we'll go with that. Listen,
For the time of
brother,
Muhammad.
can I reply?
The
Listen,
Arabs that
listen.
comes
Can I
from
reply?
Islam.
I hear you. Can I
You've been
reply,
talking
brother?
all day, man. I think, like,
Brother, the brother just read a term, and I'm replying to
I
what he
didn't
just
read
read.
anything. I didn't read anything.
Whoever read what Arab was, a dweller of the desert. Somebody just read that. I'm replying to that. I know what you showed me. I'm replying to
from the Near East area encompassing much of the modern Levant, Caucasus, and Iran.
Okay, I'm replying to it now. That's what I'm doing now. I'm replying to it. Now, Arab, when you deal with the word Arab, and when you deal with it in its context as applied to ancient cultures and their understanding of, it's abidah. Arab means simply a mercenary or a soldier. Now,
no, it's not.
When
No, it's not.
Hey, listen.
What
Okay,
you
whatever. Okay, whatever.
No,
Don't
it's
cut me
not.
off.
You making that stuff.
Brother. Okay.
You saying all this stuff to keep us from reading the
Okay, dude.
article. You saying all
Brother,
this to keep us from reading the article, man.
Okay.
Dude,
I'm gonna leave, but What I would recommend.
Damn, I can't talk, man.
What I would recommend, I'm going to leave. What I would recommend is that for every point going forward, and maybe I'll watch the show later, pull up a source. So all you have to do is go into any. You can start with Wikipedia and you can get a source and pull up the source for the term Arab. Right.
I got an academic source, Saber. I can't remember the name of the source off the top of my laptop. I'm on my phone. Look, I can give you the name of it. Look up the origin of the word Arabia, and I'll show you how I'm familiar with this source. In the source, they talk about how scholars really can't come up with scholars really can't come up with a set body of conclusions on what this term means. You get what I'm saying? The closest we can get to this term in the ancient language is this: mercenary, dweller of the desert, like the brother said, soldier, or things like that. That's especially with the same thing when you deal with the
long and short of it. The long and short from the source that was written. The long and source of it is that they are not direct descendants of Africa. They are admixed people. So that's the long. That's the long and short of it.
That's right.
That ain't the point, Saber. The point is this. No. When you read the science,
so they're out of Africa. They're out of Africa and they're invaders to the continent of Africa.
Okay, Saber, I got you. But the point is this: when you're talking about Arab, what the audience gets is the nigga that own the corner store.
No, I know that. That's why
So that's why I told these brothers break down what an Arab meant.
He's talking over everybody. He's the only one supposed to talk.
So I'm going. Listen, I had a vaccine shot. I was just hanging out just to get myself together. But I would recommend that in this particular case, just source. I'm just trying to be nice. Source everything that you want to talk about going forward with a source, so it's not coming from a person, right?
No,
it's coming from a source.
I see what you're saying. Yeah. I'm saying is this: I assume I'm talking to scholastic people who already investigated this information. That's what I'm assuming. Now, man. So when I have just a dialogue,
all of this,
listen. When I have Saber Reggie,
you've been saying
when I'm just having a dialogue with somebody, I don't have a book bag full of sources unless I'm debating. If I'm debating, then I'll come with a book bag full of sources. But according to what I read, and if I'm dealing with scholars, I would assume they know the information I'm coming with already.
Okay.
So, like when you have listen, like if you go to Myth Vision, the dude there, the Garfield bring on. Hold on, stop, brother.
Read the article.
Stop, Jamaican dude. Jamaican dude, stop.
That's for reading the article.
No. I'm saying this to close out my argument.
We get it.
They never say, "Hey, stop." You never heard Dr. Carrier tell Dr. Hey, stop. Richard Wise, hey, stop. You need a source for that. No, they assume based on their knowledge, they already know the information. So you boys just don't know the information. That's on y'all, man. I ain't got nothing to do with that. I'll talk to you night, family. That's on y'all, brother.
It's a pleasure.
I love you, Saber.
Yeah, I love you too. It's a pleasure. I love all of y'all. It's a pleasure talking to y'all. Peace. Just use sources. All right.
Okay. I'm gonna go to a source.
Yeah, I got 1,000 sources. But
you can pull up the haplogroup map. You can.
I'm on a cell phone.
Hold on.
Why are you talking over people, man?
Yeah, just stop and let me read.
Why y'all talking over me?
You've been talking all day. You've been talking for like 3 hours.
You talking over him now. You've
been talking for 3 hours yelling, man, to keep us from
Can I read my
the article. Yep.
Can I read my source? Can I read my source?
Yes, sir.
So this article that you have on the screen says Arab, right? According to dictionary.com, an Arab is a member of a Semitic people inhabiting Arabia and other Middle Eastern countries. So that's what the paper is talking about when it says Arabs. So we don't need to go down this rabbit hole. Where the term came from. That's what it's talking about.
That you just shot yourself in the foot by even reading that source.
Black people are not Semitic.
Listen, you just shot yourself in the
Black
foot by
people are
even
not
reading
Semitic.
that source.
Black people
He
are
just shot.
Semitic.
Listen, brother, y'all brothers got
If
real
we
short
got
memory
white people in.
spans.
I'm just saying, this shit clearly says that the people from the Caucasus Mountains that they keep on calling Quake.
What they say, big bro?
I'm sorry, it's funny as shit.
Go ahead, read it out, big bro.
I can't wait to debate a Hebrew now, yo.
I'm a Hebrew, bro. We ain't got a debate. We got to have a conversation, though.
The Hebrews
You
are
just
pseudo.
said you were not a Hebrew.
The
You said
Hebrews
that
are
tonight.
pseudo.
Yo,
Hey, you
but
see
they
what
got
type
white
of
people.
pity?
If
Go
they
ahead,
are the
big bro.
Canaanites, they'll mix with white people. That is like hilarious.
So
I'm like in
Canaanites were
tears
white
like that.
people?
Yeah.
Where
The
you get that
Canaanites are
from?
mixed with white people.
What white people mixed to have? What
The
white people
people from the
mixed for?
Caucasus Mountains. What people
Hey,
were in the
let's keep
Caucasus
reading.
Mountains back
Let's
then,
keep
bro? We
reading the
talking about
article.
5,500 years ago.
Brother. So in
Oh,
your
now
mind,
now
Caucasus
white people
Mountain
weren't
mean
in the
white
Caucasus
people?
Mountains no more.
Wait a
Yeah.
minute, brother.
No,
In
no,
your
no,
mind,
Mario, you're right. Nope, I'm not even getting into it. Nope.
Hey,
oh
brother,
yeah, you
I ain't gonna
tripping,
be.
Truth
bro.
Ministries. Keep
Caucasus
reading the
don't
article.
equate to white.
Now
Keep
white
reading the
people ain't from the
articles, man.
Caucasus Mountains. Okay.
Brother,
It's
brother, white
West.
don't
It's West.
equate to Caucasus. Don't
It's
do
West
that.
Africans in the Caucasus. It's West Africans in the Caucasus.
Right, like brother, no.
Ridiculous.
White people didn't originate in the Caucasus. Come from the
Heat Rock 410. What it is though. Take y'all on a journey. Notorious is glorious, victorious. Yeah, yo. I ain't asking for a friend, I need to know myself. And if you never ask, how would you know yourself? It's crazy how your parents know you more than you know yourself. Growth is good, it's important just to know your wealth. Don't let them take advantage like niggas who speak Spanish. And you don't speak a lick of it, the game will make you trip a bit. Street money is cool till you get sick of it. And all that bullshit that come along with it. Make sure you stay on your square and keep a strong pivot. Cause them cruddy buddies, they'll do you ugly. And why every female favorite question is, do you love me? And if you knew better, baby, you would do better. And once you know better, you would show better. Most men want a housewife, but me, I love a go-getter. Your ex pussy wet,